That's
But
not a perfect being.
he wills what you see and what you call evil, but you shouldn't even have the knowledge
No,
of good and
what
evil.
I call evil is his will. Everything is his will,
This is why he told Adam and Eve not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and
and
evil,
they
because now you're
chose
judging.
otherwise.
No, they were influenced by the serpent. If the serpent wasn't there, they never
Yeah,
would have
well,
eaten.
but they chose. Just because you're influenced, just because I tell you to jump off a bridge, does not mean that you go and
Okay,
jump off a
but what
bridge
is
because you were
free will?
influenced
Free
to do
will
so.
is a
There's a
choice
bridge argument.
without outside influence.
No,
And that portion that time is up. JS, would you like to start with your cross examination, and then after that we'll go into open dialogue?
Sure. Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. Does everyone have free will?
No,
Not everyone has free will.
no, of course not.
Okay.
If you can't,
Um,
if you can't will, if you are vegetable or severely retarded, then you don't have a free will. You have a retarded will,
yeah.
if you
So
will.
so if you're born with like a brain dysfunction, or for example, like Charles Whitman, the Texas Tower sniper, had a tumor in his brain and he went up and shot a bunch of people. And he said he had no control over that. If somebody's in a coma, all of these things, you don't have free will. When you're sleeping, you don't have free will.
I mean, you can't act on. I mean, I guess not because you're unconscious. So
Okay.
your will is not really free at that moment.
Okay.
You're under the influence of sleep.
Okay. So it's fine. So sometimes we don't have free will.
What?
Can someone else use their free will to take your free will against your will?
Yeah,
Like I could knock somebody unconscious.
yeah.
Yeah.
Put them to sleep. Put them under the influence of sleep again.
And we have no control over when that happens.
No,
Okay. Well, that doesn't sound like a free will then, but
that
let's
didn't
keep
sound
going.
like an argument.
Okay. Well, do children have free will?
Um, they have a. I mean, again, I'm going to revert to retarded will. They don't have a fully developed will.
So at what age does their free will develop? Is it when their prefrontal cortex forms when they're 24?
I wouldn't know. I couldn't really give you a specific of what time it clicks. I'm sure it's different for between each children. I know there's like an age of
It's like
culpability,
free will puberty.
so yeah, if you will.
Interesting.
Sure.
But you don't
When
freely
is
will when
the,
that happens. It's just something that happens to you.
Yeah, it's biology.
Okay, so far we don't always have free will. Somebody could take our free will with their free will whenever they want. Kids don't have free will. They get it. They go through free will puberty. None of this sounds very free to me. It sounds very, very
Well,
limited.
you're conflating the ability to do something with the will to do something. Just because somebody restrains your ability to act on your will doesn't mean you don't have the will to act on. You
Right.
just
But
don't have
so
the ability.
all of these questions are just so I can see if you think there's a limit to free will. And it sounds like you say,
Yeah.
yes, there is a limit to free will. Who determines that limit? Do you?
Well, I know. I mean, no, I can't possibly know the level of will of another person.
Okay. So that line of question, let's go on to a different line here.
Yeah,
But
let's
thank
do
you.
that.
Thank you. Yeah.
You're very
Thank
welcome.
you. I think you proved all my points. Do you believe in randomness, that things can happen randomly that can affect your choices in your life
Seemingly randomly, sure.
and
I
that you
don't
have no
know.
control over?
Yeah, I don't know that the car's fixing to swerve into my lane. Yeah, I
So
can't
you believe
predict
in
that. So somebody else used their will and created a chaotic situation for me in which I have to use my will to act.
even no other person's involved. Like, let's just say a meteor falls out of the sky and lands on your house. Like, that will affect all of the next
Well,
steps that you
I'm
take in your
bored.
life, right?
Where the fuck is Verbal Combat? That shit was
Sure.
fire. It's only
Just as if
Friday
you lost
nights.
your leg, that's going to affect the rest of your life.
But do you
I'm not
think that,
understanding the connection.
but you say that would be random. So you don't think God knew that was going to happen?
Seemingly random.
Right. So it's not really
It didn't just
random.
pop out of anywhere and then smash into the earth. I mean, depending on how you view this,
So
it's
it's
been
almost like
traveling
it
through
was,
space forever, and it finally
and
made
it's
it
almost
back.
like it was predestined, right?
Well, you could say that, sure.
If
Maybe
God knew, there was a meteor that was going to fall out of the sky and destroy the earth tomorrow, It would seem random to us, but it was actually predestined to happen.
Sure, I don't have a problem
If
with
God,
predest-
if God
I
is
don't
all
have a
knowing,
problem with predestination. There's a difference between determinism and predestination.
well, you'll have to tell me about that in the open conversation. But if God predestined something to happen, then it has been determined to happen. But
Well, I mean,
Everything then is
Um,
predetermined.
do you believe in biblical prophecy?
sure.
Okay, so like
It's like a loop.
Isaiah talks about Cyrus is going to rescue Israel from the Babylonians. Nobody named Cyrus exists.
got me
300 years
loop.
later, a guy named Cyrus reads the writings of Isaiah and decides, I'm going to save Israel from the Babylonians. And he goes and does it. Do you think that Cyrus could have chosen not to do that and proven Isaiah wrong? Well, go ahead.
Well, I don't think that prophecy is a declaration of the options that are going to happen. I think that prophecy is a declaration of what is going to happen.
Right.
Prophets have been given this vision, or however they receive the revelation from God Himself, who foreknows all things.
Right. But so they couldn't just choose to prove God wrong. So like when Jesus says, Peter, you're going to denounce me 3 times tomorrow. And Peter says, there's no way I would do that. I would never do something like that. Do you think the next day he could have chosen not to do that?
Well, no, because God foresaw him doing it. He knew he was going to do it. Now, it seems you're also conflating here knowing that something's going to happen with causing it to happen.
Do you think that by Jesus telling him that, it's kind of like the Matrix where he says, what if when he knocks over the thing and she says, what if I hadn't have said anything? Is it like by Jesus saying it made it happen? Or
Well, yeah, he's God. He is he's perfect. So he knows exactly how all of it's going to play out. He knows where he must he knows where he must intervene for his will to be enacted.
so if God commands something and we do it, we have no choice but to do it. We have to follow the will of God.
Well, no, that's why there's evil. This is a
Right.
issue
So
in your
Peter-
paradigm, not mine.
I feel like
So Peter could have chosen not to denounce Jesus.
Yes. And then Jesus would have never told him that he would.
And then well, if you believe in biblical prophecy, but all of these things somebody could have just chosen to do differently, then none of it would have been true.
That's not necessarily no. Just because I know how the Titanic ends doesn't mean that I've somehow changed the outcome of how Titanic ends, or anything in between the movie.
But you can't rewind the movie and have the movie play out differently. So if we could go back
No.
in time and Jesus tells Peter, you're going to denounce me 3 times, could we could change that if we could go back in time?
Well, no, I mean, you're just throwing that going back in time is even something that's possible to do.
That's what a lot of people say that free will means, is it's the ability to have chosen differently. So I could have, how could my life have been differently if I would have made a different choice?
Yeah, made a different choice.
Yeah, I don't believe we could have made a different choice. I don't believe there's
Yeah, but
any
that's-
other way it could have been.
I need you to demonstrate that. You've asserted it all night, but I need a demonstration of this.
Well, the demonstration is what's happening right now is the demonstration. You would have to demonstrate that
This
that
right
it
now
would be
demonstrates
possible
free
for-
will.
See, your idea is
2
unfalsifiable.
minutes.
Well,
What
so
you're
is
saying
yours.
No, what I'm saying is very provable because we can observe what's happening in the world around us.
No. Mine is very provable too.
Like I
But
know
yours is no different. You don't stand on any epistemic ground that I don't, except that you can't justify any epistemology.
unless you can show somebody going back in time, you cannot prove that if we could go back in time, we could do things differently. You can't prove that.
No, but you do know that when you make a decision that you could have chosen otherwise.
No, I
You
don't.
chose to go with the direction you did. Yeah, you can't go back and change your mind. You can't
Yeah.
reverse time, but
There's no other way it could have been.
what's the big surprise? We can't go back in time.
Okay, let's 2 minutes. What's my
What-
last
you're-
question?
You're down to 1 minute now.
Okay. Who's in control, you or God?
God. I mean, he sustains the world and all things in it.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good answer. That would be the same answer I would answer.
That's crazy that you come up to the opposite conclusion. One that makes no fucking sense.
No, it's crazy that you came to the conclusion that we have free will, but you just said God is in control. We have limited free will. We don't determine when we have the free will and don't have the free will. All the way you answered all those questions, I don't see how you come to the conclusion that we have free will. But
Reason, something that a determinist is not capable of doing.
okay.
No, you can't.
Um,
All of your outcomes are determined. You didn't reason your way to that. You were determined to take that position, as false or as unreasonable as it may be. And that you're a
Mhm.
perfect demonstration of this right now. In order to accept determinism,
I don't know.
you
I
must
think
destroy the nature of God. It's destroyed.
And I
There,
just
you've
want to
say so.
inform you both that the floor is officially open for open dialogue. The timer is run out, and you're free to go back and forth.
Yeah, you said that not believing in free will destroys any presuppositions that we have about Christianity. How are presuppositions possible if free will exists? How can you
what?
presuppose something to be true if there's free
No,
will?
the question goes the other way. How can you presuppose anything? You're just determined to have the presuppositions that you have. You didn't reason your way to them. You didn't read the book and
Right.
have the book convince you. Bible didn't convince you of anything. You were determined to believe everything you believe. That's
Right.
why you can't do evil, because everything is the will of God. Your interpretation is the will of God. So is mine.
Yeah.
So the
Yeah.
will of God contradicts itself.
Yeah, you can have a determined point of view and just be wrong.
Yes.
So the way
So
I
how
know
do you know
things,
that you're right right now? How
the
do
way
you
I know
know
things
that you
is
were correct
through
in the debate?
observation and
Which is
revelation, divine
determined.
revelation, and
Which is determined.
my
You have
observations
to get
are
out of
determined. Yes,
determined.
I agree.
Yeah, you have to get out of determined in order to have any epistemic grounding to make any truth claim, any knowledge claim, and to be able to reason.
Why?
Because you haven't. How do you know that you have any access to truth
So
whatsoever?
I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west
You're
because I observe it.
determined to believe that.
No,
You
because
don't
I
know
observe it.
anything.
Yes, I
And
don't
what is
determine.
knowledge?
I don't choose what I observe.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Close your eyes. You choose to not observe anything except the back of your eyelids.
Look, if I observe the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, that's an observation. So now I know the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. Now I could read in a book and listen to what somebody tells me about what the sun is made of. And then I could choose, you choose to believe whichever one, has the most evidence and you think the most verified source is saying. But for all I know, the sun could be made of cheese.
Yeah, it could be. But how would you ever be able to determine that it's not made of cheese if you are determined to believe it's made of cheese?
If I'm determined to go to the sun someday, then I'll find out.
Then
If it's part of my
no,
my
even
life
if you
course.
saw that it's not cheese, if you're still determined to believe that, I mean, flat earthers are a perfect example of this. There's been plenty of experiments that showed the 24-hour sun in Alaska, for instance, that blew up the flat earthers. They went fucking crazy over that. But even if you show irrefutable evidence, they will still deny it. They're
Yeah.
determined to do so. They're not wrong. You have no access to what is true.
I
or
agree. They
false.
are determined to do so. They're determined to believe in flat earth. It doesn't matter what evidence you show them.
Exactly.
And they couldn't choose to not believe in it if they wanted
You-
to. Thank you for making all my points for
You
me.
couldn't. You couldn't reason one where I'm doing an internal critique of determinism right now.
Okay.
So they're not wrong because they're determined to believe what it is. Now, in order to say
I don't
that
know.
they
See,
are
I don't know
wrong-
where you're making that jump.
No, I'm fixing to go into it. In order to say that they are wrong, you must not have a determined will in order to be able to verify the validity of the statement. If you're determined, then you're not verifying anything. You're just espousing determinism. You're just determined to say everything you do. You're not actually investigating. And if you did, you don't go anywhere with it because you're determined
Yes,
to
but
come to the outcome you're at.
but if I'm a flat earther and I do a bunch of research and then I change my mind, there was an influence towards me changing my mind. I didn't just one day say, I don't want to believe in the flat earth anymore. I had to investigate and do, research into it, study, do
All of which was
experiments.
you were determined.
Yes.
The interpretation of all that data was determined. It
Yes,
was
and when I
not
find the
rationalized. You're acting as if you're rationally working your way through these problems to be able to deduce anything. You can't deduce anything in determinism because you're determined to deduce whatever it is that you're deducing. I don't understand how you're not seeing the problem.
I don't understand why if God knows that tomorrow I'm gonna figure out I don't know how to fix a car, and then I read a book and I figure out how to fix the car and I go out and fix the car, how is me being determined make any difference on my knowledge and ability to do something?
Because you have no knowledge. You have no ability. You don't exist. You are a determined being. You do not operate off of your own will. You
That's
do no
interesting.
research. You do no research whatsoever. That is the will
I
of God
don't
doing
get how
research.
this is the you can't have knowledge without free will.
I think if I can offer kind of like a translation or maybe a clarification point, I think what JS is saying is that it's the external influences that are what's creating the determinism, right? So like even with free will, even if you presumed you had free will, you're still making choices based on external influences. And maybe that offers some clarity to the conversation or not, but I think those external influences are very important in terms of how his argument is being formulated.
Yeah.
Am I saying that right, JS?
It sounded
Yeah,
like what he was saying.
and he's arguing, if I can steal man, because I knew that it was going to go this way. I knew this is where you were going to go with this. Is that
Necessarily.
you can't have knowledge without free will, and I don't see the connection there. Like
What is
whether or
knowledge?
not knowledge is justified true belief.
Okay, how do you justify anything if you are not
Knowledge,
outside
justified
the
true belief.
system in
Knowledge,
order to verify it?
to me, knowledge is.
You're determined to have all the positions you have.
I was
It's not
thinking of wisdom.
justified,
Never
it's
mind.
determined.
Yeah,
Knowledge
some people are determined to be
depends what system you're in.
morons,
You
and some
saying
people are
something?
determined to
Yeah,
know
I'm
a
saying
lot
some
of
random
stuff.
shit.
Like,
Watching
Exhibit
some
A.
shit.
yeah.
So,
No, I debated with this, or I
don't
didn't
see how
debate with
free
him,
will
with the
makes a
JS
difference.
guy.
If
Was
they're
he was on last
determined,
night?
then they don't know anything.
That's
It
what's
would be
up.
the illusion of knowing. So if you want to talk about the illusion of free will, you have the illusion of knowledge. You have the illusion that you're doing the research, right? Because it's illusion. It's free will. You free willed your way, or you illusory through some illusory means willed yourself to do research. But it's just illusory. You didn't will yourself to do anything because you have no will.
Can you know things through divine revelation?
Yes, not within determinism. You still wouldn't know
Well,
anything.
who decides when you have a divine revelation? Do you choose to have a divine revelation, or does God decide that? Does God determine that?
Well, God would, I would say, I mean, you could say determined in that sense, sure.
So God determines when we have divine revelations, and we can know things through divine revelation. So what does free will have to do with knowing things?
No, because even if it's
You
you're
answer the
jumping-
questions, and but you
you're
don't get to the
jumping
conclusion.
paradigms. You're jumping paradigms. Remember, we're doing the internal critique of determinism. When God comes to
Well, don't
you,
get too caught up on determinism. I told you what I believe. It's not just causal determinism like the universe. There's also God involved, and that's probably
Yeah.
the biggest part.
yeah, and
I mean, that is the biggest part, but
well, the entire argument is getting at the incompatibility between determinism and the Christian God. They're not compatible.
I slay at this. I
whatsoever.
slay at this.
And we can go
You do
into
have free
other
will.
arguments to make this.
You
case
do have
if
free
you
will
don't wanna
because
go
even
down
in
the
your
knowledge
worst
route.
moments,
no, we can go
that
down
little
the
bit
love
of-
route.
that
too,
little
'cause
bit
you
of
brought that up in the
positivity,
opening.
that little bit of
We can
Holy
do that. How
Spirit,
would you define
it
love?
will change things. Not always.
True love is agape.
Mostly you
which is
fall into a
selfless
pile,
love.
sleeping
It's
with your
God's
boys.
love.
But sometimes
that's something
it
that
does.
we're commanded to have.
And
for
that's free
everyone.
will.
I don't choose to love my enemies.
That's
I just do.
crazy.
Sometimes I wish I could just hate some people, but I can't do it.
free will.
I wish I could choose to do that, but I can't. That's agape.
I guess I have hate for my
Okay,
enemies.
As
so
far as
can you give the
This is
definition of
not
agape
good.
love again?
God's
really
love,
hate 'em.
selfless love.
Selfless.
Also, I have no enemies.
All right. Determinism.
If I
there is
did
no
have
self.
enemies on the battlefield,
you would
I
have
mean,
selfless
you
love.
need a healthy
No,
respect.
no. You can't have
That's something that
selfless
was
love
learned
without
pretty
self.
quickly during the Great War on Terror. Is that
The
they
self is
got
your
respect
ego.
for the
And this is
Mujahideen
the real
real quick
this is the real key to all of this. It's
'Cause of
your
the way they
ego.
fought.
You can't possibly fathom that you're not in
Chalupa
control of
Medine.
everything. And
I don't know why
hurts
that's
people to.
That's just an ad hoc.
Guadalupe.
Well, no, I'm saying not just you. I'm saying
the
people
Fubahideen.
don't want to let go of free will because it makes you think that you're not in
Fubahideen.
control.
How can we follow a command without our own will?
And I don't believe that at all.
Like
I
ants.
believe that it completely destroys the nature of God, makes it incompatible. Determinism makes it incompatible with Christian God. These two worldviews cannot mesh.
That's fine. I see the same thing about. I think free will is a lie from Satan.
Well, let's get. Well, that's fine. I mean, you're determined in your worldview.
I was
to believe
determined
that.
to
You don't
think
know
that. I couldn't
You're
choose.
determined that.
I couldn't choose to believe anything else. I've tried.
Fuck.
What?
Actually, well, go ahead.
Agape love. It's selfless love. All right, we can do. You've already agreed this. We
Yeah,
can
this is
only
the
do-
command to love your enemy, love your neighbor from God. It's a
Yeah,
command.
but what is love? It's self.
Love? True love is agape. Then there's philia,
No,
which
what
is friendship
is
or
love?
brotherly love. There's storge, which is familial love, and then there's eros, which is like getting it on. That's that lust.
You know, when you define a term, you're not supposed to use the term in the definition, right? I need you
What?
to define love without an act of will or the word love.
Agape.
That's God's will. So that's
Yes.
not us loving. That is God loving through us.
God is loving through us. Yes, I don't think
We don't
actually
love anybody.
without agape, all love is fake. It's just earthly, worldly, emotional, brain
Without free
chemistry,
will, all love
fizzling.
is. Without free will, all love is fake.
Except agape.
It's all illusionary. No, it's still illusionary. It's
Well, you already
selfless love.
said agape is a selfless love.
Yes, but I'm rejecting that there's a self. That is where there is no self. You're only acting by the will of God. That's the only
Right.
you don't
So
have
the
your
only
own will
true
to be
love is
yourself,
agape. All the other
Which-
loves are just emotional feelings that we have.
which again,
And
is
you don't
selfless
choose those
love.
either.
Selfless love is not possible. Therefore, agape love is not possible.
Eros, do you choose who you're attracted to?
Well, not necessarily.
You just get that feeling sometimes.
Sure.
Okay. Well,
There's
then you-
chemicals. There are
Could you-
influences. That's why I reject there is no influence, because sometimes serotonin gets up and you're more likely to make a decision in one direction versus another. But that doesn't mean that the chemicals are making the choice. It's still you making the choice. And
yes, but
I do
So
find
it-
will and choice synonymous.
you think will and choice are synonymous? Choice is a decision, an option, a selection. Will is agency, faculty.
I think I had
so
a good point
Schopenhauer
about
said
that.
You can will your
The
choice,
free
but
will.
you can't will your will. So like
Well, yeah,
my
well,
will informs my choices, but what informs my will?
Willpower.
Well, I mean, there's a lot that.
If you have a
influences
lower
your will.
willpower,
There's
do
a
you have
whole
less free
history,
will?
Your
Well,
entire history.
need, want, and force.
This is why I reject the philosophical
cool.
definition of free will, because there is no acting without an influence, and that influence could be
It's
intent,
kind of gay.
right? It could be intent. That's an influence, you would say.
Intent is an influence.
If you intend to do something, that could influence you to do that thing.
Yeah, but see, we could go into infinite regress with all this. Why do you have that intent?
I need you to. I mean, I need you to answer the question. The intent is.
Intent just sounds like another word for will. So why
Okay.
do you have that intent?
You have an intention to do something, but that doesn't necessarily
Or yeah,
mean
maybe yeah, like intent is like potential will. It's before you lead
Yeah.
up.
But so if you have intention, you can't have will.
Well, intention could be like a want.
Yeah.
So this is my argument is that our will is influenced by our wants, our needs, and our force. And we don't choose what we want. Like, could you choose to just stop? I don't know if you have a family, and I'm not trying to like make it personal or anything, but could you
That's fine.
choose to just stop loving your family right now? It's
No.
okay. You can start again in 5 minutes because you have free will.
I don't. I
Okay.
mean, can I
Like,
choose? No, I can choose to abandon.
you can't
them.
freely will yourself to stop loving your family right now?
Well, no.
Okay.
How would-
Why?
How would you will yourself to stop loving someone?
I don't. Well, you're the one who believes in free will, not me.
Yeah, but I don't think this is.
I
an
don't think
attack
you
on free
can.
will. This is a limitation. Doesn't
I
mean
think
it doesn't exist.
even if you choose Fruity Pebbles over Cocoa Pebbles in the morning, it's because you want the Fruity Pebbles more than the Cocoa Pebbles. But why do you want that?
All right. Well, hold on. What if it's the last bowl and your daughter also wants the Cocoa Pebbles, so you give them to her, even though you wanted the Cocoa Pebbles. You
Your
gave it
want
to
to
your
be
daughter instead.
your want to be a good father overweighs your want to eat the Fruity Pebbles, so you give her the last bowl.
Well, so
But
this
what-
is just competing desires.
Yes, your wants, your needs, or force, and you don't will those
Hmm.
things.
So your desire is the same as your will.
Yeah, desire is part of it. Like, where do your desires come from? Why do you desire things?
Well, if we have no will, then we can't desire anything. If will and desire is the same thing.
No, I'm saying if desires want, need, and force inform our will. Our will informs our choice.
Or
So if
will
you-
makes the choice. I mean, you can. Yeah, I guess you informs and makes the choice.
So every choice you make, it's going to come down to you either wanted it, you needed it, or you were forced to do it. And
So-
all of those things are outside of your will. You don't will your wants, you don't will your needs. If you get hungry and you go eat, you didn't will that. Now you could do a hunger strike
Well,
and not eat because
Aristotle did have an interesting bit about this, and I did find it. To me, it's unconvincing, but for you,
Say
about
Aristotle.
kind of
Aristotle.
works for
Say
you. It
Aristotle.
says
Like,
that
but
if
like
you put a man
Chipotle.
that is equally hungry and equally thirsty, halfway between the point of eating and drinking, he must necessarily sit there and starve to death.
Aristotle.
this is a bird on's ass. So yeah,
Yeah,
the-
yeah, it is a play on that.
yeah.
Vice versa. I don't remember which, but
Yeah, I think Birdon fixed it because the problem was Aristotle said food and water. Well, you get thirsty before you get hungry. You need water before
Yeah.
you need food, so you would choose the water. But in
But
Birdon's ass, it's
if you're equally thirsty and equally hungry, on the
right.
brink
That's
of
the
death,
quote.
you must necessarily sit there until you die.
Yeah, if
Given
two
the
options
determinism.
are perfectly equal, and you need both of
Aristotle,
them
dude.
equally, the will not break the deadlock.
Oh, it's a little
You have to wait
retarded,
till
but
you have
it
information
sounds funny.
to decide which one.
Yeah, but
So if a
you're
donkey has
Aristotle?
2 piles of
if you're
perfectly
5 seconds
Aristotle.
from death, then
Aristotle.
nothing happens. You must necessarily sit there and die. Does that make any sense whatsoever?
No, it's just it's like a philosophical quandary. If you know,
Well, yeah, it tests the
There's
logic
going
of
to be-
determinism.
there's gonna be
prior
something that's
influences.
gonna make you choose
What?
one or the other. So maybe I pick the one on the right because my right leg is a little
I
longer
love how
than
you
my
say
left
I
leg.
pick.
Yeah, well, I'm putting myself in the hypothetical. If my right leg's a little longer than my left leg, I might pick the one on the right because I can get there a little easier.
Well, no, the
Or
hypothetical is all things being equal.
maybe chemicals in my brain say that I don't like the left side, so I
All things
favor
being
my
equal.
right side.
The hypothetical is set up in such a way that
I
all
know.
things being equal.
I know that's what I'm
So there
saying is
wouldn't be a
if
my
all
left leg
things
is
are
longer
equal,
than
you
my right.
can't you won't be able to choose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Does that make that makes perfect sense to you that you will sit there and die because you won't go eat or drink because you can't make up your mind to which one you should go do? That makes sense to
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, I think something is going to happen that's going to make us choose one or the other. And we
All
might not
things
even
being
understand
equal.
it.
You just keep removing yourself from the hypothetical and then saying, yeah, I would choose one. But
I
in
know.
the
Well, yeah,
hypothetical, you
I'm
can't.
agreeing that yes, unless some chemistry happens in our brain that makes us pick one or the other, we're just going to sit there.
And that makes sense to you. That makes sense. Have you ever been able to see this in history?
Oh, people do have free will.
Well, no, because we've never not. There's always
you
been
can
an
just-
influence. So you would have to take away. This is why in my opening I said did the Twilight Zone thing because it's like if you have 2 doors to choose and there's nothing, everything's equal. You can't go in either door. There's gonna have to be something. To
Maybe
break
you have
the
free
deadlock.
will because you can choose
called
how you
free will.
react.
or it's just called your brain fizzling, the wind blows, maybe
Yeah.
the way you grew up, your friends, your family, all these influences throughout your life, or maybe it's God.
You did get away from love. So I don't
I
think that you
answered love.
understand. No, I don't think you're understanding my actual critique. That there is no self, so that you cannot selflessly love anything. You
No,
also
if
every
there
time you
is no
define
self,
love,
all
you
you can
use
do
love
is
in the
selflessly
definition.
love. If God commands us to love everyone and there is no self, there's no ego, we are just children of God, then all we have is selfless love.
We are hands of God.
And we're forced to have it
So it's
unless you're
God loving other people.
unless
We are
Satan is
that
your
means
daddy.
that means we're not the ones loving. It is God doing the loving. It's one
Yes.
way. It's one way.
Yes, God's
There's-
love works through us.
And we cannot love back.
And we don't choose that either.
No, no, I'm saying we
we
can't.
were chosen. God chooses
can't
us
love back.
before we're ever born.
That gets into predeterminism and some of the Calvinistic
Goes into the elect.
retardation. Yeah.
It's retardation. It's in the Bible like 1,000 times, but okay.
No, I'm saying the interpretation obviously it's bad interpretation because it is more plausibly explained in the other direction, and if it clicks with the rest of Scripture, it doesn't completely make everything incoherent. What is the point of divine revelation, for instance, if it could just be?
I don't know because I don't
determined, everything
decide
could
when
be
it
determined.
happens.
I'm not asking you to decide when it could happen. I'm asking you what the point in it would be. Why wouldn't we just be determined to have the revelations?
I don't know. God decides. That's up to him.
Yeah, but God decides everything.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know.
Everything. That
Yeah, I
means he
agree.
decides evil. That means we don't make a choice. That means we can't love anybody else. It's not that there is no self, therefore it's selfless love. It's there's no self, so we can't love. There is no me to love anybody.
Yeah, you don't love. God loves through you.
Okay, so if I can't love, then how are we to follow the commandments?
I mean, you
Of
can
loving
have
thy
like
neighbor and loving the Lord thy God, unless you're saying that God loves us and through us loves himself.
you can do it because you have no choice to do it. If you're a son of God, you have no choice. You're commanded to. It's your father's
You
will.
keep asserting that, but I need you to actually answer to these incredibly big theological problems that this posits. You're just completely ignoring any theological implication this has whatsoever. What is the point of Jesus?
Mm,
What was the point of the crucifixion?
to do his father's will and to come to earth. And this goes
Which was
into
to
the
thwart his own will by making Adam and Eve bring sin into the world, bring sin and death into the world. God is the reason that sin and death is in the world. You are saying that God is responsible for that. Because he's the only moral agent that's
Yeah.
possible.
That's what I quoted. Yeah, I quoted it to you from
Okay,
Isaiah.
that is not the Christian God.
God created the light and the darkness, peace and calamity.
Uh-huh. But where does it say he created evil or he wills men to do evil? You cannot find any verse that says that.
Mm,
None.
I can find you when Pharaoh wanted to release the Israelites, God
He
hardened his heart to make an example out of him.
Uh-huh. And how does that mean that he made the choice for him?
And people might look at that and be like, that seems kind of evil.
To harden
That
his
seems
heart?
like a mean God. Like when
He-
God commands them to wipe out the Amalekites, people will look at that and say, that sounds like a pretty evil God. Now, I don't have that problem because I know that's just part of the plan that was determined to happen, that had to happen. So I don't have a problem with the problem of evil. But you do because
No, the problem of evil resides in you because you say that both God is both good and evil. Therefore, he cannot be the
What?
perfect being. He's not a
Who's
perfect
saying
being
that?
anymore.
You don't say
Why?
that.
Breaks the attributes of God.
why
Because
does
he has to be all good.
what you have to be all good to be perfect? Maybe perfection is a little
Yes,
bit
that
of
is one of the attributes. That's
no,
one
that
of
would
the
be
omnis.
omnibenevolence. And I said,
Yeah.
I don't know when they added that one, but it
No,
used to be
there's three,
omnipotent,
but there's
omnipresent, and omnipotent. But now they've
another one.
added omnibenevolent.
It is omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. All right.
Yeah.
So
But people now say omnibenevolent.
Yes, but that is
which means all
because
good.
yeah, that's because it falls within the where is it? I'm trying to
Say
find it because I was
what?
just reading this right
What?
before.
Am I allowed to smoke
Uh,
on your stream?
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only drugs that I'd say not to, but yeah, cigarettes. I don't
Not
know.
drugs. It's not drugs. Don't worry.
I cannot remember. I had looked for it, but I didn't actually put it in my notes. Um, it it's there's all powerful, all good, and all knowing.
No, it's omnipresent. It's everywhere all the time. Omnipresent.
Yeah.
Omnipotent, all powerful.
Yeah.
And then omniscient, all knowing.
Yeah. So he's perfect knowledge.
Yeah. So he's
Well-
outside
Those
of
are
time
good,
and he
okay.
knows what's going to happen before it happens.
I,
So
and
unless you think you can prove God
That's
wrong,
true.
if God tells you you're going to die in a plane accident tomorrow and you have a flight to New York, even if you canceled your flight and hid under the covers of your bed, that plane would still crash through the roof of your house and kill you.
yeah, just because you don't control everything does not mean you don't have a will of your own. How are you making this connection?
I don't see how, if God knows everything and he's outside of time, unless you think you can prove him wrong, then how do you have free will?
Well, you can try to prove him wrong. People try to prove him wrong all the time
But do they?
People are wild,
Do they
dude.
No.
succeed?
because he's perfect. He can't be wrong.
Right. Okay. So it sounds like they don't have free, they can't even freely will themselves to do the opposite of what God says they're going to do.
Sorry, I'm trying to
I can
find
argue
this,
both sides of this,
answer
fuck.
for the omnibenevolence. I'm sorry.
It means all good. And I don't have a problem saying God is all good. But the problem
No,
is
when
we
you
should-
say he's
we have
all
a
evil too.
we have a misunderstanding. No, I'm saying he's perfect, and maybe perfection, there's what we see as evil is a part of that perfection. But God, and this is why I say what you meant for evil, God meant for good.
What you
So-
intended for evil, God meant for good.
This is us playing God. We're not supposed to have the knowledge of good and evil. Because once we get it, we think that we're God, and we think
How
that
did-
we know what's
how
right
did
and what's
we-
wrong.
How did we get it?
How did we get it?
Yeah,
How did we
okay.
get the knowledge of good and evil?
Eve
We got the
made
knowledge of
Satan
good and
her
evil
God,
by
and
fucking
Adam made
a snake,
Eve
dude,
his God.
slithering in your garden,
And
catching
the
you a
woman
mouse.
The woman followed the serpent, and the man
Yep.
followed the woman.
Yep, literally. Something, something,
And
Adam's
who's
rib,
the- who's the God of
etc.
Satan?
The God of Satan is God.
Okay.
Same
you keep
God.
saying,
You know what's kinda
keep
funny
stopping
is,
Satan as if his will, as if he has a free will to act on. We've already established that he's
Satan is
acting
the
on
god
will
of the
God.
earth.
Satan is acting on the will of God.
And it's kind of
God
like,
is his
I don't
own
know,
rebellion.
under God, of course.
God
And
of
so, like,
Satan.
that's crazy, dude.
Yes.
Yeah, unless I say that angels have free will.
Well, yes, but then you'd be special pleading.
No, I've been telling you I don't know about angels. I've never met an angel.
No.
Actually, I think I did one time, but that's another story for another day.
I
you
mean, I'm right.
said-
I'm right here. I'm right here.
You said that because God knows what the angels will do, they are determined to do it. You keep trying to move the goalposts here, JS.
No, I keep telling you I don't know about angels, and you keep bringing up Satan doing God's will. Is Satan doing God's will? I don't know. That's tougher. But I'm talking about humans. Maybe
Yes,
God
but
gave the angels
humans-
free will, and they rebelled against him, and he's like,
You-
I'm not gonna make that mistake again. So
You
he
don't
didn't
get
give
to-
us free will.
You don't get to kick the buck to Satan for evil and then not explain how evil.
That's
how
a good
Satan,
point, kind of.
Isn't the father of evil, or is the father of evil in your?
That's actually a good
as
point.
opposed to God, because the will of Satan is the will of God. Everything
Yeah.
is the only will there is. The only uninfluenced will that there would be is God.
Sure, yeah.
And then you said,
And it's God's
intention-
will. It's God's will
inten-
that some people be children of Satan and do evil things.
And intention influences the will. Correct.
Intention influences the will. Yes, what your
Okay,
desires
so
and your wants
God-
influence your will.
God intended. For
Yeah,
all
weed
creation.
calms me down.
God intended for creation. Yes.
I forgot where I was going with that.
You were were linking intention to free will. You were
I'm tucking. I'm tucking.
when you made a decision.
I'm tucking.
So I'm
Oh
assuming that if
shit.
God's intention
I'm
was
tucking. I'm
creation,
tucking.
then therefore the intention would lead to the choice, the free will, so on.
Oh,
I'm assuming.
oh,
That that's where
because
you
he. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. He's
I'm
influenced by his
motherfucking
intention, and
tucking.
therefore does not have free will.
I'm gonna drink all 12
God is influenced by his
tonight. That was
intentions
bad.
and
I'm
doesn't have
leaving.
free will. Okay,
Because
yeah,
he's
I see what you.
influenced.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, but
Not
you're
all 12.
you're comparing.
Okay.
You're like making.
I want
this
open
to
dumpster
God
fire.
being
It's the only place we
comparing
truly
this-
exist as people.
No, you're not.
is that God
And we are
is.
made in His image, so that we are. We can. That's. I mean, it's deep theology, but if you get into it, it means that we are capable of reason. We are moral agents. We are not the same as a bear or a cat who are determined creatures. They can't. They
So-
do not have a free will of their own.
Yeah, I don't know. It just goes back to the way you answered the questions. We don't always have free will. We can lose it whenever. We don't control any of that. So
How does any of those
what's really
answers
free about
conclude
it?
we don't have free will?
you have agency, but it's not free. It's not. It's
Well, I
not
mean,
free of
It depends on how you're defining free in this instance.
any way that you define it. Whether we're and that's why and this is why I say free of consequence and benefits also. Because like maybe I want to punch somebody in the face, but I know that I'm gonna go to jail. Because did you mention accountability in your opening? I thought you might go
Yeah,
to how
moral responsibility or accountability, same thing.
Yeah. Okay. So to address that, the
'Cause you
reasons
couldn't
that
address anything else. Sure.
I have addressed it, but we're gonna start going in circles because I don't know how you're making these connections. That I need love. I need a free will to love when God commands me to love,
Be-
and it's a
because
selfless love.
because you won't follow the argument through. Again, love is a selfless act. When it says selfless, that doesn't mean a non-existent entity acts. It's incoherent when you a non-existent entity acts. That's not what selfless means. Selfless means without regard to oneself,
Without regard to oneself.
ignoring the ego. I mean, that's perfect. That's perfectly
Okay.
acceptable as well. But you're equivocating.
But I also said agape is
non-existence with
God's.
ego
I also said agape is God's love.
to us,
Yes.
but no other love is possible.
I don't really like the definition selfless. That's just what the dictionary or what the translation from Greek will
Well,
tell you.
It
or
doesn't
Latin or
matter
whatever it is.
what definition you use. You cannot define love outside of an act of will and without using the word love. You can't define it in any way without those two things.
Okay, well, so then you do it. How do you define love? What is love? Tell me.
The love is to will the good of another.
Love is to will the good of another.
Yes.
I don't agree with that, but
No
but
shit, you're a determinist.
I could love if I love my enemy and I have to go to war with them and finish them, I still love them, but sometimes you got to remove some heads. That's love.
Yeah, and there's no contradiction in that with free will. In determinism, there's a contradiction. You're not loving your enemy. You are not loving anything. God is loving. All love comes from God. It doesn't
Yes.
come from anywhere else. So we're not capable of loving. So we can't follow the basic commandments given by Jesus, as summarized by Jesus.
No,
So-
you can't. See, what do you keep? I've already addressed this. I said, if God is the one loving through us and we're commanded to love our enemies and we're children of God, we have no choice but to love our enemies. Even if I don't want to, I have to, and I
No,
can't
there
even
are
help.
plenty of people who don't love their enemies.
I
We're
know.
not forced
Well,
to love
Buddy.
Their enemies.
if you hate one person, you hate all people.
That's a boy.
Complete non sequitur. Had nothing to do with what I just said.
Those people that don't love their enemies, they hate everyone.
Yes, but we're commanded to love. They couldn't have chosen otherwise. And then they are condemned based off of choices they can't help but make. God is making people sin, making people do evil things. And
Do
then
I hate my
punishing them
enemies?
for the evil he is making them
What
do.
the fuck are
There
enemies?
there goes justice.
Just any
Let's just
detractor or
use justice.
opposition force?
Well, justice in the accountability issue, we're all guilty. We're all worthy of death. Jesus took care of the accountability.
We're not worthy of anything. We haven't done anything to be worthy of praise or damnation. We haven't done anything.
You still done things just because it
We
was
can't
determined
will
to. Yeah, you didn't will it. God willed it.
Yes, therefore, it's His will being done. We're punished
Mhm.
for His will.
Yep.
For-
Just like
for-
Jesus. Jesus said the
for
same thing. Not my will, your will be done.
For doing the will of God, He punishes us. Because He wills us to do
No,
stuff,
if you're doing the will of God, he's not going to punish you.
we have no choice but to do the will of God. If we
Right.
don't have free,
Because
JS,
you were
it's a
because
blatant
we-
contradiction.
I don't see how it's a contradiction.
Because you can't.
I think
do
you
anything-
contradicted yourself like 1,000 times in that cross exam, but
No, I didn't. I just answered the question. You're acting as if all those answers are incompatible with free will. They're not incompatible with
are.
free will. No, they're not. Just because you sleep doesn't mean you don't have free will. Just because I can't leap a building doesn't mean I don't have free will. This is
well, no, but you could lose your free will against your will, and you don't decide when that happens. Somebody
No,
else
no,
could
you-
determine that to
you
happen.
don't lose your free will.
Shit, man.
You
Am I going on
lose
this
your ability
fucking
to
panel?
act on your free will.
I don't wanna,
If somebody chains me up and puts me,
but
in a
I'm gonna
prison,
anyways. And that's free
I
will.
will to get out, but I can't make. I don't have the ability to will that. It's still
Right.
my will to do it.
Because you're being forced.
Yes, coerced,
Hmm.
and it's not. It's not a free will choice. It's a
That's
coerced.
what,
into
that's
doing
what I
it.
Brother,
said. If
little
there's
brother
force
boy, dude.
involved, then you don't have free will if there's force involved.
What are you doing, dude?
No, you don't have the ability to act on your free will.
Yeah, it seems like
Oh,
it's
that's a
like
little
a
cat.
comforting illusion to me. You think you have free will, but
That's a
you've-
boy.
I think you've demonstrated you don't. You can do like philosophical things like, oh, you can't love without free will, but I've already told you it's not me loving.
Therefore, you can't love. You JS, come on, man.
Right. Okay.
You're
Yeah,
killing me,
that's
dude.
fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah,
Then you can see that you can't love.
sure.
Then we can't follow the commandments as
I
well.
am a
10th minute mile for
sociopath,
that.
so I can't love. You're right.
No, you colloquially, everybody. Nobody is capable of
Ooh,
loving
cutie.
someone.
That's that boy.
Right, I agree.
Then we can't follow the commandments given by Jesus, and we're condemned for not being able to do that. It's impossible for us to fulfill the commandments of Jesus, which you would assume would be His will, but
Oh,
since His will is also
Jesus.
to not do it if He chooses for that person to not
Ooh,
do that.
Jesus.
Dude, it's
No, don't bite
completely
me.
incoherent.
Thank you.
You're not making any sense
Thank you.
anymore.
I don't know
Thank
how
you
to
for
make it
not
more clear
biting
to
the
you.
shit out of me.
You can't.
That would have
Yes,
sucked.
bro. You can't make it more clear to anybody. It's nonsensical. You cannot demonstrate a married bachelor. It's not possible. It's a contradiction.
Whoa.
I froze up.
Oh, I know.
You got me. But it's not. I don't feel like. It does, I'm not getting how the connection is made. That yes, if I'm commanded to love, if God knew me before I was born, and He knew and He chose me, I didn't choose Him, and He's loving through me, and I'm commanded by Him to do His will and to love my enemy. It's not me loving; it's God loving through me,
So you keep
and I
you
have no
keep-
choice over that.
we keep attacking these the presuppositions that you keep bringing into you right there. There was a bunch of presuppositions that you brought in. I've attacked each one of those and showed
Yes,
that
and I
there
don't
is-
choose my presuppositions. That's what I said earlier.
Come here. Come
so
here,
you
good
can't
boy.
reason.
Come here, good boy. Come here.
Sure.
Come on. Let's
Let me just
go.
concede. I can't reason.
Little
I
animal.
can't know anything. I can't love people. That's fine. I'm
Then
fine
what
with
the
that.
fuck is the point of debate?
But neither can you because you don't have
Now
free
it's
will.
a performative contradiction. Come on,
just-
JS.
You just think you have like these arguments are. I know you think they're real deep because Jay Dyer said them one time, but
I
but,
haven't heard Jay Dyer. I mean, I have heard, but I haven't used anything he's talked about yet.
but this is not like. I mean, I already told you. I addressed knowledge. I know through observation and divine.
You've already
revelation,
conceded you don't know anything.
neither which I choose. I love commanded by God. God loves through me. That's how I love without free
Therefore,
will.
you don't love. It's God loving, not you.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
Okay, you're conceding the debate, JS.
I'm not conceding the debate. I'm conceding that
You're conceding
there's
that it
no
destroys
self
the
and that
nature of
there-
God.
how is It's God's will. God wills it.
God wills everything.
Yes.
He wills evil.
Yeah. Sure. Your version,
And
what you
for
think
doing
evil is.
God's will,
What
we
you
are
think evil
punished.
is.
No.
Yeah.
Evil, period. Not what I think it is. What?
No, it's what you think evil is.
No. What we can just use what God thinks evil is. He wills that stuff too, right? Or
Yeah,
does
he
not
said he
will?
created it.
Okay,
He
then.
said he created the light
he
and the
didn't.
darkness, peace
he
and
didn't.
calamity.
You
He
keep-
did.
Where did he say he created evil?
I've given you multiple examples.
No, you've
I've given
me
you
the
the
same one
example.
about light and
I've
darkness.
given you the example of
peace and
Pharaoh. I've given you
calamity.
the example of Joseph and his brothers. I've given you the Isaiah verse.
These are interpretations
God.
you've taken
God.
to be evil. Now you're doing
Damn.
you're using your idea of what evil is.
You think
Even though it's
Judas could have
completely
chosen not to sell out Jesus?
He could have chosen otherwise.
That seemed pretty evil, right?
Yeah, he could have chosen otherwise.
He could have chosen otherwise.
God sold himself out.
That's
Ain't that
crazy.
crazy?
But
Yeah, that's crazy.
no, that's crazy. That's
God-
crazy to think that
God
Judas could have done
crucified
otherwise, because
himself.
then none
God
of this would have came to
crucified
fruition.
himself.
All the
Well, one at a time.
all the
God
prophets.
You gotta say
crucified
that's
himself
crazy.
because to forgive us of the sins that God has committed.
Oh, brother.
You've
No, I don't
completely
see how-
destroyed the nature of God. It's completely gone.
You.
Because your nature
I'm
of God is built
bored
around
as
this idea of
fuck.
free will.
No, it's not. It's a entailment. In order for God's divine will, which is all good, he does not. In my worldview, he does not will evil. There's plenty of scripture that shows.
Oh, what?
What you're doing is you're extrapolating out and trying to philosophically fill back in how God must be in order to fit the determinist worldview that you've concluded or determined to conclude. So there's no reason. You're not reasoning through any of this. It's all just determined, which is why.
Oh,
argument-
B,
You don't
brother.
have an
Through
argument
quite
to
a
tell anybody that they ought do anything.
It's not my job to tell people what they ought to do.
I'm fucking bored.
Would you tell people?
This is fucking
to not
boring.
vote?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say, but
You're telling people what ought not to do, what they ought not.
No illegal
just
killing.
because God said that.
No
I
illegal
don't make
killing.
that rule.
God made the person murder. Why would God,
God
tell you
made
to
the-
do something that He does? Not to do something that He makes you do. That doesn't make any sense. And
'Cause
then
he-
condemns you on the basis that you've
Because
done what
he's
He
the
made
moral
you do.
lawgiver, not me. What are you talking about?
There is no morals. There's no good and evil.
You keep showing that this is all about thinking that you're in control and God's not. But you said that God is in control.
Hold on. I'm going to read this part in my opening statement because it lays it out
Set
just
crazy
as
people.
I want to. We are commanded by God to love. Determinism precludes the
That's
possibility.
safe.
This is like God commanding us to breathe underwater or to accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior without the will to do so. But even if it were granted, this conclusion puts forth another issue within determinism. If it's not my will acting within the world, making all of my life decisions, then whose will am I acting on? Whose will is being enacted through every action and decision of the hosts of heaven before the rise and fall of Lucifer? Whose will is being enacted through Eve and then Adam? If we don't have free will, then God's will is the only will. This position is a complete defeater of any distinction between good and evil because it's all the will of God, and the will of God is good. Therefore, the will of God cannot be evil. Therefore, God cannot will evil.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so blatant contradiction right there. That's a
No, it's not a
blatant-
contradiction. The problem is you don't realize that you're not supposed to have the knowledge of good and evil. If you were perfect, you would not have the knowledge of good and evil.
God gave me
That's
the
why
God gave in your paradigm it's incoherent. God gave Himself the knowledge of good and evil.
no, God has the knowledge of good and evil. We ought not have the knowledge of good and evil because God said so.
But God
God
gave it
said,
to us
"Do
anyway.
not eat of
But
this
God
fruit."
gave it to us anyway.
No,
God is all of everything.
Whose
He
will
knew
was
you'd
Adam and
fuck
Eve
up.
acting
yes,
on?
God put.
Doesn't mean
God
you
put
don't have
Satan
free
there.
will.
God knew, and this was how the story was going to play. So this is God is
So
the
God
author of
willed
everything.
Satan. So God willed Satan.
Just say
and
all
have
of everything. It
and
sounds way
only do stuff.
lit, way more
You've
litter.
already said that the will of God is good, correct?
It's good, yes, but again, this is going to go towards your knowledge of good and evil. So when you say good, you think good means flowers and roses and dandelions and frolicking through a meadow. But good could also be freaking Saul wiping out the Amalekites.
Yes.
Good,
Because it was the will of God.
good is Jesus being crucified.
Okay, so wiping out the Amalekites was good, correct? Because it was the will of God.
Judas selling out Jesus
Was good because it was the will of God.
Yes.
I've only read the Old Testament. I'm not gonna lie,
So
not
there
even
is
all of
no
it yet.
evil.
But I am
What
learning
is evil then?
little bitties at a time.
I don't know. You're the one that has the knowledge of good and evil. I don't want that.
So you don't have the knowledge of good and evil? You're sinless?
I don't think I do. Well,
I mean, in your
no.
paradigm, you are sinless. You've only acted according to the will of God. So
Well,
you
I'm
have never
righteous.
committed
I'm
you're
righteous
not
because
righteous.
of Christ.
You're not righteous. No, you're not right. You're not you. There is no you. You are a puppet for God.
Yes.
That's like saying Kermit is a being that can do anything. Kermit
Call me
can't do
Kermit.
anything.
Call me God's little Kermit.
Okay, so you aren't doing anything. You can't follow commandments. You can't do evil.
Yeah,
You
I mean,
can't do good.
sure.
Okay, so there is no distinction between good and evil. So how do we have the knowledge of it?
You shouldn't.
That's not the question.
I don't know. I mean, I think you think you have the knowledge of it.
You think you don't.
have the
You
knowledge
think
of it.
you
but
don't.
You don't.
Is this what this was resorted to? Just you think that's what you think? That's what you think.
I think JS, you had mentioned in your opening statement, I believe, some more scientific level of things, maybe like a biological or something to that
Yeah.
degree about determinism. Did you want to tap into? I don't believe we've really tapped into that. If you wanted to go down that route, maybe.
I
We
like going
brushed
down that
on it.
route.
We brushed on it just slightly,
Yeah.
talking about serotonin and dopamine and
Mhm.
stuff. But sure, if you want to go into that.
Yeah, well, yeah, and things like kids who were born with some sort of, or anybody who has some sort of brain defunction, they would not have free will. The Charles Whitman guy, the Texas Tower sniper, he had a tumor in his brain, and he went out and shot a bunch of people, and they said that messed with his brain so that he didn't have control of things. So
Aaron Hernandez with CTE and
mhm. So if these things can happen and we could lose our free will against our will, then how is it really free will? Even if I
because
grant you that we have will, it's not free will. You could call it consequential will. You could call it limited will, sometimes will, adult will, because kids don't have it.
so you're
But you
pointing
call
out
it free will.
you're pointing out exceptions to where people do have the influence CTE or the brain tumor for the other guy or children who aren't fully developed mentally. Um, but none of this demonstrates that we do not have a free will. This just demonstrates that there are limitations to free will. So how are
Yes.
you completely dismissing free will through biology?
Because if those limitations are outside of our control, then it's not free will.
Everything is outside of our control.
I agree. So you don't have a free will because everything's outside of
No,
our
no.
control.
Everything's
Everything's influenced.
absolutely no sense. How is me not being able to control the price of hot dogs in San Francisco mean I don't have free will? That is a huge fucking leap. What does one have to do with the other?
No, but how does you not being able to go kick your dog in the head right now? How do you have free will? You couldn't will yourself to.
Because I love my dog, which is not
Right.
possible in your worldview.
Well, I think loving animals is not really a real thing anyway. But
Hello.
but
Well, I'm sure that there's a
Paradigm, do we have free will?
of animals,
pets.
there's not.
Well, there's one for your cousin. There's one for your wife. There's one for your parents. So there are.
There's not one for animals.
Hell yeah.
Well, I haven't looked into it, but I'm pretty sure there is.
Well,
If
anyway,
we're gonna get that specific. or one that at least
Yes, you
encompasses the
couldn't
category
will
of animals.
yourself. You love your dog, and that love of your dog influences you.
Wait,
to
you
not
don't love
kick
your
dog
dogs?
in the head. I mean, I love my
What are
dog,
you
but
doing?
I don't know.
Oh,
Just chilling,
you are
watching a
contradiction
debate.
machine tonight.
Why are you at
I
200%?
tell you
That
what,
was
I've
you
already
rumbling.
said that love is fake.
What?
Yeah, you know,
Yeah, I'm
It's all
deaf.
fake. It's all
I'm a
illusion.
flawed human.
No, I can't hear anything.
It's like Gnosticism. It's essentially Gnosticism now.
How are you now?
You're just everything's determined. So
I
it
don't
doesn't
know.
You're-
come
Put
from
your
Gnosticism.
labels on stuff. It's
YouTubes.
Calvinism.
You
It's
would be a heretic to the
Gnosticism. It's
Gnostics.
Muslim. But you can't will yourself to
Veto.
want to kick your dog. You couldn't.
No, but I
then-
can will myself to kick my dog. I can't.
Think-
Oh, this is the free will one.
Can.
Yeah, I wanted
your
to see this so bad.
instincts,
I want to see the
reactions,
open panel
they just
dumpster fire
react to
because
these things.
I think
happen
JS is
without
having a
willing.
debate against like what he
All of
believes
your-
in. That's a hard
all of your
debate,
bodily
and I'm
functions.
interested in learning that
Same
side. I
thing
think it's
happens
easy
when
to
you
defend
play
what you
chess.
believe in.
Yeah,
Generally,
when
I
you
did a
learn to
debate
play
yesterday. I had a pretty good one, but it was
eventually you stop
easy
thinking
for me
about
because it's such an
how you
obvious
just
topic:
play.
corporal punishment in
Yes,
school.
muscle memory,
Like,
training,
and so this Brit
knowledge
motherfucker who's on the other side, he
of
just
the- of
he chose to
tasking
be the
you.
opposition, and it's like shit, man. Like that's gonna be a toughie,
So they're
depending
being
on who
mindful.
is on the other side. And I
You're
was,
not
and I
getting
don't believe in
better at
that.
anything.
Practice.
No,
muscle
dude, it's
memory,
corporal punishment,
training.
dog. It's simple.
And this is
Why do
what
you think we have school
this
shootings?
is what
Yeah,
we're
no,
quoting
exactly.
with, 'cause I believe
What in?
you know,
Well,
I
no, it just comes down to
grew
the
up in
parent. It's the
church,
parents'
went to Christian school,
like
read
reaction
the Bible my whole
to
life,
take
did the
out.
Bible studies.
This
and
communication. The
always
school tells the
free
parent,
will,
the parent
free
beats the
will,
kid.
free will,
Bada
free
bing,
will.
bada boom.
Everywhere I went, all the pastors, all the denominations are always talking about free will. And I never even knew that it was an option to not believe in that. And then I heard something and it clicked in my head, and now I can't.
Somehow you reasoned without reason. You reasoned your way to determinism.
Yeah, I don't
back to
know what
leveling.
happened. I didn't will it.
I
It
want to
just
say
happened.
it's my true
When I
belief
first
that heaven
heard
and hell are
you
on
don't
earth,
have a
and
free
you
will, I
create it.
thought, that's stupid. When I play chess, I think 3 moves ahead.
And like, damn.
And then I
Heaven's
realized
above. Hell is underneath.
that I just suck at chess because really pros aren't thinking 3 moves ahead. They have an algorithm in their head and they know if then. If I do this, then he does this. If I do this, then he does this. If he does this, then I do this. And they know the best move to make, so they just make it.
Yeah.
And if they don't know the best move to make, they make a different move. And
They
then
choose to
lose.
make a different. That's correct. They choose to make a different move. Okay.
Yes, but there's going to be, so they're going to analyze the board, they're going to look at the situation, and they're going to choose to make the best move based
They're
off
not analyzing anything. They're just determined to do it. There's no analyzing. There's just the illusion of analyzing.
yeah, that's fine.
You have to
From
have free
God's
will to
perspective,
analyze.
yes. From our perspective, for practicality reasons, for computational irreducibility,
can't-
we don't know the future. So we feel and we act as if we have free will because we don't know the future. But if I had a machine that could read every single variable in the whole universe, kind of like God, then I could predict what you're going to do next. If
No,
I
you
could,
couldn't.
if I could,
How could you possibly predict a divine revelation?
okay,
Without divine
God
revelation.
could, but God could.
Destruction again.
Yes, this is why I said computational irreducibility, because these things are irreducible to us because we don't have a machine that could figure out all these variables. But God knows all the variables and he knows what's going to happen next. So he knows when you're going to have a divine revelation. He decides when you're going to have a divine revelation. You don't decide that. God decides that. You can't freely will that.
Therefore, you can't, knowing all variables within the universe, be able to predict
Right,
divine
right.
revelation.
I know. This is a hypothetical. If you had a computer, let's call this computer God, that knew everything in the whole universe forever, then it could predict the next thing you're going to do. It would already know the next thing you're going to do because it would be God.
Except God is actually God.
Right.
So
I
it's
know.
disanalogous.
Yes, this is why it's computational irreducibility. We couldn't possibly ever make a computer that could be like God. But if we could, then it would. If we could make a computer, if we could make a
If
computer,
boys
that-
could be girls, they would. What?
Well, I don't
Yes.
know.
Yes. If the nature of things were not as such, then the nature of things would not
Yes.
be as such.
Yes,
A equals
if it
A.
were possible to build a computer that could analyze every single variable that's ever happened in all of the universe and knew where every molecule was and every effect and every cause throughout all the universe, that computer would know what's going to happen next. That computer
Except
is God. But we're never going to make that, of course.
no, a
We can't
computer
make
is
a
a
computer that
created
is
thing.
God,
God
but-
is uncreated.
I know.
That's why it's disanalogous.
No,
The
I'm
computer is
saying this
restricted to
this
the
computer
physical
is
world.
impossible.
Yes,
That's
I
why
agree.
that's why knowing the future is computationally irreducible. If they have computers in video games that reduce computations down. So in a video game, I think we've talked about this before, but if I'm playing a game of pool in a video game and I shoot the ball, then the computer already knows where all the balls are going to land, but it still shows you an animation. You could skip that animation and just go to the end, and the balls are where they land.
Yeah, it's
That
the
would
same
be
thing with like slot machine, like electronic
Yes.
slot machines. I used to work.
yeah.
in
You
s-
watch the things go by, but the
It'll
machine
pop
already
up-
knows.
Yeah, before it does all the spinning, it'll pop up how much you want due to certain
Right.
laws in certain states.
Yes.
It'll say you won $4, and then it'll play through the animation of how you won the $4.
Right,
Um,
right. So that is computationally reducible. I'm saying the universe is computationally irreducible because we could never have a machine that could
It's
get all
wild.
these variables. If we had that machine,
I
that
don't
machine
disagree
would
with
be
any of
God.
this. Okay, so if you
It's
could do the
fucking 9,000
impossible,
degrees in
impossible
here.
would be possible.
Yeah. Well,
You're not
Well, the-
saying anything, JS.
I'm saying that since we don't know the future, but God does, we act and we live as if we have free will. But God, if
No, no,
God already
that
knows
is
what I'm going to
just-
do tomorrow,
that's
then I don't
just
really
the
have free
assertion.
will.
That's
It's
just,
just an
the assertion.
illusion.
You're not demonstrating that having foreknowledge of what will happen means you caused it to happen. How are you smashing these two things together?
Because
I know how a movie ends. That does not mean that I made it in that way or
did you
made any
did
of the
you
choices
write
in there.
did you write and direct and produce the movie?
No.
Well, God did.
Well, yes. In your worldview, yes. Even evil, which is what makes it entirely incoherent.
Yeah, what kind of story is a story without an antagonist? That'd be a lame story.
What story doesn't
That's
have an
the-
antagonist?
How would we know a curved line if we didn't? How would we know a straight line if we never saw a curved line? That's C.S. Eliot's book.
Determination.
De-
That's how you would know anything. Knowledge is not possible. You still haven't demonstrated how knowing the end means that you caused the end. You just keep asserting that it is so. Or do you believe that God is limited if we were to have free will?
because God created everything, and God is outside of time, and He's
Mhm.
all knowing, and He's all powerful.
Mhm.
So,
So does that mean
he-
he's powerful enough to create free
This was in
agents
my
that
opening.
can still play out the things that he has predestined?
Yes, this was in my opening. He determined the end from the beginning.
Yes.
Okay, so He causes that to happen, and He knows when it's going to happen.
No. He knows what he causes to happen. Okay, well,
But he
sure,
doesn't know
causes the
what-
thing he knows he causes to
He
happen.
doesn't know what He doesn't cause to happen.
No, yes, no, he does know what he doesn't cause to happen.
He does know what He doesn't cause to happen.
Yes. Just like when I watch a movie, I know what I didn't cause to happen.
Well, what causes it to happen? Just our free will.
Even the director doesn't know, even though he knows how it's going to end.
Zion,
The
he's
director
going
of a
forever.
movie, the one that does do the directing and the producing.
Mm.
There's all the
Deuces.
times that actors go off
Peace.
and freely ad lib, and they keep
No.
it in the movie, which changes.
But no, yeah, but see, this is where you're messing up the analogy with the movie here. We're not Leonardo DiCaprio, we're Jack, and the movie has already been produced and directed and written. And it doesn't matter how many times you rewind it, we're still gonna fall off that raft.
Understand the assertion, JS. I'm not asking for you to reassert the position. I'm asking you to
No,
demonstrate
because you just
that
said
knowledge of a thing happening means you caused it to happen.
you just said the actors go. We're not talking about what Leonardo does in his free time. We're
Oh,
talking
shit,
about
I
the
have
character
not been
Jack
in
in
chat.
that movie
Yes.
can only do what he does
The
in the movie.
assertion is we are Jack in the movie.
Hmm.
I think one of you is talking.
Oh well. Oh, we back
Hello?
at it. Brah.
The
So-
movie
I just
is
had
already
somebody hit me up, so they're doing that Comic Con shit and ended at like 6 p.m. So this
Uh-huh.
dude, he probably went to the Comic Con.
Oh, no shit.
He made a
Mhm.
Facebook post earlier, like
I
asking about like
understand
anyone
both
selling raw cards, and I
analogies,
shot
but
a
we're talking about
comment in
different
there. I was like,
things.
oh yeah, shoot me a message. Like I got a lot.
I'm saying the movie's already.
So he shot me
made.
a message. Now I'm about to like start looking up prices
Like,
because
Well,
he's
no,
looking to
God
buy
already
anything
knows
over
how
like
the movie
$10
plays out.
ungraded.
That
God
doesn't mean
knows when the
already
world
made.
Badass.
Yes,
When
but that
God-
doesn't mean the world has already ended.
I don't know how you can say that he's not the cause. If God knows when you're going to
It's
die,
not on me to demonstrate that he is the cause when you're the one making the assertion that because he knows he must have caused. I know.
Should I be
that
looking
have
like
a birthday
TCG player
party-
just for
my
like
wife's
quick
throwing a birthday
pricing?
party for my kid tomorrow.
Yeah, that's pretty
Can I
good.
cause the birthday to
TCG
happen
player
just
generally,
because
for
I
sure.
know that it's going to happen.
no, but you're not God.
eBay sold.
No shit.
Pretty good.
So if God created everything and he decides the end before the beginning, then he's the cause. He's the cause of everything.
How? Please, how? That's what you keep just asserting the position, but you're not demonstrating how.
Oh, but I don't know how. I'm not God, but
Then how can you
I-
make the assertion?
but I can't see it any other way. It doesn't make sense.
Okay, that's the fallacy of incredulity. I don't give a shit how you could see it any other way. That's not what's in question. How you could see it any other way.
You're accusing me of the fallacy of determinism, which is a fallacy in itself because
Determinism sounds
I'm not
fucking gay.
acknowledging
Does
free
that just
will,
mean
but
that
I
everyone,
believe
that
it's
you
free
just, really, it's just determined?
What?
It's
Occur
what?
only in one possible way.
You're saying that
Kind of Jay,
I'm
because you have the
doing-
Thousand
it's
Worlds
called the
hypothesis,
deterministic
you have the
fallacy.
alternate
Well,
reality
naturalistic
type
fallacy,
shit,
same fallacy.
or alternate
Yeah.
universe type shit, the parallel
and what
universe
that
shit.
means is that I'm not
The
acknowledging
branching. I
free
mean,
will.
determinism seems retarded
Well, you're
because of the double
acknowledging
slit
free will.
experiment.
I know because I don't believe in it. So that so I'm not doing that fallacy because that's a dumb fallacy. But
All right.
what-
So
Double
Um,
slit, double slit in chat.
this, I think, is a dead horse.
Like 66.
So we can try to push into somehow implications on society. Unless you've somehow miraculously been determined to come up with how
172.
God equals
2730.
Damn.
we'll have to move on because what else is there?
Yep. I don't know. I'm still gonna say God is the cause of everything. He's all powerful.
Yo,
He is the
laptop.
power.
Okay,
Yeah.
So
you're
God is
Yeah.
justified.
if you're justified in just making
Oh, that's like a
assertions
$5
without
card, dude.
justifying
So
or
who's the cause?
demonstrating,
Hell yeah.
then I am just going to assert that God gives us free will. So
$5
now we have
card,
two
you
competing
cry?
assertions.
That's fine. Yeah.
Get a
Okay. So if
good
God
one.
knows
Don't
that
have
you're
any
going to get murdered in 10
How's my,
years on
vault
January
looking there,
the 3rd
Typhoid?
at 5 o'clock,
I don't even remember.
and then
He pulled
it
the trigger?
happens, and God is all powerful. He
I
can
think you
stop me.
donated me. You had
Doesn't-
Yu-Gi-Oh cards,
Isn't
and you
he
gave them to me, you
the
hooker.
cause? I know you want to say the murderer.
Now they were
was the
Pokemon.
cause.
Wait, why didn't
So
Alex
Were
God
they?
knew
say
it was gonna
Shit, I
happen,
gotta go
and he
find
doesn't
it.
do anything to stop it. Isn't he truly the cause?
Wasn't Alex
Oh,
saying
it's one of the
right
drawer
now?
vaults.
Because
It's not a whole
free
shelfer like
agents have
cappers.
free.
And
Once
Ville's got a
God
little
starts
vaulter
intervening on
from
free
those new
will,
Chinese cards.
then it completely
Or no, that was Petar.
destroys
Ville
any
has
idea of
one
God.
box. I still will pull it or give
If
him
we
equivalent
cannot
value
act
just
according to the will of
for being
God,
an animal.
we cannot do good. We cannot be punished for not doing good.
We cannot be punished for not doing good.
It's
What?
God's will. To do
Yeah, we
evil
don't-
is God's will.
30.
You can be
No.
punished
If we were chosen by God before.
for not.
In that
You're
sense, I guess it would be God's fault. If God laid out everything to happen the way he did, he's pulling all the strings, and yes, he would be the cause.
Not
What are y'all playing?
New
That's where I'm
World.
coming from.
And
yes,
I have,
and that's
I
where
have
I'm coming
Oh,
from.
New World?
I've demonstrated for an hour and a half the absolute.
Typhoid, you're playing
lunacy
New World?
of this
No,
position.
no, I'm
It's
fucking playing
completely
fucking
incoherent.
Why? You
motherfucking goddamn
reasoned it
fucking.
out
I'm
just
watching
now. You just
fucking
figured it out.
this debate
Yeah,
about free will.
I've reasoned it out. There's no such
Just
thing
to
as
learn
reason.
about
Goodness.
how people
Granted,
debate
for a
free
second,
will.
I know you keep.
but
And it's
granted,
pretty
asserting
doggers.
that,
No,
But I'm
but
into
you-
it.
Even though you acknowledge that knowledge
That's
and
what's
reason
up.
comes from divine revelation.
Do we
which
have free
don't
will?
decide.
No.
We don't choose.
Yeah, we
that.
do.
God chooses it.
What? No, I never said that. I
Mm.
mean, knowledge can
Yeah.
come from.
Can you go
God.
outside and collect
I'm saying
rainwater?
that knowledge
Have
only
it. Go
comes-
ahead.
Can you go
Yeah.
fishing without a
Have a divine
license?
revelation. Right
Yes.
now. Tell me what your next thought's gonna be.
You'll get in
So
trouble for it.
You think that I can just will God?
Yeah,
to-
but you still have the free
I
will
don't
to do
think you
it.
can will anything.
No shit. So how do you expect me to will?
So do you?
Especially you.
That's
think
freedom.
that's-
We're lacking
don't.
that
I think
freedom, but
I
you
have
have the free
no-
will to do it.
how-
Like literally, you're totally right. That's
What's
so
your next thought
gay.
gonna be?
We can't even just fish wherever we
how
want
dumb that
anymore.
question is.
Like humans are
You
just
don't
being
know.
weirdos, and that's a
just
liberal
told you, what do you
concept. I
mean?
feel it's
You
not
ever have an intrusive
a
thought?
conservative concept. That's a liberal concept to
Where do those
police
come from?
every
You
fucking
make them?
inch.
Subconscious.
A conservative
Subconscious?
effort to that
You
would be
can't-
like
You can't
nobody
freely will
do
your
anything.
thoughts?
Yeah, I can think about what I want to.
How about this? So
It's good to
Hey,
be a
right and
little
wrong.
tiny
Don't
bit
think of a pink
liberal.
elephant. Oh shit! What are you thinking of?
I know that's my line. That's
Yeah,
the one
stop
I do
thinking-
that.
Stop thinking of the pink elephant. Think of the blue
I
alligator.
do this.
Oh,
This is
shit.
what I was about to do.
Now-
You're
now are
making
you-
my argument right now.
I want you to choose the blue
What are these nerds
alligator
talking about? The blue alligator?
Put
What the?
this
F-
way.
Which
Let me
one
get
do you
another
want me to think
try.
of?
If it's from
I'm thinking of
nature,
both of them right now.
I should have the
Don't think
free
of one or the
will
other.
to do whatever I
I
want.
want
with
you
it.
not to think. To stop thinking about both
No,
of
which
them.
one do you want me to think of? I want to know which one you want me. to think
Fishing,
of.
I can see. You don't want to overfish, so they have to regulate it.
of
Because
the
if you
blue
overfish, that leads to extinction. Extinction leads to
Exactly.
no
Blue
fish.
alligator? It's pink
No
elephant, blue
fish
alligator.
leads to,
So
well,
you have
no fish.
chosen-
That's why the fascist idea of policing everyone's not a terrible idea. To police
Yeah,
every
don't think
ocean,
about the
river.
pink
But then you go into the effects of California.
This is my. I make this.
And
argument.
they
I've done
are
this before.
water strived.
No, you're
Like,
just determined to do all these things. You're not making an
but
argument.
yet it's illegal to
Oh,
collect
those- where was
water
I going?
when it rains.
Oh, I lost it.
Well, I do want to.
Oh yeah. I remember now. So do you ever do anything wrong? Because you
Yeah.
believe that there's good and evil, right? Have you ever done anything evil or wrong?
Yeah.
Have you ever said I'm never gonna do something again and then done it again?
I can't think of. I'm sure I have.
Okay. Well, why didn't you freely will yourself not to? Why
I
don't you
changed
freely
my
will
mind.
yourself to be perfect?
Again, you're saying because I can't do a certain thing, I can't have free will. I can't leap a building. How do I have free will? It's the same
Yeah.
argument. That's a dumb
Paul said-
argument. What the
Paul
hell does one
says-
have to do with the other?
Paul says, I don't do what I want to do, and what I want to do, I don't do. Therefore, it is not me that sins, but sin within me. You couldn't freely will yourself to stop sinning. You couldn't freely will yourself to be perfect. So we're all guilty, and Jesus takes that accountability.
We're not
Now-
guilty of anything. We're only guilty for doing the will of God. How many times we have to go over this? We are only guilty of doing the will of God. That means we're
Right.
only guilty of doing good. That means none of us should be condemned. If we are, it's unjust. God is now no longer just.
Yeah, we ought not to be, but we get influenced by
is-
Satan.
Whose will is governed by
And
God.
then you do his will.
Who's
I
doing
wanted
God's
to
will?
ask
We keep
because Stepfire, you mentioned the implications onto, I believe, society.
yeah.
I would love to hear that rabbit hole, and then probably go into open panel after that, because I would really like to hear what the difference is between determinism and free will, and how that does kind of apply onto society as a whole, like where
Yeah.
that direction goes.
Okay.
So we punish people for practicality. We punish people. The reason we punish people when they do wrong is to make an example to other people. So this is going to be an outside. This is why I was talking about if I really want to punch somebody in the head, but I know that I could go to jail, there's going to be consequences to that action. That influence is going to keep me from doing what I really want to do. There's going to be another influence. So I really want to do this, but my will is influenced by the consequences that I've seen other people go to jail for punching people in the head. Therefore, I'm not going to punch somebody in the head because I don't want to go to jail.
Then why do any Christians sin, since they know what the result of that'll be?
Because that's what I was just asking you. Why don't they all just be perfect? Why don't they just freely will themselves to be perfect? because we are
Because
influenced.
they will themselves to do otherwise. Again, you're trying
No,
to make
Satan
there's-
wills them to do otherwise.
who
The
is willed by
world
God,
wills them to do otherwise.
who is willed by God.
Evil. You can call it evil. If you're secular, you can call it the world. You can call it the universe, whatever you want to call it. These influences.
You have accepted a blatant contradiction, and it's because of this contradiction that anytime we try to move into any other topic, it gets drawn right back to here.
Do you think Jeffrey Dahmer could have just willed himself to not do what he did?
Yes.
I don't think he could have. I think that's crazy.
Okay, I don't care.
Why would
what
anybody
you
will
think
them-
He could have or couldn't have done. I want you
Okay.
to demonstrate that he couldn't have done otherwise.
You demonstrate to me that he could have done differently. You can't because he didn't do differently. He did what he did.
Yes, he chose to
And
do
there's
that.
no way that you could go back in time and make it play out differently. It
All right,
happened.
we have to get into the implications of society.
Well, I already explained
again,
my implications is why we punish people is because of
It's just utilitarian or practicality.
Yeah.
Of the matter. So why wouldn't we just? Don't you argue against the death penalty?
no, I'm pro death penalty.
I mean, so why wouldn't we just off all the bad guys? Wouldn't that put maximal pressure, maximal influence on people to not be evil, to not do what we consider right and wrong, even though there is no distinction within determinism?
I mean, if that was God's will, then that's what would happen, I guess. But that's not the way it's.
So how could you? So you've conceded that we are only acting on the will of God. So that
Or-
means how could we as people be held morally responsible for the will of another person? How can I throw you in jail for a murder that I've been convicted of?
You can't.
Well, then how are you doing it?
I don't get where you're jumping to that.
No, you are the prisoner in this analogy. I would be God, or the
So-
hypothetical.
That's what Jesus is for. We're all guilty, and we all deserve death.
What are we guilty of, JS?
Of being of the world, being influenced by Satan.
We are guilty.
We're born into this world and we're
following-
constantly influenced.
We are guilty of adhering to the will of God. You've agreed to this statement over and over, and then you blow
Yeah.
past it when it's time to come back to it.
No, I've acknowledged that we're all guilty, and
No,
that
no.
is God's will that we're all guilty, and that's why Christ came.
So Christ came to redeem us of our
he-
goodness.
He takes the accountability because that's
Accountability for doing the good. He's taking the account. He was crucified.
I'm dying.
no, he was crucified because of the evil Satan.
Evil
Sounds like
and
you're
good
dying.
Is this
Yeah.
same thing? There is no distinction in determinism. To do the will
Uh.
of God is good. Good wills evil.
They're
and God
molting.
wills evil. Therefore, evil is good. There's no distinction.
They're moping.
Do you
Yes.
reject any of the premises there or the conclusion?
Good wills evil. Therefore, wait.
God wills
Um,
evil.
Oh, this guy wants to buy the Groudon.
Yeah, I agree with that. So
Then
yes,
there's no distinction between good and evil. Then what are
Yeah.
we punished? What is Jesus here to
We're
redeem
not-
us for?
we're not punished. The children of Satan, which
What
were
the f-
chosen to be his children,
Anyways.
are going to get what they deserve, and we're going to get what we deserve.
So how can you hold somebody morally responsible for anything if they're not morally responsible?
How can we do it?
Yeah. Why do you say shame to the PDF?
For
What in the
Again,
fuck?
He's just doing the
For-
will of God, of course.
practical purposes and computational irreducibility, because shaming them and throwing rocks at them, stoning them in public is going to show other people, don't do that. It's not a good idea. And that's going to influence their decisions and influence the world.
I think it's been pretty thorough. I have to say, JS, I think it's been pretty thorough. You're seriously gonna have to reconsider your positions here, man.
I can't. Well, I'll do it if if God wills it. I've
Hang on.
tried. I can't do it.
No, oh man, I don't know where else to go from here, honestly. You've accepted contradiction after contradiction. So you're a sophist at this point. You're accepting these contradictions, which makes you a sophist, which makes you it's not even worth debating you about anything. You'll just accept any contradiction thrown at you and steadfast.
I mean, it's fun.
I mean, it is fun
Like,
but-
I don't think I'm going to change your mind, and you're not going to change my mind.
because reason is on my side.
Yeah, but you
Reason
couldn't.
that you're not capable of through determinism.
You couldn't will yourself to change your mind if you wanted to.
That's the assertion. No
That's my assertion.
demonstrations. No demonstrations. All night, buddy.
I've given
Had
you.
it all
I've given.
night.
I've
No.
given plenty examples, and you've acknowledged them. I've asked you the questions that I asked you in the cross exam. The way you answered them does not lead to free will. The way.
No, but guess what? The way I answered them does not lead to determinism either.
Yeah, I think you're stuck on the word determinism. Like,
Where everything is determined. If everything is determined, you don't have free will. Yes, that is the debate. With free will, there is no determinism.
yes, but we don't know we don't know
shifting.
the future. We don't know what's been determined. So we have to live and act as if
We have free will.
we have free will. Yeah.
So you're
The
saying it's
illusion of
like
the
a
illusion.
it's a pseudo free will.
It's
One thought process I wanted to kind of add in here, and then we can do your closing statements. Is at least to my knowledge, what God wants from us is that we yearn for Him.
Sold
We
18,
yearn
20.
to worship and all of these things, and I don't think He would desire that if we didn't have the concept of free will,
$100
right?
for AC
So
account.
like He wouldn't ask for us to worship, He wouldn't ask to us to come to Him, He wouldn't ask for that if it was already determined that we would or wouldn't, right? So that was another thought process I was kind of hoping you were going to throw in there, because that would, to
Well, that was
me, that
getting
was
to the
always,
commandments.
yeah, that was always a big stickler for me, was like, well, why would He like want so badly for us to want to be there with Him?
Why
if-
command me to do something He won't allow me to do? It's,
Right.
it's
Yeah.
like that's like laying on top of my kid and telling him to pick me up. It's like,
yeah,
well, that's not
Something along
fair.
those lines.
What the hell?
right. But
Um,
whenever God says something that he wants of us, or whenever God says you have a choice to make, there's always a benefit and there's always do this and live, or do this and die,
You mean
So it's
choose
not-
life? Where in Deuteronomy?
choose life.
life.
or choose death. Yes. And I know you say, and this is why I'm not going to concede that will and choice are the same thing, because they aren't.
Will is the
Like, definitionally, they're
ability
not.
to choose. It's the ability to choose.
No, will is the agency by which we inform our choices.
Will is the choices we make.
And so your will, do you want to call it consequential will instead of
Right.
free will? If you're commanded to do this or die, where's the free choice in that? If somebody has a gun to your head, you don't have free will at that
Well,
point.
no, because all will would.
You just muted your
yeah, I
mic.
think you muted yourself.
Sorry.
There you go.
If all will would be consequential will, even God's will,
Yeah, not free will.
then we have the same will of God.
Well, we do God's will or Satan's will.
There's been no JS.
That's what Jesus said. He said,
Yes.
"You do
so
your
how-
Father's
yeah,
will."
Why did Jesus make the distinction if the Satan's will was God's will? Why would he even make the distinction? There's no point in the distinction at all. There's no point in Revelation. There's no point in Scripture.
I don't know.
He could
That's
just
the way he
determine
wrote.
everybody to know all this stuff.
That's just the way he
We
wrote it.
don't need a process of learning. We don't need a process of developing. He could have just determined us to have all of these abilities and knowledge to begin with.
Yeah, he could have determined everything to be perfect, but he didn't.
Well, he created everything.
It's not my place to tell God how he
Including-
should have made the world.
I'm not telling God how he should have made the world. I'm telling you that in order for God's nature to remain intact, it must have been done a certain way.
Yeah.
That If you violate
that's the
that,
way he
you
did
are
it.
destroying the nature of God.
You're the pot asking, you're the clay pot asking the potter, why'd he do this way? Like, why'd you make me this way?
For
No, I'm not.
the Coco in the
were
ground on
saying-
this guy said,
No, no, no.
Because
God
I always
could-
told him, I was like,
Potter-
the market's
no,
at
Potter
about
Mhm.
is
100
making the pot.
on
Ask the
TCG.
Potter why
That's
you
just
think
TCG.
Potter
It's
will
not
always
like
be this way.
eBay
Mhm.
where they're selling for
Yeah,
like
right.
a few bucks
You're
more.
not- yes,
Mhm.
it's God asking himself.
And he
these
was
questions.
like, I could do
He's
70
I-
for both of
Get the
them.
fuck
Yeah.
out.
Like, what
No,
the
that's
Groudon,
great
the
quality.
Groudon
I don't
itself
will
is
myself
worth
to be
like,
the way I am.
and,
God
like,
already
You
dude,
go
that
knew
to
who
this
I
you go to a
Groudon,
card
was
store,
to do
you
what
could
I
sell
did
them for
before
70 or
I
80
was
bucks. They'll
ever in
probably
my
do
mom's
80.
womb.
well, this Groudon alone, honestly, it's
So if
really
you
good
accept that
center.
God knows everything.
Yeah, keep
or he-
keep that
Like,
good shit, dude.
He's the planner.
That's
he's the
crazy.
For being
creator, he
ungraded.
creates all life.
Right?
Then
I don't know.
yeah, it
GameStop
feels like
started
we
their
have free
grading shit
will, but
again.
How do we really have free will if he already knows? He already knows where everything's gonna end.
You're just
Dude.
saying it's You're again.
And then he said he'd do
it's just an assumption
80%,
that knowledge
so
equals
80
causation.
bucks.
You haven't
But
demonstrated
that's
that, you
still
just keep
only
on
the price of the
saying
Groudon.
that
That'd be
it's the
giving
case.
you
Yeah,
the Flake
no,
Coco
that's
for
crazy.
free.
What is he, a big
Demonstration
fucking
conversation
store?
keeps
No,
going
buddy.
up.
Sorry, price is
Demonstrate
100
that
for
it
you.
does keep
Pretty
circling.
Knowledge and
If I know
causation.
how it ends, I caused it to happen.
Yes,
No,
knowledge
I
and
know.
cause can be two separate things. I'm fine with that.
Instead of that, I'd
So
buy it
God
and pay
knows
ship and
and
fuck that
causes it.
retard.
Because if he doesn't stop it, and he knows it's gonna happen, and he caused the people who did it, and he caused the events that led up to it, and he caused all of these things, then he's the cause. He's the cause of everything. How can you find any way around that?
Because it's
Even
just
if
an
you-
assertion based on the presupposition that God. You're saying God controls everything, therefore God controls everything.
Even if you had free will, God would be the cause of that.
Yeah, I
free
said I
will.
couldn't do that. That's hardly
The
the price of the
creator
raw
of that
Groudon
free will.
alone.
Yeah,
So thanks for taking a
both.
look. Like
Nice.
80
Yeah.
for both, 70 for both. Like,
That's so
nah, man.
shitters.
You're asking him for an $80 card and a $20
When
card, and
you-
you're asking to get it for
agency, and
70,
when
and then
it's
you come back
limited
at
or
80.
injured or
Right.
When I told you I could do like
Like,
90.
nah.
Like, dude,
90
I ain't
would've
no
been a great
fucking-
deal. What the fuck?
That's what I
That
told
guy's
him.
a
You have no
cunt.
control of your thoughts and no control of anything.
That's crazy. Like, you just
Yeah,
don't
90. He would have
care.
gotten the Fue Coco basically half
For
price, or
fucking-
you could
yeah.
say that Groudon
We're
$10
caused
off. Like,
by God creating the earth.
and then you go and PSA this Groudon if it comes
The
back at
butterfly
least
effect
like a
throughout
5
all
or
of
higher.
history.
Like, you're
I mean,
I
yeah,
think
but
it
we
would
just
be a
already
snowball-
making money.
That would be a snowball effect. A
Have there
butterfly
ever
would
been
go
so
back,
many lonely people in the
touch
world who are
butterfly
just like,
wing,
I'm
and
happy
then
being
that
alone?
would, in turn,
It's like,
create a
huh.
new snowball effect.
Probably.
Oh, I want to say
Well, I was
something
talking about
shitty
the
back.
butterfly
His
effect,
reply
the
was, "Yeah,
butterfly
let me know
flaps
if you
its
want to
wings
do the
in
deal."
Japan, and it creates a
Mhm.
hurricane. in
Yeah. Don't say anything shitty
somewhere
back.
else.
These people are
The-
weirdos, dude.
But
You just
Yeah.
keep asserting
Snowball
that the
effect, whatever.
butterfly
Like, I'm not
is- you keep
fiending
asserting
for
that
the money,
butterfly is
dog.
doing
Like,
Yeah, no, like, I like this
And I'm
card.
Those scalp-
I'm
those scalp
open to
belts
selling.
there.
the butterfly is doing.
Yeah.
You haven't all night. You just I can't see how it'd be any other way. Well, that's just a fallacy of incredulity. That's not an argument.
I should just
what have I
reply,
not
"Good
done?
luck
I've
pulling one."
demonstrated that every choice you make will affect.
You've demonstrated contradiction after contradiction after contradiction after contradiction. And then when it comes time to apply or get rid of this contradiction, you just fall back onto the contradiction. And then we have to rehash the contradiction again. So we can't, we never actually get to move forward into more of the implications because you keep falling back on contradictions that I have to keep calling out.
And I'm going to go ahead. I went ahead and I did drop the link for Open Panel Dumpster Fire if anybody wants to go ahead and start shuffling back.
I don't honestly want to do open
I'd like
panel.
to go ahead and move to your closing
Don't.
statements and
Sounds
see
lame
what the
as
panel
hell.
has to offer to kind of spin this
Yeah.
around a little bit more.
Yeah, I'll.
Because I
This
do
guy made me
feel like
bust
it
out all
is
these cards for
becoming, like,
nothing.
circular back to
I sent
What?
him a picture of like
Oh.
400 cards. He circled 2 of them. He says, "These are the only 2 on the
I
machine."
felt like
And then he
it
tries
was
to
a
do
good
it for
conversation
like
nonetheless, because you were
fucking-
finding different directions to get there, but it was still
not
always
even.
coming
He's
back
b-
to the
trying to
same
get them for fucking free
conclusion.
practically.
So I think an open panel will definitely add into this. But I just want to say thank you to both of you. I didn't have to do anything. I don't even know why you needed me. This was beautiful. It's very rare
Great
that I
debate.
have 2 panelists who come on and they actually want to
Play
have a
Tarkov?
discussion and they want.
I think
to
we
get
played
through the
Tarkov.
conversation.
Nah.
So just a big shout out to both.
I'm
of you.
watching this.
And
I'm
you
actually
were able to
learning.
do it so,
No, you're not.
There's like common things.
simply
No, there are
and
like common
and
arguments in a
actually
lot of these
listening
things.
actively
And so like some of the shit they brought up from the
ready to
Bible, like
respond and
choosing
not just
death
attack one another
or
and
life,
yell and
life
scream
or
all over
death.
the
Like
place.
I'm just
This
learning
by
these little
far hands
bits
down
and
the best
pieces
debate I've ever had to host, mainly because
that
I
are
can
worth
sit here
knowing,
and actually
and
enjoy it and
that's what's
listen to
up.
both of you. So thank you. All right. I'll go ahead and leave it to
Hell
Casino
yeah,
yeah.
Tino,
or
what's
if
up, man?
JS, you'd like
It's
to give
trouble.
your
Was
closing
Hoochie,
statement
dude?
first.
What's up, man?
Okay.
What's Hoochie?
Yeah,
Never heard
I'll
of it.
take
you know, I like
I'll
having this
take 3
conversation, even though I'm
cookies,
getting kind of
please.
fed up with it
11.
because everybody comes on my panels and always wants
just
to
ate
talk
12.
about free will, and everybody wants to challenge
Hell
me to a
yeah.
free will debate.
Did you guys see the new
I
gun
see the
customization?
problems in this view, and I see where Stepfire is coming from. Some of the jumps that you can't have love or you can't have knowledge without free will. I don't see that, but the idea that if God's in control of it, you know, it's a tough one. But I can't help. I can't will myself to see it any other way. And a lot of people think this leads to nihilism. And if you're the type of person that starts thinking, well, why did I choose to do this? And then you start doing the infinite regress and you say, well, I ate this because I was hungry. Well, why was I hungry? Because I didn't eat yesterday. Well, why didn't I eat yesterday? Because I worked too long, or I slept too long, or I did this and I did that. Well, why did I do that? Why did I do that? Why did I do that? And you keep going back and back and back. Eventually, that infinite regress ends in God. He is the cause of everything. And if it leads you to nihilism and thinking, well, there's no point in anything, then just keep believing in free will. I don't think you could choose to stop believing in free will if you wanted to, and I can't choose to believe in it. Once I heard this and I started thinking about it, it just clicked in my head. And I don't understand a lot of things about the nature of God. you know, so a lot of these questions Stepfire is asking me, it's like, I don't know how to answer this because I'm not God and I don't understand it. But the only way I can see it is that I don't have a choice. We are actors in a play. We're actors in a movie that's already been the end. The director's already yelled cut. The director already knows the writer, the director, the producer, that's God. He already knows when it ends. He already knows what I'm going to do tomorrow. He already knows when I'm going to die. So all I can do is just go along for the ride. We're just actors, or most of us are just extras. We're not even the main character. But
Jim Bobber.
maybe we think we're the main character, but most of us are just extras in a play or in a movie.
Oh, we ain't even
And we
live,
just
bro.
live out our lives. We can't see the future, so we just go along for the ride. And that's just the way I see it. I know if a lot of people just can't see things this way, and I don't know. I can't see things any other way. But thank you for hosting this, Sarah. We appreciate it, and it was fun. I'm sure a lot of people are going to come at me in the open panel.
Fair enough. And for the record, I am the main character. You just won't realize it until the plot twist happens, and then you'll all be like, "Oh shit!" Stepfire to you.
Well, I have to be completely honest. I thought that JS was going to be able to answer some of these. Some of these, to me, is just basic logical entailments of the position. Um, he has stated multiple times in the past he's had this debate and he's considered all these arguments, but obviously, when he was pressed on all these things, he could not give a coherent to almost any of them, which baffled me a little bit, Jess. I have to be honest. I thought that you would have had good reason, even though obviously reason's not possible in determinism, that you would have good reason to hold the position that you do. But not only do you have bad reasons for holding the position, the implications is what I'm more concerned with. I don't give a shit what you personally believe, honestly, um, for the most part. But once you start declaring that nature is in such a way that it absolutely destroys the nature of God, we start having real problems because I do believe that you are a Christian and you do believe these things, even if you believed you were determined to believe these things. So I know that if you see error, it is something that you would want to correct. I believe your good faith in that way. But this was one-sided the entire time, and there was one argument I wanted to give, or a question really, but I thought it got to a good argument that I didn't get to. If Jesus was fully man, and fully God? How could he both have free will and be determined? Again, this is a contradiction that JS is going to have to accept, like he did the entire night. But it posits a good question. How it's contradiction. There's nothing we can do with it. So I do believe JS is a good faith actor, and I do believe he's going to reflect on some of these things and hopefully, with his will, reason his way back to the correct side. Thank you so much for hosting, Sarah. It's been a blast. You didn't have to give us your platform, a bunch of nobodies, but you did, and I am eternally grateful. Thank you.
Absolutely. No, I'm really excited to do the it was actually good timing because we've switched over to where my Saturday, Sunday nights are more for other people who are trying to kind of build and develop their debates or so on and so forth. And it's kind of like my extra giveaway nights. So
I'm here for the dumb
I'm
stuff.
happy to share it and thank you because you guys did all the footwork for me. You had everything already like
I'm here for the
this is how we're
dumb
going to do it.
stuff.
This is what we want to do. We just need you to do it. And here's, pick a date. And I was like, wow, I love this. So just an FYI to all of you other debaters out there, especially the amateur
I'm
hours,
not a debater.
so on and so forth. If you do the footwork, I will happily host it on those. All right, let's go through some super chats real quick. I know a lot of these are going to be very much about me this evening because it's my birthday weekend and we're all celebrating.
I'm
Yippee.
gonna step away for just a second. I can still hear you,
Sure.
but
Take your time. So Mike Ball in with the big 20 says, happy early birthday, Sarah. Thank you so much, Mike. Plumpy with the big 5 says, I prayed for you sinners tonight at Catholic Mass. Peace be with you all and love one another. Happy early birthday, Sarah. Thank you. Bonley with the big 5 says, I'm so confused. Who's writing this? Where am I? I like that. And Frito Fonzarelli gifted 5 Raging Tomato memberships. Thank you, Frito. Shout out to you and all of you lucky lottery winners. You have Frito to thank. And he follows up again with a question to you, JS, with a big 5. Says, JS, how can we follow a command without our own will?
Uh, we just do. We have to. It's God's will that we do it, and we just do it. I don't know.
great
Willers.
answer, JS.
Yeah,
Just fits right in with the rest of the night.
I mean, and I can see that how I compare that approach, right, would be like for instance, my kids, especially when they were younger, it's children are more likely to be happy to do something that they really probably wouldn't want to do if they have the belief of choice, right? So, for instance, I would tell my son something like maybe I need him to get his shoes on or something, and it would be, "Hey, do you want to put on the blue socks or the red socks?" Right? Even though him getting his socks on and putting his shoes on over top of that is a pain in the ass, but offering him an option makes him think he has some type of choice. I can kind of tap into the like I'll give you a command, but you don't have the will to do so. So it's like giving a false option, right?
yeah.
I'll make you
God
believe you
damn, you
have
got
a
a bunch of
choice, but
purple
you
shit
actually
everywhere.
don't. But I will also kind of come back to that and say that wouldn't be God. Does God doesn't operate that way, right? He doesn't lie to us like that. Frida with the big 10, happy birthday, Sarah. Thank you so much. And Garble with the big 5, if you disable a brain's emotional centers, trivial decision making becomes nearly impossible. Something to think about. And I think you were speaking to that, JS.
Yeah, they have a thing called a corpus callosum or something. It's where they sever the nerve that separates your left and your right hemisphere of the brain, and they've done crazy experiments where they'll show somebody something in one eye and have them write something, and just understanding how the two halves of the brains communicate with each other. And if you sever this thing, then your brain doesn't work. Like
So you're saying
it,
if I shove a screwdriver into my computer, it just starts malfunctioning?
yeah, yeah,
It's a crazy leap, huh?
I know. Yeah, but
How
if
did it?
that's against your will, then then what's free will about it?
unless I willed it to happen. I'm assuming that the test subjects did, right? You're not demonstrating.
They
the
were
cult.
having they were having seizures, and so it was an idea for how to stop seizures from happening.
Pass coming in with their membership says it's been longer, but here's to your continued growth and success. If you ever need me, you know how to reach me. Hashtag real one, family and respect. Thank you, Pass. And shout out to all my wrenches this evening. Plumpy sends a big 5 and says sinner tithes. Yes, all of you degens in the chat, pay your your tithe to me. And coming over on JS's side, Sever 7, is that what that is? With the big 5 says, without free will, how are we judged? Did God predetermine who is going to heaven and hell? If God didn't give me faith, I'm condemned. I don't get it.
Yeah, it says multiple times in Ephesians and all throughout the Bible that God chooses us. We don't choose God, and God already knows who's going to go to heaven before they die. Like,
Does he just arbitrarily choose us, or is
I
there a
don't
system
know
by
how
which
he
chooses?
I don't know how he makes his decisions. Ask him. But
The word of God.
I know that that makes more sense, that he already knows who's going to make it and who's not. He already knows who his children are before they know.
And
Yeah,
so
again,
oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. Well, I was just
Nope.
going to say this is again the foreknowledge.
And they said, how are we
the knowledge
judged?
of it equals the causation.
We've all already been judged. We are all guilty. We've
No, judgment day
already
has
been
not
judged.
approached. We have not been judged yet.
Okay.
God knows what the judgment will be when that time comes.
No, we're all guilty. All of our works are as filthy rags. We're all unrighteous, and Jesus. That's why Jesus comes. He takes the accountability for all of that because we're all guilty.
So do you believe, for instance, you said if you're already it's already predetermined whether you're going to hell or going to heaven. So for instance, if you're already a crappy person, is there any point then to attempting to turn your life around, to do better, to seek God, to become a Christian, to anything like that?
Yeah.
To be consistent, no.
No, if you do that, that was God's will, and He knew
But
you
you
would do
not
that.
doing that is
Like,
also God's will.
yeah, like I used to be a piece of crap, and you know, I used to do a lot of messed up stuff, and I never actively chose to stop. I was never like, well, I really need to free will myself to stop. It was God made me stop. I had no choice. And I believe He knew that was going to happen, and everything that I did and all the messed up stuff I did and everything I went through leading up to that was those were necessary things. That was evil. That's what I thought I was doing evil, but God was using it for good.
Okay, that's fair. Jim Bob comes in with a big 5, says we're guilty for acting out God's. Hold on, we're guilty for acting out God's will against God's will. Spoken
Yeah.
by JS.
Yeah. Incoherent, to say the least.
Yeah. I think it does be. I think if you went down to if you boiled your determinism argument down to external influence only, and made that argument, I think that would have had like a harder stance on it. But by saying that it goes all the way back to God, and like that's that kind of because of the free will piece in that, it kind of really does contradict itself in that essence.
Yeah. If I was
You know.
debating with a secular person or an atheist or something, then I wouldn't even need to bring up God. But I know Stepfire, and so I knew it was going to get more into this stuff, the theological side of it.
Mhm.
The important side, I would say.
I think so too.
That's fair. That's fair. And Frito comes in with a big two, says on the menu tonight is a fresh JS on a bed of rice.
What does that mean?
Alex Andrews just sending
You
a
got
2
cooked.
in.
That's what it means.
Well, I think you should
And-
go back and listen to that cross exam, Stepfire.
Ooh.
I think it was a nice, a fair exchange of argumentation across the board. Alex in with a big two. Here's a birthday present for us. Mine is tomorrow, and happy birthday to you, Alex. Thank you. Q-Tard, I love that name with a big five. God predestined that I would say that both these dudes at least seem like nice, friendly people. I concur.
Well, thank you.
CSS Element harnessing his new membership. Welcome back, CSS. Jim Bob adds another 5 and says, JS, is God's nature good? Yes. Can God contradict his nature? No. If God authors evil, he contradicts his nature. You're welcome to respond.
If yeah, this just goes back to this is just our perception of good and evil. So I've given multiple examples of when people mean things for evil, but they're actually God is using them for good. Everything is for God's good, even what we see and we call evil. This is us playing God, judging what is good and evil, when really it's all for the good. It may seem horrible, but it's
Therefore,
part of the
all
plan.
evil is good.
There is no good and evil. That's just
I know.
words that you have in
about.
your head and emotional feelings that you
So,
have connected to certain
Therefore,
actions.
God is not all good.
You should not have the knowledge of good and evil. If you were,
But that doesn't mean that I don't have the knowledge. You shouldn't be a determinist, but you are. It's
I
the same
can't
thing
help
as
it.
me saying you shouldn't be a determinist. It's like, yeah, well, what the fuck's that supposed to be? You know, that's what it sounds like to me when you say that.
Well, yeah, both of them, same thing. What you're saying to me sounds incoherent, but
If there is no good and evil, where would you get your moral standings from? Because if we don't have the knowledge of good and evil, and good and evil only sits in God's plate, then where does our moral standing, like where do we derive that from? Then how do we know?
God is the moral lawgiver. So if he determines what is good and evil. So if God, there's a lot of stuff in the Old Testament that atheists will read it and they'll be like, that seems like an evil God. That seems really messed up. He's commanding people to kill babies and stuff. That seems evil, but it's good because God decides. God is the arbiter of what is good and evil. God maybe knows that those babies are going to grow up to do horrible things. So it's good for them to be destroyed by the Israelites or whatever.
All right. Naomi in with a big 10 to say happy birthday, Sarah. Send in those donos. Yes, thank you, Naomi. And Naomi now has her new horse membership emoji, by the way. That is just for Naomi. So if you guys, when we play the horse video, you can now respond with that emoji for Naomi. And Matthew over on JS's side with the big 5 says, Josh eats free will for breakfast. Do you choose that breakfast?
No, I always go to the Cocoa Puffs and the Fruity Pebbles.
Fair
So-
enough. And let's go ahead. We will go into open panel dumpster fire, gentlemen. And of course, you're welcome to come and go as you please at this point. I do have a whole panel lined up backstage ready to come out and play. Here we go. right. I believe everybody is
Oh crap! I gotta
familiar
change my name. I gotta
with
change
my rules here. You change me when to talk or nothings.
I don't talk. My bad. I was
Right.
my name.
That's
I gotta
okay.
change it because it was changed on
Well,
VK. And I
change
just
your name quietly, please. And just
Alright.
a kind reminder, I am celebrating my birthday with a nice bottle of bubbly. We're going with the 90 Sellers Prosecco, my personal favorite. It's like $12 at your local liquor store. There you go. There's your pop.
Oh yeah, I gotta
And
get some beers then.
yes, you are absolutely welcome to enjoy some brewskis on screen. All right, so let's see. I've got Stepfire. Let me put Stepfire over here, and let me put Duck up here, and put you right here. Okay. All
Finger
right.
licking.
Panel, if somebody wants to kick it off. Actually,
kick it off.
I want to start with animated FX.
Why join if you're gonna be all?
What's up, Apogee?
How's it going, everybody? First off, happy birthday, Sarah.
Thank you.
Which is awesome because my birthday was actually yesterday. So
Oh, happy
we're
birthday,
birthday
Tauruses.
I just want to start off with a clarification here. Determinism and predeterminism are not the same thing. Determinism is basically
Correct.
saying that causality rules the universe. For any current state of the universe, the next state of the universe will be directly caused by what is happening now. It is simply about cause and effect. Predeterminism is saying that things are made in advance, and stuff that way
Just
usually
saying.
implies something behind it. Just want to throw that out there really quick.
The,
that
distin-
we're
the
not-
distinction I would make would be determinism and predestination. But I mean, you can
predestination
swap
is another word
those.
for it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was saying Stepfire kept saying determinism. I don't know if that's the box that I fit into, but it's more like a combination of all of it. I think things are predestined and causally determined. So there is that. That's how I would argue it if I was talking to a secular person. I'd say everything that has
Same.
happened in the universe has led to this exact moment, and there's no other way it could play out.
The materialist atheist agrees with you wholeheartedly on everything that you have said tonight.
I know.
That's not entirely true. So, you know, like
No,
something
I
an
was gonna say,
atheist.
nah,
So,
not really.
so one thing.
If you're a materialist determinist, how would you possibly get out of that?
Well, but there's hard and soft determinism, compatibilism. There's indeterminism.
No,
there's-
those are all contradictions.
But
If there's any bit of that's not determined, then it's not determinism.
but I have
Any
a question.
will whatsoever means it's not determined.
This guy's making me want some wings.
No, you see,
But-
you have this weird understanding of these
Think
concepts.
about doing
I
a
think.
mukbang for a while now.
I'm just high enough to
think-
understand them.
I think
mean, I
a
call
lot
it
of times,
coherent
and this is
understanding,
not me trying to make a jab, but I think a lot of times when religious people talk about some of these philosophical concepts, they inject things that they already believe into those things.
That's what
And
JS
that's why I
did
think
all
we.
night.
Well, I agree, but I think you both do it.
You
And
did
I
the
think
same
that's
thing.
why
But I
you
could
have this
justify mine.
mix of determinism and predestination in there. Determinism is just cause and effect. That's it. Let me throw a little wrench in it really quick because cause and effect and our understanding of causality is about the physical universe, right? So with our understanding of quantum mechanics and that the underlying principles of the entire universe might be
I forgot
random,
that argument.
it actually is a really good argument for indeterminism, that everything at its heart is actually random, and free will is not compatible with that.
With
either.
random, right?
Yeah.
And that's
so
why I
that's
asked
another-
him in the cross exam about does he think things can happen randomly that can affect his choices. He said yes. Well, that. There is no free will. Random things can happen that are outside of your control.
But you're saying
I mean,
random
that's
things
just
like a
that's-
beach
But
ball.
but I have a
You're saying
I have a
random
question
things
for
like a
JS,
beach ball at
though.
a concert.
I'm saying
Is
saying
that
random
what
things like a
quantum
rock
mechanics
rolling
says?
down a hill.
But is that what quantum mechanics is? Is it saying that there's a beach ball rolling around the universe, and so then I can use my either inductive or deductive reasoning to figure out if that has any context for free will.
What the f-
Quantum physics, I don't understand it.
Okay.
Be honest.
Who exactly believes that there
But I
is
don't
free
believe
will?
things happen randomly. I don't believe there is anything random that happens.
So between you and the other gentleman, it was more the Stepfire that believes in free will.
yeah,
Stepfire
let's talk about
believes-
it, bleeding free will, yeah.
All right, let's
He
get it
argues
popping.
free will.
Okay, let's okay. Stepfire, do you have a girlfriend or a wife?
Yes.
Do you find attractive?
Yes,
Why?
because she is attractive.
Why?
Yeah, we went down this.
Why is she attractive?
What?
Yeah.
And he acknowledges that he
Everybody
doesn't
else, let me
choose who
finish
he's attracted to.
Let me finish this, please. Why is she attractive to you?
Well, I mean, she just is attractive. I don't know. Beauty is I mean, philosophically, beauty is a self-justifying a thing. A beauty is completely subjective. I don't know if you can help what you find attractive. You can only help what how you act on that attraction.
Okay, so you said you don't know if you can help what you find attractive. That means that you don't have the free will to determine what's attractive. Is that yes or no?
I mean, I wouldn't have characterized it that way, but with the direction, sure, I'll accept that. Sure.
Yeah, this
Okay,
is the
so
can you
sir,
change your wants
please let me
argument.
finish because somebody about to get fried up tonight. So to a
Not your
certain-
wings,
That's
right?
already happened, bro.
You're fucked up. I shouldn't have eaten this late. I'm probably gonna have to take a number 2. I made a mistake. All right, I'm gonna have to leave this early. So
Well, we didn't need to know that. We didn't need to know that.
So
sir.
Spitfire, to a certain extent, we do not have free will based on
much,
our
too
level
much.
of what we're attracted to, right?
Free will is limited. Yes.
Okay, that's number 1. I'll get to you back to you later. Now, JS, you mentioned God, and do you feel like God giving Jesus as a sacrifice was a loving expression?
Yeah,
Why do you feel like it was a loving expression?
because God is love.
Why do you feel like him giving Jesus to us was a loving expression?
Everything that happens is God's love.
So if I
Even the
kill a
bad
kid, it's
stuff.
a love-
Even
it's a
what we
loving
think is really bad and not nice.
Okay, so if I kill a kid and I come to your house and kill you and rape your wife, is a loving expression.
Let's use
was-
our words wisely
I'm sorry,
here
okay, all
because
right.
of
If I rape
yeah.
your wife, is
I know this is where people always go
Okay,
with
okay,
this.
okay,
They go
don't
to
get
the.
too, okay, don't try to go away from the subject. If I
No,
go to your house,
I'm okay.
grope
I'll bite
your
the bullet.
wife,
Yep,
is it a
that
loving
was for the
expression?
good. Yep.
Reactionary
People get
gay shit.
murdered, or when people die and
Okay, so
all that
therefore
stuff.
you can't ever say what is good and bad.
Right.
Well, he's
So how
already
do you-
said
okay.
that good and evil doesn't exist, sir.
I mean,
just
I
to
do for
clarify.
practical purposes,
I
like I
mean-
explained.
I think it's
God
gay.
never
What-
trades for
what-
good
so
and
why
evil.
do you? So now you're picking and choosing based on practical purposes, which is based on you.
Yeah, it's
what
just
is-
practicality.
Okay, so
So now you're God.
that means you're self-righteous.
I'm
No,
self-righteous.
he's acknowledging the words as the way that we use them. That's what he's saying. He recognizes the words are there, and that's how we use them, good and evil. But he's saying overall he doesn't believe they're real.
Watch this.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay, watch this.
I don't truly understand God, how God could mean something horrible happening to a child, how God could mean that for good. But it's in God's nature to be good, and God allows that to happen, and He's all powerful. So I
I was gonna
can't
say something
question
about
the
finger
question.
licking.
This is the story of
Hold
Job.
on, let him finish. Let him finish.
This is the story of Job.
Let
When
We
Job
can
asked
do
this
that.
question, God said,
time up. Let JS finish his thought, and then you can
Happy
go
birthday,
back
by
up.
the way, Sarah. Happy
Thank you.
30th.
when Job asked God this question, God said, "Don't worry about it. It's above your
Murder.
pay grade." Essentially,
Cool. Now,
it's not my.
cool.
Yeah.
We basically okay. Let me start off slow. When God came to Adam and Eve and he said, "Why did you cover yourself up?" and they said, "You, because we're naked." And he said, "Who told you were naked?"
Naked.
Did that confirm to you in your mind that confirmed they were naked?
No, that's a great point. So, were Adam and Eve sinning when they were naked before they ate of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
No, I don't know. I would say no.
Exactly. So, but afterwards, after they had this knowledge of good and evil, now they think they're sinning. They're judging themselves. They're playing God, and they're saying, "I'm naked. I need to hide from God." But they didn't care before they had the knowledge of good and evil. They were doing it, and it wasn't a sin. The sin is not the nakedness. The sin is the judgment and playing God and knowing good and evil. We
Okay,
shouldn't know
yeah.
that.
Good job. That was fire. I never had her answer like that. But didn't God agree to them knowing good and bad?
He didn't want them to.
I didn't say that he wanted to. Did he agree to them knowing good and bad?
Did he agree to it?
Genesis
Did he
chapter
agree
3,
to
verse
them
22.
knowing good and bad?
Can you bring up Genesis chapter 3, verse 22? I could do it for you if you want, but I would rather you see it for yourself.
So in these religious arguments, you
Bible's
guys
over
pretty
there,
much
but-
have
Larry,
to
I'm going
admit that
somewhere real
God
quick.
is not omniscient, right? Like you guys have to admit that because that's what
I'm
every
saying that
single
God,
argument
if
against.
God was hiding something from Adam and Eve, how do we know he's not hiding something from us right now? That's my point. But let me get to it. Genesis
Well, no,
chapter 3,
the
verse
question is
22.
whether or not God knew Adam and Eve would eat the fruit regardless, right? That's
That's
the
not
whole
my
point.
question.
If God
That's not
knows
my
what you,
question.
but that's we're talking about free will, though, right?
No,
You guys are going off
I'm
into a
getting back to
morality
that.
kind of like side quest.
No,
Hmm.
the free will is the step.
Hey, not everybody. I just agree with God. I like to see everybody naked.
Look,
Naked.
JS, can you say that God confirmed that they knew good and bad? Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. Just read it out loud.
Well, read it to me. Do you have it pulled up? Because I have
Okay,
to.
sure. Yeah, I'll read it to you. Okay. Remember, Satan, the bad guy, was the first person that said they'll be like gods. Genesis chapter 3, verse 2. The man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil.
Yeah.
I don't
But-
even think
but that's not-
I don't even
So
think
that's not
JS is-
saying they become God though. Just because saying that they become like one
nobody's-
of us,
nobody
knowing
made
good
that
and evil,
argument,
that
James.
doesn't necessarily
I did
denote
never
they
said
become
that.
God.
They
I
know
think
good and evil. They
J-
were
James-
now
One,
aware of something.
one at
No,
a
James,
time,
respectfully,
please.
I get what you're saying. I didn't say that. Now
Oh.
we're aware of something they didn't know before.
Wait.
Figure
Yes, but we can also
What are
be
you nerds
wrong, we can be
doing?
Deceived. We can be misled.
Hey,
There's a
what
lot
up,
of-
guys?
Oh,
there's a
not
lot of
much.
times-
the goons.
I'm just getting drunk.
Himself.
Oh, are they up there?
So they're
Confused.
Oh,
You're
I'll be back.
malfunctioning right now, right?
yeah. I mean, it's a
Oh,
it's a
brother.
So Satan didn't lie
convoluted
about
topic.
that. He did not. That's the first lie that Satan never told. He said, "You'll become like God, knowing good and evil." All right. Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. God said, "They become like one of us, knowing good and evil," from His mouth. Malfunction for a second, and I got another question for you. So if God is hiding that from them, how do we know He's not hiding something else from us?
Satan said that they.
Well, Satan did lie. He wove the truth into the lie that he told Eve.
What was the lie?
that they become gods. That
What
they.
did God say in
It's
Genesis
free.
chapter 3, verse 22?
But no, he said no.
He-
He didn't say they become gods. They become like one
He-
of us, knowing good and evil. He didn't say they become like God.
No, God said if you
They're
eat of the
gods.
fruit, you will surely
Yeah,
die.
said
And
that.
Satan said, he doesn't want you to know that you'll be like him and you will not surely die. I disagree. I believe when they ate that fruit, they did die. We have once to live and once to die. When you're
Well, how did they die?
reborn of the spirit, then you're living. Up until that point, we're all dead.
Good job. Good job. Do you believe in heaven and hell? I'm going somewhere with this.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you believe existence after physical death?
Yes. Well,
Where did
I
Satan
believe that
lie?
existence happens before our physical death. When you're
Where did Satan lie
reborn,
at? If we exist after physical death, where did Satan lie? We
like
still
I would
exist.
say, I've already died. I'm not gonna die again. My body's
you-
gonna
when you
drop,
die?
but I'm not gonna die. I've already died. And now I'm living, and I will always live.
You're doing
Okay,
a word
okay,
concept
wait, now-
fallacy.
now-
You're
now-
using
now-
die in two different senses.
Right, I am.
And I want to understand that, and I want to respect that. So when you say you already died, what do you mean by that, please?
I already died spiritually. When you're reborn, so you're born of the flesh and you're dead. And then you're reborn of the spirit, then you live. So once you're born of the spirit, you live forever. Your body will drop, what we call death. That will happen, but that's not the actual death. That's the physical death or the second death, but the true death is when you're born again, when you're really born.
When
So
you
yeah,
say-
I'm using born and die in two different
when
spiritual
you say
death,
really born,
physical
what
death.
do you mean?
When you're born of the spirit and not of the flesh.
So were Adam and Eve already born of the spirit or no?
It's weird with them. They like did it backwards. They were born of the spirit and then they became of the flesh
So
through
they
the
died.
influence.
They died because they became of the flesh.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So they're in hell, I guess is what you're saying right now. Do you believe they're in hell? I'm asking.
I don't know. I don't know their hearts. God did.
Okay, so they're in either heaven or hell.
Are they? I don't know.
Are there between heaven or hell or just dead? Do you believe in those three options?
No, I think they're in one or the other. I just don't know.
Okay,
which.
so they didn't die.
Well,
Bro,
If I
like,
may, I think they're in hell because hell is misunderstood
they're
because it's
still
the grave.
existing if they're in
It's the
hell.
grave, not really a place where you burn
If
forever.
God told them, who told you were naked, first of all, he acknowledged, first of all, it's kind of weird. He made him retarded, then put the smartest tree in front of him and said, don't eat it. That was like the most narcissistic shit ever. The nigga made him retarded, put him a wisdom tree and said, don't eat it. How sick is that, first of
Did
all?
you just say the N word?
But they wouldn't have eaten of the tree if the serpent wasn't there.
Yeah, but with an
God,
A, so it's all right.
So,
and God knew the serpent would be there.
He was
And this is
Okay,
why I
well,
say
serpent was
the only
there.
way that it works is if it's all part of a plan and God knew all this was going to happen and it's just playing out.
Okay.
I think it might be helpful.
Wait, hold on, wait. Like, dog. God, after they sinned, he said, now that they are like one of us, knowing good and evil, which in the first place, why would you not make them like one of us anyway, unless you just want the people to serve you? Like, what is that? He said, now that they know good and bad, knowing like, I'm gonna block them from the tree of forever living. I forgot the
So are
tree
you
of life.
arguing against free will or against God?
There's no such thing as free will because you can't even determine what you like. and why.
Jesus.
But I don't believe in free will. But you're arguing
Wait
against
a
God.
minute.
Arguing about
wait a
free will.
minute.
Finally, God, how long did that take?
I'm arguing against. I'm going against both. I'm arguing against free will, and I'm going against your God that you said makes everything turn into good.
Right. So your problem isn't with my stance on free will. It's with God.
My problem is with his stance on free will and your stance of what good is. And God. Because if God was a good guy, why is he holding us back information?
Well, we can't
No,
handle
you-
it. Philip in with a big 10 just to send a bunch of birthday cake
like
and
Donald Trump to me.
birthday cheers
Hey.
and all that fun stuff. I love
Hey,
this. I love it when people just send cute little emojis. And then I wanted to let the audience know I also have Osveron and Joe Cool hanging out backstage waiting for you to boot someone so that they
Give
can
Cole,
come up.
give Joe Cool my spot. I'll be back.
Okay, 10th. Well, Osveron's up next. I can't skip.
I'm just here for jokes anyway, so I'll be back.
Okay. All right.
Like people are so scared to question God, like he's like.
Do you
not
tell your?
showing-
I don't know if you
Well-
have kids, but if you had kids, would you tell
Oh,
them
hello,
everything?
Sarah. Happy birthday and thank you for
No, I
having me on your
wouldn't.
show.
No, I wouldn't. That's a good point.
Mhm.
No.
Yeah. And a
So
good
that's
father
my
wouldn't.
question. How do you know that
So
you don't?
when
know
a father tells his kid, "You're not allowed to play in the street. Do not play in the street. You could get hit. You will get hit by a car. Don't do it."
JS, why do you tell your kid to not
Please
get
let
hit?
him
But, like,
continue. Let him continue. His
okay.
thought. I like where he's going right now.
No,
Pause.
he doesn't have a thought here. Why would you tell your kid to? Why would you tell your kid to not get hit by a car?
Because I wouldn't give my kid free will.
No, the only reason is because you can't tell your kid what a car is. And so we teach people.
Yeah, no, we're
Yeah,
not talking
if-
about autistic spectrum kids that's 1 year old.
That's
That-
like every kid. Not that.
Talking
anyone
about a
needs to know
5-year-old
that.
knows what a
Like,
car
look,
is. What are you
look,
talking
great
about?
kid with a
Yeah,
car.
well, I mean, I think he's more getting so to if you stand in front of one, it will splat you. They don't understand that concept. They know what a car is. Vroom vroom. My kid's been playing cards
Yeah,
since
I
he's.
just think
Yeah.
But you
as
still
little as
tell
he
them
could
don't
be.
play in the street. You don't have to show them a video of somebody getting hit by a car. You just tell them don't
But
play in the street. You
why
see
would
that big fast thing? It'll hurt you.
But why would I intentionally give my kid a worse version of the explanation based on what I can tell them?
A worse version of the explanation. No, it's realistic because kids have no
What?
idea about their free will when it comes to landscaping. It's not a worse version. It's
You got to
realistic.
dumb concepts down really far for kids.
Yeah,
This is
telling your
really
kid not to
fun.
Dude, your
play in
kid,
the
like,
street is not a
Kids gotta
bad
be chained
thing.
up in a fucking basement with fucking the length to just to get a banana and go back to sleep or something.
I mean,
This
I'm-
is a great
I'm not gonna,
example
like,
for my
stay on that-
purposes.
I'm not
You're
gonna
trying
stay
to
on this
teach the
point,
kid
like, too far,
causality.
but, like,
That's what you're trying to teach them.
okay,
You're trying to teach
so-
them cause and effect.
Yeah, causality. Also, we can think of like a city, like another, like, like it's also true that, like, look, I can describe a car like 1,500 different ways, right? I'm not even an engineer, and I could spend an afternoon learning everything I need to know about driver psychology and cars. It's probably been studied a bunch. But we don't do that because there's actually like a brain mechanism, thinky thing in our heads.
What
that
the
comes in
fuck?
from the top and turns to the right, tap it and it turns on. Generally how a brain works. And the reason that this is relevant is because, you know, like to me that should be the
What the
sort of
fuck?
thing
Explain
that
like I'm
like
stoned and
everyone has free
drunk.
will about like, well, if I
Damn,
have a thinky
son.
thing, shouldn't my thinky thing be doing the free thing?
But that tells you that you don't have free will anyway, because your thinking thing wasn't predetermined before
The
you had
fact
free
that Duck called it a thinky thing
Thinky
tells
thing.
me that free will is alive and kicking.
Don't knock me. Don't knock me.
100%.
That was an odd way of putting it. Thank you.
I don't know.
Duck, are you talking about the experiments that show that
From
we have
my
brain activity
perspective,
happening before
Double
we make
whatever
decisions?
JS
split.
says is
Oh,
100%
hold on.
true. Actually, there,
Osvaron,
there
are
is
you
no free
behind?
will.
Osvaron, do you have a delay? Effigy was just talking, honey bun.
There's two dead. So there's two dead white
No,
people.
let
everyone
us
needs
Ron
to know
talk.
about.
I talked already. He can go ahead. Go ahead, Ron.
Okay, go ahead, Osvaron.
Yeah, JS is 100% right that there's no free will, because I have studied astrology for at least 20 years now, and everything they've predicted till now, from cradle to grave, regarding a person's life, whom he'll marry, whom he'll divorce, and what accidents he'll go through, whether he should touch a two-wheeler during that phase or not, whether a job will suit him or if a business will suit him, how he'll die, what type of diseases he'll get.
Whole face.
Everything kept coming true. It's like a mathematical equation, a human life. So, right from cradle to grave, all your events are predetermined. We are just actors in the creator's play. Good and evil does exist, but humans are powerless against their what do you say, against the choices that God puts in front of them. We are just given the illusion of free will. That's all. Because if we really had free will, we ourselves would be like gods creating multiverses. We can't do that. We can't do whatever God does. We can only follow, or what do you say, go through whatever God makes us wants us to experience. That's it. Whether it's going to hell or heaven, even the hells and heavens, they are actually not they're not permanent. The soul will go to hell and heaven and only be there for as long as its merit or sin expires. Then it will have to come back to the earth and rebuild its fortune from the beginning. You have to free yourself from the cycle of birth and death, and even going to hell and heaven. It's like completely predestined. Actually, what all you'll go through, God sends us to this
Beautiful.
universe of paradoxical contradictions
Mhm.
to experience everything: love, hate, enmity, friendship, and hopelessness, hopefulness, disappointments. Everything God only makes us goes through, and then when it's time for us to come back, our karmic balance is wiped off and we merge back with the infinite. God is an outerversal being who's beyond love and hate. Whatever Jay said is true, but he had a little bit difficulty in proving it. But from my experience, because since I've done astrology for a long time, all I need is the person of birth, place of birth, and time of birth. I can give the predictions actually regarding his life.
That
The
was good.
stars
I have
told
the
me
app with
different.
me.
The part
So
about
Is
that
there
is that
astrology
I
in
don't.
there
The most
somewhere?
confusing part about
I
that
think
is
it
how do
started
you?
with some astrology.
Like
Like it's
it
written in the
runs.
stars.
Hold on. Let me reset. That was kind of Osron's whole point, is that you are predetermined based on astrology. So he's not even taking it to a God direction. He's taking it to an
the stars
astrological.
are the god in
Yeah.
his.
Yeah, I agree with
Yeah.
what he's saying, but just
So,
not
like
the
a
same reasoning.
Zoroastrian?
Yeah,
Because I would say
that's
that
your
God.
equal there,
Mm,
JS.
turn the frogs
That
in.
should warn you. That should be a blaring red flag.
Yeah, you're
right
making an
there.
association fallacy. Just because I agree with part of what he said doesn't mean
No,
I
I'm
have to
mocking
That'll
believe
get,
you.
all
that'll
of what
get,
he
that'll
said.
get. That is so unrespectful.
You're mocking me with an association
Is
fallacy.
that how the fuck does he look 32 and he sound like he's 76 in 3 months?
But I have a question though. I have at least
for-
two questions for JS, if I could. For one, JS, is what a robot does, like an AI, like is it determined?
Is what an AI does, is it determined?
Bro, it look like
Sure.
you sound like you chewing tobacco chew, bro.
Yeah,
Oh,
everything's.
okay. So if an AI is determined, then can an AI agape?
What the
Well,
fuck?
the AI is not determined by love. It doesn't have. It's not a conscious agent. It's
Yo,
not a
even
moral.
the Bible talks about determination, bro.
Yeah,
Esau-
but you're not. I don't think you're getting where I'm going with the whole AI. If it's predetermined, we'd be like an AI. We'd be like robots.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Basically, if
I'm
everything's
acknowledged.
predetermined.
I've acknowledged agency, Stepfire, and that we have a will. I'm
That's
just saying.
James.
That's me.
No, but
That's me,
you
Jay.
responded. You responded. You said, "Well, whatever you just said, Stepfire." You said we don't, because I said AI is not a moral agent, and you said neither.
Yeah, we wouldn't be moral. We're not moral agents. We
Right,
can't
and
do
I'm
good or
responding to
bad.
that. I'm saying we are still agents. We have will. Our will is informed by something, is
And
influenced,
that is true for AI.
is
as well.
led, is guided, however you want to
fits-
say it.
Yeah,
But
but
it's
the
not
AI fits
predetermined to you,
perfectly
There's not like a
within that,
welfare system.
that
for
definition.
Hey, I fits
AI.
perfectly what
How
how
will
you're
is it predetermined to you, JS?
what you believe, JS.
It's predetermined from God's perspective. From my perspective, I don't know what's going to happen to me tomorrow, but God knows what's going to happen to me tomorrow.
Yeah, but it's predetermined though. That's,
Yeah, see, that's the problem right here. Determinism,
Still
and
AI.
especially if you're a compatibilist, doesn't take away moral culpability. But
Before you were born,
predeterminism
JS, was your
does
life?
take
I
away your
just
moral
want to
culpability.
kindly remind you guys just to try to go one at a time. I know we all kind of want to say something and add a piece in here and there. I get it, but we might have to actually wait our turn. Screaming Beagle in with the big five. Happy birthday, Sarah. Thank you so much, Beagle. And K2 Keep on Trucking says, can he say, hi, this is Steve from customer service? Osvron, can you read this super chat for me?
Yeah. Can he say hi if this is Steve from customer service?
Thank you so much.
Nailed
I
it.
appreciate that. All right.
Yeah,
I
I'm
wanted to hear
almost
from
there.
Andy. Andy, are you with us?
question.
Hold on
Yeah,
just
I'm
a
here.
second. I wanted to hear you chime in. I think you've been quiet, and I know you have a lot to add in.
Yeah, it's hard to add into all of this, but JS, I was thinking about your thought on God causing all being or all things. I think there's a way you can still maintain that and have free will, and I wanted to run that by you quick. So you can still say God's the cause of all being, all things, all acts of the will, but that doesn't mean that God is the same type of cause as a physical cause, right? So God would cause things according to their mode of existence. So if the free will is free of its mode as it's created by God, then God can cause without it being a necessary cause, right? So that the effect of the divine will is not just something that necessitates causes. It acts on the created thing based on the kind of thing it is.
Thank you. God damn it.
So another way to put it, you just said that the will is informed by something, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so if the will is informed by something, that just means we don't lose free will in a metaphysical sense. We can lose certain actions in particular situations, but we still have what's called a synchronic contingency, which is like free will at the moment of choice. So you have potency in the will in
Andy, I
particular
got you.
situations. So we have a certain kind of free will, and this fits well with your theological outlook too. That means man cannot save himself through free will. Grace still needs to proceed and inform the will so that it's intelligibly structured toward God as its final end. Does that help you?
Theology or is that neuroscience?
It's philosophy.
I'm sorry.
But my biggest contention is with the word free. Like,
sure. But
I
we're
can
not
say we
saying-
have a will, but what's free about it? It's not free in any sense of the word. It's not free of consequence. It has a price, so it's not free in that way. It's not free,
It's
as
free
in
of
it's not.
choice.
It's free to choose A or B.
When you watch a basketball,
But why do I choose A or B?
Wait. When you watch a basketball, football
based on
game
your
or hockey
deliberation.
game, if you're told that the game is going to end up, you have a choice of how it gets there. That's the only thing we have. Whatever you want to say it gets there is going to be 98 to 99. You might see fucking Steph Curry shoot 33s. Now you know, the other team must going to have a comeback because we know that it's going to end up 98, 99. Our free will is within the small fucking meticulous stuff. It's not within the ending. We should be blessed with the paradise of choosing the in between, but it's going to end up the same fucking way.
Okay.
It's
And
in the
fake.
Bible. If you're like Esau and Jacob, the Bible said God said
That's a great example of not having free will.
Well, that's
Esau
what I'm
and
saying.
Jacob. God told
you're
Rebecca.
making the argument.
I'm saying that is predetermined.
God told Rebecca what was going to happen before it happened, and then it happened.
Yes, that perfectly correlates with my example because it happened, but the stuff in between, they still.
And I don't think it could have not. I don't think there's any way it could have not
Had
happened.
a day where they could have played soccer and had fun. You feel what I'm saying?
like so when you with your basketball game example, whatever happens is the only thing that could have happened. I don't believe there's multiverses and there's possible realities where if we went back in time, things could have played out differently.
But do you believe
That's-
there's different ways to get to the same ending?
Man, I'm not sure any of us are going there.
But the way that we get to that ending is the only way.
Do you believe there's different ways to get to a same ending?
Before it happens, there are different possible ways it could happen. But once it happens, that's the only way that it could have happened.
Okay, but is
You
that
guys are- you guys are
is
mixing
that
it up
possible?
again. You're giving
I gotta
wait,
clarify
wait,
something.
he's contradicting yourself.
Quick philosophy break.
Man, please give me one-on-one with this guy, man. Please.
Gentlemen, I will say this
Alright,
is the perfect topic for me to have a bottle of alcohol with me. Like, because I always felt like the
Slush
the
tomato.
free will versus determinism is just becomes too circular, right? It always gets there.
We needed,
Um,
we needed Jesus to portray Jesus. He was predetermined to betray
What the
Jesus.
fuck are you talking about, Tied Up? You keep like spinning this conversation into weird things.
I don't think your IQ is too low to understand what I'm saying.
No, you
Judas
keep
needed
missing.
to
You keep
betray
mixing up these
Jesus.
concepts. No, you keep mixing up these concepts. You're the one who keeps muddying these waters. Predeterminism and determinism are not the same thing. Stop trying to make causal arguments about predeterminism.
When did I mix up predeterminism?
No, you've been doing that the whole time, man.
Just give me an
You're just
example.
doing that with JS. If something is
No.
predetermined, it was set at the beginning. It was set in stone. It will not change. Causal things do not matter
Wait,
in,
hold
in the
up.
predeterministic setup.
No, but that doesn't contradict what I was saying. It will still lead to the same ending.
Yes,
So-
predeterminism. You can think of it like this: a start. That's what predeterminism is.
Okay.
A beginning to an end never changes. That's
Okay.
what predeterminism is.
and you're just
So
following
this
the
is one of my
thread.
contentions with this thing is that if you say you have free will and you are religious, if that is the case, you don't, right? Predeterminism basically is telling us you don't have free will. If God knows you end up in heaven, can you possibly end up in hell? If you
No,
can't,
I'm saying the meticulous thing
then
between
there's no
that.
free will in the religious argument. Because man, we are just on this
Bro,
religious part.
you can still go
Oh,
to
no, I
heaven
just
and
think
have
puzzle.
coffee one day and then go up to heaven and have juice one day. That's my saying. The free will isn't my question. Is how detailed the free will is. You're making predeterminism a big generic overall one line of path. I'm not doing that. Your predeterminism could still be predetermined, but it could be predetermined on things that don't lead you to the last thing. For
You
example,
sound like JS now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if he like knows where this topic stands and how
Bro.
it stands there.
if you want to fuck some girl today, I could say, yo, I'm gonna fuck her at 5 o'clock. I could still fucking go to Chipotle at 3. I could fucking take a fucking Blue Chew at 4. Either way, I'm gonna fuck this girl at 5. That's determinism. Predeterminism
No, was it your
No.
free will to go fuck
That was
the
will,
girl,
yep.
or was it
No.
already determined in the books that you were gonna go? It's not. You're
It was
saying it.
determined already in the book.
No, you are saying I am gonna go fuck this girl, right? That is you making the choice to go fuck the girl.
No, it was already predetermined.
No, but tied up.
I
Yeah,
wanna
okay,
make my exit.
Predeterminism
Mhm.
says it does say
Uh,
okay. Zoom out. It says you
Hold
are
on, James.
not only gonna fuck this girl,
Later, man.
not only are you gonna fuck this girl, but also you are a bad person for doing it for doing it this way. So like it's a compound statement. Not only do you lack free will, but you're also getting judged for whatever. Like, that's-
I'm gonna let
predeterminism.
James go ahead and make your exit. I don't think that was on the nose, Duck. James, go ahead and make your exit.
Yeah. For example, let's test this out.
Hold on, tied up.
Hold on.
Tied
time
up.
out.
Hold on, please. Go ahead, James. Make your exit.
Well, I don't understand how JS can believe in predeterminism, but I mean, I just can't understand that, man, because there's so many verses in the Bible that talk about free will and how people have
You just did a
choices.
perfect Jamesism.
No. No. I said there's.
That's always
there's a
what he
lot
does
of
in a
verses-
debate. He's like, I
there's
just
a lot
don't
of verses in the
understand how you
Bible that
cannot.
talks about free will, JS. There's a lot of verses that I could go over, but it talks
It's
about
on
free
the
will.
words free will are only used 3 times in the Bible. It's ratson
Well, the
in
fact that it's used, that's-
Deuteronomy twice, and that means voluntarily. It's talking about the free will offering, the voluntarily giving offering, meaning somebody's not forcing you to do it. And then it's used once in Psalms. I forget what the word is there. None of it is referring to this philosophical concept of free will that you're talking about.
Well.
Predestination is
Is that, well, do we have the same understanding of the word free will then, right?
Definitely
Based
not.
on what
Definitely
you're
not.
saying, and then based on the context of the Bible. I think there's
It's baptism.
yeah, the definition of the word is relative at that point.
Yeah, like for example, we could set
Go
this
read
up.
Ephesians, James, and get
Sorry,
back
I
to
want
me.
to. Yeah, James, go ahead. Continue your exit, please.
But yeah, But other than that, everybody have a great one. Sarah, happy birthday. And everything. Congratulations, making it 30 because 30 is a milestone. In someone's life.
Everybody's like made up all these different numbers for me tonight. It's great.
Well, ain't it 30? I thought someone said 30. But I don't know how old you are.
21.
25.
That's what James is.
I don't know.
all over
I'm
the
just going
place.
based on what some people said. I don't know. Never how old you are. You made it to that. It's anyway.
Happy 30th, Sarah.
Sure, we'll go with that one. That sounds better.
But yeah, y'all have a great one.
We'll tell later on. We're gonna see if that's predetermined.
Maybe y'all figure out whether or not y'all can understand the idea of free will. Hopefully y'all find out y'all come to the side of free will. So yeah.
All right, James. We'll see you around.
You know what's funny is.
And Joe Cool coming.
This could have been a way better debate.
I'm older than all of you. K2 keep on trucking it with the big five says we know PK Subban said basketball has nothing to play for hockey 10 times better. Alex Ovechkin better athlete over LeBron James.
He clearly has a poster he beats off to clearly every night. All
So I
right.
had
Happy
a question
birthday,
for the two
Sarah. You don't look
debaters.
a day over 19 years old. I'm just saying.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you.
No, you really do look good, too.
I at least have to be 21, right?
Yes, I misspoke there.
I would never want to go back to anything before 21 because I wouldn't have to go through all the hoops of getting alcohol the way we had to get it before.
Sarah, the last thing you said, there are like 9 different opinions about what free will is. You guys cannot have come up with a definition so far.
Yeah,
Well, I
let's
gave-
do that between JS and Stepfire. Can we, out of your mouths, JS, can you give us the definition for determination or
Free will. Free will would be better.
No, I want to hear free will from Stepfire first,
Okay,
and
okay.
then maybe they can swap notes on that. So JS,
On the definition of determinism,
how it's being referred to, yeah.
The concept that how would I say this? The concept that everything that happens had to happen inevitably, and there's no other way it could have happened.
Whoa, everything.
That's dope. That's dope. Okay. We gotta
I
talk-
disagree, but yeah.
That is determinism.
Yes.
Okay, and Stepfire, can you give the definition for free will?
Just a basic one is the ability to choose between alternative options.
Can we all agree on those definitions? Or no? No chance we
I
do.
won't accept-
Two different
I won't
definitions.
accept that definition.
Those are totally two different definitions, dog.
One was for determinism. I thought we accepted that.
That's why they were two different. There were two different
And
words.
the free will one, I thought everybody would have a disagreement on.
Yeah, I don't accept that definition of free will.
All right, let's go around
Kinda
the
boring.
table because it sounded like everyone was agreeable on determinism. Effigy, do you want to give your explanation or your definition of free will?
To me, free will is the idea that conscious agents have the ability to make choices that are completely up to them. And I would say that your determinism one was a little bit too broad for me. To me, it's
Sorry, my brain farted. Answer my question.
Well, yeah,
are
I'm
the
not going
necessary
to validate
consequence
your
of a
fears
proceeding
when
of
they are
justice.
Of course
misplaced.
not.
Everything is
If you're mad at anything, it should have been the APA. If you're mad at anything, it should have been the APA applying appeals to normativity, which is a problem with all mental health, and saying we have to force people into that box instead of actually asking them, hey, why do you feel this way? And then seeing if there's actually something wrong with them first.
Transgenderism was labeled a mental disorder how many years ago? And then they changed it?
It went through various different names too. is it transsexualism, blah blah blah. So it depends. It depends on where you draw that line.
Body dysmorphia, whichever one
I'm
was.
terrible with dates and stuff.
Okay.
This is not something I've bothered to memorize, to be
This
honest.
is the problem. I could Google it right now, but I don't care.
That's fine.
This is one problem with the whole
People are
thing.
animals.
Like, I was in a chat the other day. I can't remember where I was. Yesterday, I think. And at least 2 or 3 people were having a conversation with me where they didn't understand that there was a difference between, because someone said, well, you know, there's been trans, like, dudes dressing up in drag ever since the 60s or 70s or something like that, they said. And I'm like,
you know,
the fact that you see that you don't see the distinction between
is
ultimately
ultimately
and transsexual
formed for
is
you,
the whole
such
problem with
as,
this
let's
conversation
say,
right now. They're too complete. Like, people
you
don't
don't
even
want
understand
to,
the gay
go
community
against
and all these
God, but
different
you decide to
intricacies
rob a
in the first place. My best person when I was married was a female to male trans person. We went to the beach. There were scars from the mastectomy. Like, I didn't have a problem with that. I've had tons of trans people in my life. I've been gay my whole life, almost 50 years. That's not the
Is
discussion.
there anything you don't have an experience
I
for?
can tell you that it didn't make their life better. It made it worse. But
Yeah,
they
it's
sure like
harder.
to go around and
So-
bring it up a lot and cause a big fuss about it.
So did they say that to you directly? I regret my decisions, or are you
No,
insinuating
I can
this?
see it
Right. So here's the problem, right?
when they're crying.
So here's the problem, right? A lot of people probably would assume that about me too, because I do cry, stuff like that, and I struggle with social anxiety and stuff like that more. But it was more because like I'm actually taking care of myself more, which I didn't have the desire to do before, and I actually enjoy certain things like staying inside and playing video games or watching certain YouTube videos instead of feeling so uncomfortable that I have to get out and be doing like extreme things like parkour just to forget how fucking wrong it feels in my own body. Not that I could even admit that to myself, because there was a long time where I let people get to me and tell me that I was just gay. And so I felt like even admitting that I was slightly feminine was too gay.
My husband's more feminine than you. Saying's not just.
You don't know me.
If
in
you
real
had
life.
somebody who loved
You don't
you
know me in
when
real
you were
life. You only
young,
know me as I said.
if you had somebody who loved you when you were young, like the dudes who said to me, like I had one boyfriend when I was a teenager who said, maybe it would be better if they were trans,
Big rip.
so that I'd be able to do them because I'm really thick and big, right? And I said, no, that's not what we're gonna do. Want to
Who
know
ripped a
something? He
bong?
actually grew up to have children.
Oh, sorry, is that an issue, Trippy? I'm
No,
used
it's not an issue. It's just I thought that 10th Man said literally. I had a friend who said, and then I heard a bong rip. I was like, damn, that's a really good bong rip impression that 10th Man does. That's crazy.
No, but I'm
gonna bring everybody back up.
If I wanted to, I probably could have convinced that person to go that way in the 90s.
Yeah, you
But I
told
wouldn't
that
do
story on Sarah's about how you've had multiple people in your past that you might have been able to, like, push to the side where they may transition.
Yes, easily.
Well, and here's the thing.
People think that they can do anything, right? Like they always say this, but I've seen the horoscopes of many serial killers. All of them were possessed. I've seen the horoscope of Ted Bundy. I've seen the horoscope of who's that
like
person? I
Gematria.
forgot his name. Many of them were possessed. Actually, they had no control over their actions when they went to kill. When
You saw it in
death
the numbers.
actually is an universal being who controls our fates. When you're going to die 6 months before your time of death,
Okay, so I just want, or sorry,
Women
10th Man.
party.
I want to point out that as much as I say we have a common cause and there's overlap, I don't think that like I'm able to tell you what makes what is valid about being gay or not gay. The only struggles we can relate on are the struggles of not fitting in a society that expects normativity. On the other
No, I
hand,
fit in fine.
that's why I don't. That's why when you give like your anecdotes and stuff like
Your
that, it means
fear of
nothing to me.
normativity is
I'm
what
not
fucks
gay.
you up.
No, but here's the thing, right? Like I tried to conform for a very long time. I tried to tell myself, no, I conform. I'm normal because I already had a bunch of things that outed me as not being normal with mental health. And the
What
thing
about people
was
that suffer from body
that only
dysmorphia?
that made me unhappy. That was when I was faking who I was more than anything. Was when I was pretending to be a man when I wasn't.
Bodybuilders.
I have an intensely dark question. Ooh,
I'm scared.
it's
Do
getting
I have
dark
to
in
I
here.
explain it?
hopefully have the answer to this.
No.
I have to
It's
explain
for
Is it?
both. It's for both 10th and Melanie, and I'm gonna get a lot of
Okay.
flack
This is a
for even
setup.
asking.
This is a setup.
No, it's
You know, I've already
it
said
may
some of the
be
craziest stuff
okay.
anybody's heard. So go ahead.
Were either of you touched as kids? Were either of you touched as kids?
I don't think you
No,
want me to get into it, but I have told the stories already.
You don't necessarily have to answer. Nobody's holding a gun to your
I
head.
just happen to face every other form of abuse, funnily enough. But here's the thing, right? That's not a predictor for these things. And if it were, we would see.
So you got every
It
kind of
is,
abuse-
though.
I think there's
every
some weight
kind of
to that.
abuse except
It's almost like I was about to explain like, if
SA.
it were.
Is that what
then
you're saying?
It's almost like I was going to make an argument, and then I got cut off before I could actually finish my argument. Because if
I don't know. All you're
then
doing
what
is
we would
dominating
see-
the whole
Oh no,
thing.
fuck you, man. No,
Yeah, I know,
like you
you're-
gave an
you're-
answer
you're
and
very-
you
Argument
give
never
it
ends.
you
You're
give
very afraid.
when you answer you give the panel room to respond. That's etiquette.
Your brain shuts down after 4 words. I get it. But here, let me make the full thing for the people who are interested.
No,
because if,
I'm
if
fucking
it-
talking to you
if
now.
It were, if it were, what we would
Okay.
see is data that reflects that the amount of
Well,
essays
Trippy
that
asked us
happen-
a question, but I'll get to it, Trippy.
Amount of cum
It's
that
cool,
comes out of this
10th,
guy's
I'm
face
so trying to finish.
I think I
directly
should do one of
lacks
these again.
even
Nah,
in
it's fine.
milliliters doesn't equal a
That is
fucking
incredible.
answer to
That is
anything.
incredible that you still can't be bothered to like listen. So if again,
No,
if we would
you
see-
shut up for your 3 seconds
Again,
and I made a point.
if-
And you don't want
this
to
were
hear
true-
it, so you're doing that fake I'm interrupting you thing.
No, I'm
Which
not.
is gay as
I
a-
was as I said, if this were true, what we would see
Heard
is
that in a while.
the data. Wow, you guys are actual cowards. It's
She's
incredible.
responded because she was
I'm not
laughing. Calm
coward.
down, Mel. It's not that important to hurry. Okay. No,
No,
I
they
need
just
yes or
really
no
don't wanna
answers
listen.
instead of
So, no,
let me
you're not
answer
interested.
You're
20
just
ways.
you're
Well,
repeating
no,
the
but
same
that's the
shit
thing.
over and over
We
again.
it's
SA
only
does
it's
not-
only
SA
it's only
and
that
that-
we're
and what
not
you said is
listening
not
when it's
true.
on your airtime, which you're
Stop.
taking all of.
Stop.
So
She
SA
said,
does not correlate.
You did it to
stop,
10th
stop,
man,
Audis, hang on a minute.
and you've done it to everyone here. So
When I
Listen
quit
to
don't
being
Hosty
a-
boy.
You complain
quit
Okay.
being
that I
a
don't
you know.
substantiate.
Nah.
That I
Do
don't
it on his
substantiate.
YouTube
Oh
channel.
man.
Remember when you complained that I don't substantiate?
I'm not
my
free.
arguments? This is you doing it to yourself. So again, if it were true that SA correlated with trans people, we would see that in
Fine,
places
I'll do
with
this
higher
again.
SA, then we would see more trans people, right? But we don't. It's not a predictor for these things.
You don't think that like there's an agenda like to get young kids into this shit, because it seems like I don't know. I
Does it
don't
have to do with what I said?
I don't see the trans community going to fucking read to the elderly or help them out at all. It's always kids.
So if there's an agenda, the agenda is to normalize that so people aren't immediately
People.
prejudiced against that and don't think, oh, you look different.
The
than
hole
others,
in the-
therefore
Shit.
there's
Hole in the
something
wall.
wrong with you.
Oh my god, that's terrifying.
Because you're not gonna
I
let me
mean,
finish. So I'm
people
definitely
shouldn't-
not letting you finish, bro.
No,
We're not
you
gonna
would-
have a
you would-
cordial conversation.
You're
with
gonna
you here.
you're gonna
Alright,
enjoy
then
it.
look
No,
for a
you're gonna
torch.
I
enjoy
literally
this.
let you finish with your bullshit.
I'm gonna go
and
on
then fucking
Trippy
do what I
Cast for the
said,
lulz.
and
There it
then
is.
You fucking,
See
like I
ya.
said
Okay.
3 things, and then you fucking spurred your fucking mind out.
All right, I'm pulling up. So Mel said
Fucking spurred. That's what
That's
I'm saying.
disgusting.
Like,
starving.
that's literally
Oh,
what
Spurred it
you
up.
brought me in for. What do you want?
Do better, idiot.
Honest. Mel had said before everybody started jumping, I guess upper butt. No, I'm kidding. That's his little humor injection. That SA something, and I didn't catch the rest of it. You said SA does not necessarily.
The fucking headphones
It's
shaving
not a
everything.
predictor for being trans. If it were, we would see in places where there are higher rates of SA that there would be more trans people, and we do not.
Well, you're
Well-
not exactly like my best candidate for like doing his research. And I think
Okay,
I
so-
proved that. I think I proved that earlier in
And
the
again,
show. I think you
Show me a chart.
make a
with-
lot of talking points. I think no, go look up a chart. Do your own homework for a change.
Yeah.
I did yours
Yeah,
earlier.
I actually have done this before. 'cause
When
I-
you
me
when you
get a drawing.
disputed a point, I fucking showed up, and you still haven't done that once.
No, remember when I
You've
remember
never
when I
brought
pointed
up
out to
one
you-
study. You've never brought up one
I just-
even fucking
that actually
biased
is
You know what?
news
I'm gonna let
article.
Star be the referee for you guys.
That was actually from a study. I don't
Behave
remember
yourself,
offhand.
boys, children.
That actually was from a study where they looked for a link between rates of sexual assault and the amount of trans people, and they did not see.
But where's the citation,
correlation.
son? Is
Yeah, I
what
don't
I'm
remember
asking.
which. I'm gonna have to look through all my sources because I don't exactly remember which study that was. But I definitely
Because of
remember.
course you guys, you never,
I've
your
debated
kind
this
never
before.
do. It's always like that's the thing. Is like,
and you,
I can spout some shit. I can spout some shit right now, and be like, oh, where the fuck did I read
Okay,
that?
so where's your
And I
source?
can
Where's your
I
source
can
that SA
go
does
to
correlate?
I can go to sources. I can go to several sources.
Okay, give me your source that SA does correlate with being trans.
Literally every time.
Every time,
And,
do it.
and
Yeah, do
because
it right now.
because you niggas are the first ones to complain about like the Catholic Church abuse. The Catholic
that Honest,
Church.
with the N thing.
N-words,
Oh
please.
no! There's a
Just
huge
drop off
there's a
those
huge
N
part
words
of the
you know.
population. There's a huge part of the
No N-bombs.
population that
So
you
just let me know when you're done bloviating.
guys
by the way,
claim
I'll actually
that-
respond.
No, you guys claim the Catholic Church fucked you up. Okay, they fucked you up. I'll give them
When did
that.
I ever say
I'm
that?
not I'm not a religious man. I'll give them that. They fucked you up.
When did I
But
ever say
then it's
that?
like you went like after that you went to the next thing that fucking fucked you up.
Wait, when did I ever
Like
say that?
the Catholic Church
Who are you
didn't
talking
teach you
to, bro?
pretend that you're a fucking animal female with a dick. Like
Okay, so none of that
nature didn't
applies to
teach you
me.
that.
So none of that applies to me because I don't ever talk about the Catholic Church. Where's your study for the fact that they do correlate? Because it actually evidence of
No, in the amount of
it's
in
easier.
the amount of
it's easier
sex
to prove-
abuse.
It's easier.
Yeah,
to
the
prove
Catholic
a positive
Church did
than
a lot of
negative,
bad
right?
shit. The gay community is a product of the Catholic Church.
No,
Do you
no.
understand?
No.
Like
No,
they're a
no,
product of the
no.
Catholic
Stop
Church
running.
abuse.
Stop running.
Do you
Same
understand
request.
where this
Stop
is going?
running. Stop running. I'm making the same request as before. Where are your statistics showing that SA does in fact correlate with trans people? I'm just gonna actually Google Scholar this
Because you've been abused. Because most of you have been abused to the point where you don't
How do you
want to
know?
be who
How do you know?
are.
Are you just pulling that out of your ass?
Okay, be specific. Are you guys talking about SA reports? Or are we talking about sexual abuse reports?
Sexual
that lead
abuse.
To that?
We're saying SA to keep Trippy's chance of being monetized.
Yeah, you're the
right.
one. You fucked that one up, Star.
Sorry,
Good
my
for you.
bad.
Yeah, and Honest with
I
your
was
little
being-
N words
I was
drops.
being
I'm gonna
nice and
kick you if you
playing
do it
ball,
again.
But hey,
Can you do this one more time? Because I have to go do something really quick.
So here's the funny thing, right? Like when people complain about cherry picking stats in this area,
Like
they
that,
often
sir?
know what they're talking about. I almost guarantee that any paper that is provided, because the rate, by the way, is 50% of trans people have been sexually assaulted. Again, not a predictor because plenty of people get sexually assaulted and don't become trans. What it's going to say is that we cannot necessarily take these findings to mean that being sexually assaulted makes someone trans. What this actually means is that people who are trans might be at a higher risk of being sexually assaulted because of things like growing up with an identity that they're not receiving information about.
Please go on.
Well, yeah, no,
Are you done yet? No, keep going because you're just going to
No, I'd love
interrupt
to.
again.
Okay, sure. So
just pretend I interrupted and keep going.
Yeah, this goes into the whole conversation.
You're
that,
painting
like,
yourself into a
sex
fool
education.
corner.
Sex education prevents kids from being predated on because they're more informed about things and less prone to being taken advantage of. That's why you
All
see
right, so
sex
they know
education
stranger
about
danger.
No, you don't. You want me to keep talking, right? That's why trans education about being trans in schools actually prevents trans kids from being taken advantage of.
What about other kids?
Education about
protecting
their
other kids?
sexuality, education about their sexuality and identity helps them too.
What if they don't choose that?
Then
it's
that wouldn't
forced on
apply
them?
to them. It only applies to trans kids.
Oh, so when it's forced on them,
Nothing's
just
forced on
ignore it.
them. Because
Oh,
as
so
I
nothing
pointed
is
out,
forced on them.
as I pointed out, sexual dimorphism.
Do they have the right to
happens-
opt out because they're educated
As I
enough
pointed
to
out,
understand
sexual
those?
dimorphism happens very early in the brain, prenatally. In fact,
Oh, so you agree that they're not fully developed, so they don't understand their actions.
This affects everything downstream later on, including their
And
identity.
it does.
It's impossible
Such as
actually.
sterilization.
It's impossible to tell a
Permanent
trans kid.
sterilization.
It's impossible
It's
to
a
tell
eugenics
a trans.
program that you've been fed into
Okay,
that
calm
now
down.
you're part of,
You're spurging.
and you don't
It's
know what you're
impossible.
part of.
It's impossible to tell a trans kid that they
It's
are
the same
not
thing that
actually-
Kellogg's did in the 1920s and 30s.
No, it's not. So
It is.
No,
It's just you don't realize that the same
that was
people
an
they're
attempt to keep
promoting this
people
are
from
the same
having
people
sex.
in those families.
No, that was an attempt to keep people from having sexual pleasure because they thought it led
No,
to
they're
sex.
trying
so
to
that's
do
way different.
population control.
You don't know what you're talking
So
about. So again,
sterilization is part of population control.
Trans
It's an
people knowing.
extermination of the gay populace, is what it is.
Exactly. That is exactly what it is.
And then they take the worst of us,
So can any of you
put them
steel
out
person my
there.
argument? Can
When
any of you steel
Fauci
person
came
my
out with
argument?
all those cancer drugs that he put out.
Wait
and
a
said
minute.
that they
Before
were AIDS
you say some nonsense again,
and it caused
that shows how, before
horrible
you demonstrate
damage
how clueless
to
you
the
are.
entire gay community.
Wait. Before you
No
talk
one
more
said
and
anything
demonstrate how
about
clueless you are.
Yeah, and then when a guy like me comes around,
Wait,
that
wait a
knows
minute.
anything about it, they tell me that
an
I'm
expert.
old. Listen, I was in the public square
Just to be
during a
clear, none of you
protest
have the
as a
capacity to
journalist,
listen to my argument.
and
Just to
I
be
had
clear, none of you
40
have
or
the
50
capacity to
gay
listen to my
people
argument.
screaming, "Go away, you don't have an audience here," and I felt more
Up.
safe when I was down the
I
road.
wonder
in the middle of
if
300 or 400
the
Muslims saying, "Leave our
context
kids
behind.
alone."
Can you repeat
I was
that
more
verse
scared of
again,
the gay
JS? Because I
people.
feel like
If
the
I would have stayed, I
context
think
is
they would
key
have
with that
attacked me
one.
instead. I took off.
It's Paul. He says, like I could pull it up exactly. It's in Romans, but he says,
That had nothing to
he
do
says,
with
I
it.
do what I don't want to do, and what I
You
want to
are
do,
a
I don't do.
radical man,
Therefore, it is not
or
me that
sir,
sins,
whatever
but
the
sin
case may
within
be.
me.
He's talking
So
about
I
some
hold on.
Okay, my bad.
Yes,
I'm
but
telling
tied up
you,
is correct. And that's
Children are not
what you're saying is nonsense.
Okay, so I'm going to talk over all of you guys, and I'm going to keep doing it until you guys all stop for 5 minutes
From the
or
same
seconds
medical
or
community
whatnot.
that
I
gave
need
us
to have the panel
Vioxx.
floor. I need the floor because
not the same
Melanie, you
community.
said steel person. I don't think you can person that term. It's steel man, but you're
I know, right?
saying that people cannot change the brain chemistry and how it works, and these kids, their brains just go that way, and it's not their choice to change gender or feel like they're in the wrong body. Correct? Like you're saying that it's not up to the kid to choose to become trans or not. Is basically the long and short of it. Correct, Mel?
Hey, Trippy.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
This, and just to be clear, I'm trying to refute the social contagion theory that, like, by teaching about this in schools, it
I
forces
steel
it onto
person.
kids.
Yeah, I got you. I don't think it should be forced upon anybody. Right? Like,
Well, it isn't.
I wanna talk to.
I don't know.
Tenth
Some people
Man.
would argue with that.
I want to ask him some questions just so Melanie can listen.
It wasn't rude. Your hand was up.
What are they talking about?
I would like to talk to 10th Man.
Yeah,
I would like
I'll
to-
humor
I
you.
would like-
It's not going to happen, though. She's going to constantly. It's
That's
just
okay.
going to happen, but you know.
I can get you. You can put you guys together.
You
Well,
stay
no,
tricky, though. I don't like pressure.
Okay. He's not going to argue
No,
with you.
no,
He's just
bring,
going to.
bring him back.
He's here.
Bring
He's
him
right here.
back in. I want him to behave. No,
He's right
not
there.
10th Man. 10th
Oh,
Man.
oh.
No, I want the other guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want Mel?
I want to
Go
ask
ahead.
10th Man some questions, and I want Melanie to shut the fuck up and listen for a minute.
Right. So put me backstage because I'm not good at handling stupidity.
It's way funnier if you're up here, though.
You can
Well, then you're
just
gonna get interrupted.
liberally. Here's what I do. I
if
liberally
you-
apply the mute button.
If you think you're gonna say shit you're gonna regret, you can mute your mic.
Oh no!
Here, I'll
I
put you in the
don't.
Put
back,
yourself
and if
backstage. You can
I'll
put
put
yourself
Mel,
backstage.
I'll put you in the bag, and if you have anything that you're like, I need to talk about this, just say that in the private chat.
Yeah. Because she can't. How could you? You see me, I'll sit here for hours and not say a thing.
I know.
And then I'll think of a really funny joke.
Yeah,
Hour
we're
and a
used
half
to it.
in, boom, everybody laughs. I'll shut up for another hour.
Yeah.
Sakes, man. Tourette's,
Otis.
Munchausen, triproxy, whatever that is.
Otis said
The
he had a few
Munchausen
questions
dilemma thing.
specifically
Oh
for
my
you,
God, go
sir.
ahead.
So go ahead, Otis. And 10th Man.
Okay, so 10th Man, you sound like a man, you sound like a male, so I'm going to assume your gender identity is male, but you've made it clear that
Actually,
you're-
I'm a non-binary, transgender, transracial, paleo vegan ghost. It's a wolf every second Tuesday, a Jewish woman, and also a ghost.
I was hoping you would say that.
Now remember that, and every time you address him, make sure you say that.
Yes, I expect you to respect my pronouns. You have to say that every time. If you mix it up at all, hate crime.
Yep, he's suing you in New York.
Yeah, I'm gonna sue the whole world.
I guess you guys probably have to both fly out there. Anyway,
Like that Mel lady, I'm gonna go to Parliament.
let's see what these questions Otto said were, if he remembers.
No, I do. I do remember. Like,
skip
ahead.
And William
so what
comes
about-
with a big two to say it's impossible for a basketball game to end tied. Which I think with free will and determinism can sometimes actually end that way. It's one just defeats the other, but then also promotes the other, and it's just this endless cyclical thing of round and round and round. But.
You guys are
Everybody
like,
freely,
Everybody
freely willed themselves to walk off the court, then the game would end.
The
You guys
Seven
are
Brain
saying God
Talk
is
that came
loving,
up
forgiving, and
earlier, where
Jesus.
they
when
treated
he set
people
the
with
rules for us
epilepsy
to
with
need
severed
Jesus. What kind of sense does that
brain.
make?
Or
You guys
he-
are saying God
No more, no less.
Yep, I've turned a few women inside out. That's all I can say.
Well, I mean,
Ladies in the chat.
to you,
here we
buddy.
go.
I'm not here to judge you right now.
I'm answering questions that I'm hoping you're gonna. I'm hoping to get a question.
Yeah, ask the questions,
No,
damn
but
it.
no, we're getting there. Okay, so
Speed it
like
up.
it's how much is your identity
Okay,
a
how
part
I
of like the shit you worry about as a part of like as opposed to like what you do for a living and how well you're doing and like how much is your sexual proclivities the focal point of your existence?
Very little, but see, I'm different, right? So I'm the type of guy who just only ever wanted to be able to say, "Oh yeah, my husband," and not get fired, right? Or be able to file my income tax, be able to visit my husband in the hospital, something like that, right? And then that all was done.
Animalistic.
And then I'm the guy who every single workplace that I've been in for the past 20-something years since it became a thing, when they used to be Gay Pride Day, apparently that became a month now. I've been railing against that as well. But they would, in a day in June, whatever Gay Pride Day was, who knows? I thought it was like the 7th or something. They would have like a Gay Pride thing. One time it was a barbecue, different thing. And I would make official complaints about it because I was like, if we're not having Straight Pride Day, I don't like Gay Pride Day because that's weird for us to celebrate us, but not like all I ever wanted to be was part of the community and not be ostracized for my wanting to sleep with dudes. That's it. Beginning and the end of the discussion. And I had this discussion a couple of years ago. I used to have a show, and
There was a very, very specifically fed way to put it.
so I talked to a friend of mine that lives close to me one time, and I said, if I ever came to your place and one of your kids said, "Hey, Uncle 10th Man, how come you're married to a man? I thought you're supposed to marry a woman." Guess what I would say? Talk to your parents. I'd say talk to your parents. Because I don't want to have that conversation with your kids, right? But then other people changed it, and then we're having these weird books in schools.
But do you know what that like as a guy that's close to your age? I just turned 42. I'll admit it. I just turned 42. But like as a kid that grew up in the half generation after that, like I'm in that weird place between X and millennial. We were programmed that like that shit was just, cool and okay, and presented on the surface doesn't sound that bad. But I guess my second question to you, and I think this question is, the response to this question is directed at the guy in the back seat at the moment, is like, how much of this current agenda shit makes you feel comfortable in your community? Like how is your actual community responding to the kind of new wave of this stuff?
I got kicked out of the gay community about 7, 8 years ago or so. Maybe a little bit before that. Not long after I got married, and then all of a sudden, after the special interests took over the LGBTQ, people like me aren't part of the group anymore. So now the straights hate me because I'm gay, because of the stuff that the new people did. And then the gay community hates me because I'm not inclusive. But I say inclusive means straight people too. So we should all just be a group.
Yep.
We shouldn't talk to kids about sex. That's it.
I agree that that should be the case. We should all just be humans instead of this side, that side. Fuck you because you're doing this kind of sex or whatever. I don't care what kind of sex people have. I don't care who's penetrating you, and I don't care who you're penetrating. I don't think that that should come in to jobs.
Just type there.
Public, shit, especially if you're a school teacher. I don't give a fuck what you're fucking. Yeah. This is
Because
sex.
of ick, right? Like
No.
I've already
No,
explained.
No,
You got it.
because
I said what I had to say. Peace.
Mel, I will
But
say
can
that
I land my plane on this just to explain why I
no,
think it's ick?
because I got a plane to land too.
I've already
We don't want to
explained.
crash,
No,
do we?
well, no.
On the runway?
Well,
Because
hear-
all
hear
I'm
me out,
saying
hear me out so you
is
can
that,
respond
well, hear me out
You're
first.
literally interrupting the host of the
Well,
fucking
Let me-
show.
Just
but
let me.
well, you don't choose the. Do you choose the body then? Do you choose the body you are given? Because you're going on a biological standpoint of like, well, I don't want to hit puberty and I don't want to do this until I'm 12 and I don't want to like these are all biological features. If that is the case, then you could take it all the way back to, well, I choose which body I
I
want
hear
to
where
be
you're
in.
going, Sarah.
I don't even
If
think
you're going to say that, then you have to stick by that entirety of the
I
argument.
dig
But
it.
if
Good
not,
girl.
then
never
you can
changed that.
if well, but that's what you're saying right now is, well, if then a kid would choose to,
Be
hit
6
puberty and not
feet
hit
tall.
puberty
It's
and
not
so
really
forth.
a thing.
Earlier,
Have you ever
because
seen?
we teach them this to also
They
make
get
them
enough of it.
safer, and to make them safer in sexual situations.
I mean, we should go earlier than that. We should start screaming at men's balls.
No,
Trippy, I've
they get
figured
enough
this
of it. They
guy
get it
out.
through television, they get it through songs, they get it through movies, they get it through every kind of media
That's
you
not
could possibly
comprehensive, I
imagine
said.
has
No,
either
that's
a
not
gay character
comprehensive.
in it or a trans character. You can't get away from it even if you fucking attempt to. There's no way to get away from it. It's in comedy,
But wait, don't you
horror,
also
it's in
scream?
fucking
Don't you also complain about it being in kids shows? Like
it's
you
in
can't have it
it's
both
in kids
ways.
shows. Yeah, it's in kids shows like Steven Universe. Prove me wrong, fucking
not really.
Adventure Time, and those shows aren't even fucking
There's a
new.
Wait. You're pointing to trans-coded characters. It's different than outright saying you're trans. And here's
Yeah,
what being
okay.
trans is
Well, that
about.
might be Adventure Time, but it's definitely not just Steven Universe.
Yes, it is. So, with the whole like,
It's in superhero
know-
shit. It's in everything from horror to like a day-to-day fucking anime
Oh, the
about cooking.
you can't just look at anything that gives some representation as
It's
comprehensive sex
everything,
ed.
Mel.
No,
It's
no, they're not the same
everything.
thing. They're not the
It's
same thing as
everything.
comprehensive sex. It's
It
not the
doesn't
same thing as
matter
com-
if it's the same thing. What I'm saying is like
It
you
does, because
can't
what's offered in school is different than what's offered on TV.
name me a modern television show that doesn't have at least one gay character.
New Scooby Doo. Oh wait, I'm wrong.
Mm-hmm. You can't though, can you?
Wait. But that doesn't refute my argument that they're not the same things. So that's a non sequitur. My point is that we need this in schools because it's comprehensive, and that comprehensive aspect.
We don't
of
need it in
is what
schools.
makes-
These kids,
Yes-
look,
yes,
when
we do,
I was in
'cause-
school, and I'll tell you about my
here's
own
some
personal
statements.
thing. When I was in school,
you
we had our
interjected
gay
me.
kids, we had our lesbian kids. This is when I was in high school. This is like 2002 or 2001 to 2005. Fucking
And let me guess, you're going to assume they were all fine without any education about it, even though you don't actually know that.
I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that none of us started any
Why do
shit.
you
None of them
speak your
died.
assumptions before he's told the fucking story?
None of them.
Because
None of
that's
them
the
were
only way
attacked.
that could be a
No,
that's-
you're no.
Because
that-
by the way,
no.
that's the only way that could be a refutation against anything I'm saying. So
None
I
of
was
them were
like
attacked.
helping him out.
Why don't you shut the fuck up and let the dude tell his
Why
story?
don't you ever say anything that's a refutation to what I'm actually saying?
None of them ever got
Because
attacked.
he's the
None of them
fucking
got
host of the show.
kicked out
You
of school.
asshole.
None of them got
Trippy,
kicked
so
out of
the reason that
school.
they'd been attacked. Wait, Trippy, when you say they
No,
never
I
got
know that
attacked,
they
how do you
didn't
know
because I went to school with them for over 4 years, or under 4 years,
But how do you
around
know
4
it
years.
didn't happen when you weren't around? How do you know it didn't happen when you weren't
Because
around?
they
Like,
never
not
came to
everyone does
school
this in
talking
big-
about it. They never came to school with like bruises. There was never any
So?
fucking stories. There was never
There's plenty
anything
of
like
people
that.
who get gay bashed and don't talk about it because they don't feel like anyone cares.
Because it was
no
the
one talks about how
2000s,
gay
Mel.
bashing is a problem.
It was the 2000s. It's just like the 90s. We didn't give a fuck then. We don't give a fuck now. We don't want it shoved down our throats every
But
5
that shows
fucking
how
seconds.
you might have a sampling bias. Do you know
We
what a
don't want to
sampling
sit
bias
here and
is?
listen about how gay somebody is. Nobody gives a fuck. Go be
But does
gay.
that-
Who
But
cares?
does that not show
Dude,
you how you
gay
could have a
people
There
are
is-
not
sampling bias?
persecuted anymore. And
I
you
will
need
say
to
this
give
much.
up that fucking ghost.
We
There
love
is-
gay
Premise
people.
You are a
That's the thing.
professional victim, and you will find any reason to be
You
a
premise
victim.
this.
I'm
You
gonna
premise
do
this
one of these
on
again.
The notion. So you premise this on the notion that A, if they had been, I would have heard about this, and B, I went to
would've.
school with them long enough, and within that time, none of these things could have happened any other time. Those are both very uncogent arguments.
Do you think that the
here's the
boys and
reality of
girls
it.
in my high school would have been making out in the hallways if they thought the other students were going to kill them for it?
I think that's a different issue.
I don't think
And,
that they would have been making out in the hallways, but they damn sure were.
So here's the arguments I'm going to make to refute what you said specifically. One, gay bashing is not usually done when it's noticeable because usually beating up people is generally wrong and frowned upon anyways. Two, these things are generally not talked about because people do not recognize it as a problem. And three, only until we have comprehensive sex education that teaches kids that they should not feel ashamed for the way they are they likely to report it at rates that are proportional to which they were receiving it.
I don't think that the rates that are being reported are proportional. Because
In what way?
when's the last time that you heard about somebody being gay bashed?
Multiple times.
No, when? Like in the last month?
In real life, like before I came on the internet, several times.
In the last month?
In the last month, no, I don't go out at all though.
In the last year?
I haven't gone out in like a year. COVID really kind of.
Nobody's told you about it on the internet. COVID's
I
not
don't
that
connect.
big of a deal now. You know, I
But
did see
again,
3
how do-
people at the store with masks on today, which was retarded, and I wanted to say something, but I know how to hold my composure around.
But you understand
that.
how there's like there's a cognitive bias here, right? You're kind of inclined to believe that it's not an issue. Therefore, you're taking the fact that you haven't heard about it as proof of that you're
was-
right, rather than proof that this thing does get.
Bada
shoved
bing,
down
bada
your
boom.
throat still.
I was friends with
Especially
these people.
because when we have this notion that like only the most like abject, obvious gay bashing is homophobic, then we've kind of eliminated ones where like, a gay kid gets beat up repeatedly by the same bully, but they're just being bullied because they're weaker, right? It's not homophobic, even though they get called the F slur every time.
Let me
Because
paint this
it
picture
was-
for you, though, Mel. I went to a high school where almost everybody that you looked at was wearing like Jinko's or an ICP shirt. All right. Or both. And one of the most popular kids in our school was a lesbian, and the like the male one was, well, I guess bi now, but he was more gay then. You know what I mean? Like he was more like, "Oh, I'm gay."
That is such a neat
Nowadays
little
it says
inside
bi.
joke. I love that for you.
Yeah.
But I think even
mean,
if you
nowadays,
okay,
as
Doc, are
I
you making
pointed
an
out to you,
exit?
nowadays,
Yeah,
even children's
yeah.
children
go
I don't
ahead.
have that much to say.
Like
In
hell.
high school,
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of
schools,
stressed and depressed right now, but I
I
thought
meant to
JS
jump on
and
you
Sapphire did
earlier. I
awesome.
forgot because
You
your
guys are awesome
definition.
for letting me join and all this other stuff. So thank you guys.
I can see the character in my head. Oh my God, Terrence, right? The cartoon character, Cartoon Network. Is it Terrence? Oh my God, I can't remember the character's name. There was another kids cartoon, and they had it, in my opinion, like a lot less in your face with the characters being gay or straight. They actually had a character on there who had 2 dads, and another one I think that had 2, or no, maybe it had 2 moms. I want to say that the show's name was Terrence something, about a little kid with
Okay,
like
so-
buck teeth.
But this is kind of like aside from the point, though, that like
No, what I'm saying is-
use our own personal experiences from not being gay as something that speaks to the experience of being gay. 'Cause there's a lot
I
of
mean,
people's lives you
maybe there
most
was 1 or 2 whose parents were like mean about it or something, but didn't seem to affect them at all when they went to school with with their boyfriend, their girlfriend. Like we had, as I said, one of the most popular female people at the school was a lesbian. I think she's actually married to a dude now, so I guess she was bi, or maybe she was straight the whole time. I don't know. We also had our fair share of female students that were, quote, bisexual all the way up until they left high school, which
Okay,
a
so I
lot
want
of
to get
folks
past this stalemate, and I do have my partner
thought
sitting next to
that
me who's
maybe they were lesbians to get a guy's
Trippy,
attention.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I want to get past this stalemate
Oh,
because none of these anecdotes are really going to help at this point, I think.
It doesn't
And my
really.
partner sitting next to me, and I want to let him watch something while I give you all a chance to talk for a bit because it's tit for tat between us. But
Does he
anyways,
identify as
my
gay?
point. No, my point would be that right now we're kind of at a stalemate in the sense that you think I'm kind of biased in favor of making this problem seem worse. That way we need to do more about trans people. I think
I
it's
don't
kind
think
of the
you want to
opposite.
make anything worse. I've said that before. Like, I don't think that you're over here trying to say that we need drag or trans story hour at libraries. I don't
Well,
really know
no,
if
there's
you
an
said
argument
that.
for it on principle. There's a principal argument for it. I'll finish with that. But if I'm going to try to say what I was trying to say is that we both seem to have at least some sort of motivation to give our side of the story. And just my way of trying to get past that is that I think if you go to like the protests of people who are trans and actually protesting, who are mad for certain reasons, and you learn why they're mad, you see a cogent story painted over time of people who are just generally not accepted for the way they are and treated various ways. And we're trying to overcome that sort of negative treatment that we don't deserve for being the way we are, as you've sort of conceded. Now, sorry, what was the other thing I was going to respond to? I just want to.
I don't know. I'm not in your brain, and
Well,
sorry.
you said something and it derailed me a bit, and I said I'll
I do that
respond
to
to that
everybody.
too.
Fuck.
Oh yeah, the story time. So the drag story time thing is about, again, like being drag doesn't necessarily make you a dangerous person or a bad person. It can make you a little bit scary to children, but that little bit of fear can easily be overcome by exposure therapy, and that's not a sexual thing. It just means having visual contact with people, being in their presence, and
There's
it
been
teaches kids.
bad situations with that, though. And I think that's what people are seeing publicly is like the
Well,
dude and his thingy falling out during it. Like that. That
Well,
was
you
a
guys
story that
complain
was-
about an agenda, but what about the agenda from the right wing to like make trans people seem worse than we are and drag time story hour worse than it is? Then when the majority of this is reading
Well, those
kids'
are the
books,
stories that get the news. So those are the ones that people know, and yeah, it's going to make it look bad. But at the same time, most people in general would say, "Well, why do you have to be in drag in the first place to talk to children?"
well, because again,
Like, there's
these
no
people-
reason for that.
you're
And
probably going
drag
to
queens
encounter.
are not transgender.
It's true, but you're probably
know?
going to encounter a drag queen in your life, and just because they're a drag queen doesn't make them any more. It doesn't make it any more okay to be prejudiced towards them or something like that. You should treat them like
Yeah,
they're a
but
human being,
I think that
and that's
you
all this
could
is. This is
also admit-
humanizing them.
I think you could admit that the drag story hour was attracting the wrong type of people.
No, I
do it.
think so. First of all, there's a lot of arguments like this person doesn't look the way we think we should, and
I
that
mean
was
the
an
wrong
appeal.
kind of people, like the sex offender that was doing drag story hour, and he never even had a
Right.
background
I
check.
was going to address that, right? So,
You
and
see
I was
what I'm
going to
saying?
get
Like, it attracted
but-
him
but-
because he knew he could go do it.
sure.
That's all I'm saying.
we
I'm
need
not
checks and
saying, like,
balances. Sure,
everybody's like that.
Yeah, we obviously need to uphold. We obviously need to uphold that if someone's a sexual predator, they're not allowed to be around children.
Yeah,
we agree
they
there.
should be subject to background checks.
Okay.
Right?
We don't actually subject.
There you go.
We wouldn't do that for most other people. So if you agree that we should do this for all people who do
For
any sort
most
of work
people
with
getting
children,
a job, you get a background check. And that would be
well,
considered
this
a
isn't
job.
a job.
or
This
at least
wasn't. No,
something
this was
public.
volunteer. No, this was volunteer work, and most volunteer work, like some does, but not all of it. And so
Okay.
unless you're okay with being uniform with this, I would say we still have a discussion there. But here, let me make my point, which is that I agree with you that in cases where children are actually in danger, we shouldn't allow that even if they're. That doesn't suddenly make it okay.
Oh yeah.
Hear me out. The majority of these things, and I can say this from personal experience, having seen some in my own community,
all of this is
even,
causal, right?
are just drag queens
You would have no reaction
reading
without
books
actually
to
seeing
trans
the punch
kids.
coming
They're
first, right?
dressed
Everything
marginally
in the
appropriately,
chain of things that you guys
eccentrically,
just
but
talked
marginally,
are all
like pretty
causally related.
appropriately,
You're not
and they're
actually
just
talking
there
about
to
whether or
read
not
books to kids, which,
the
by
actions
the
are
way,
free of
kids
cause
love
and
having
effect.
books
I'm
read
glad
to them.
that
I don't
you
know if
answered
you knew
this,
that.
FG. So
And
yeah,
so
you
all it
agreed
does
with me
is
earlier that
humanize them. That's all it
spontaneous
does.
action
Well,
is a
that
thing,
it
right? So you
humanizes
can make
them,
a
but
choice
as I said,
outside of these
drag
causal
queens are
effects,
not
right? Like
transgendered
instinct,
in
like
most,
if
in
like
a
a
lot of
baby,
cases. I don't know if
if
it's most or not,
something
but
like
they're not
scares a
transgender.
baby, it's
They're
gonna
drag queens. They know
automatically
that they're
raise
men, and
its
they know
hands
that
up
they're
to
dressed up
protect. Is that because of
as
a
a
cause?
character.
It didn't learn that from
Like they're not
anywhere. You
going,
know what
"Hey,
I mean?
look at
It's
me,
never
I'm
been
a
in a
woman."
I wasn't
situation
arguing
where
that they
it
were
just
trans
it
people.
just
Is
rose
reacting
about.
That's
to
like a
something,
different
Right.
right?
So that's not really doing anything
as
for
soon as you put something happens
for
first,
kids,
then has
especially
No,
something
it's
trans
doing
happen.
stuff for
It's
trans.
reacting
No,
to
it's doing stuff
external
for drag
stimuli,
queens,
but
and
not because of
it's
prior
making those
causes. It's
kids
not a learned
less
behavior. You know what I'm
prejudiced later
saying?
on in life. And I
Well,
think
no,
when
I
we make
disagree with
people
that.
less
You're
prejudiced, that
you
is
also
doing
saying
have
something
what
for
nerves.
them.
choice it
You al-
made, right?
Yeah, but drag
But
queens
instead
were
of
invented to
reacting
make
to
fun of
something,
women.
you're talking
it's
about
Like
what
that,
what
No,
it
they
that's
does
were
to the
why they
not.
woman.
started doing
it's
drag,
reacting
was
to
so that
nerve
men could get up there
stimulation, and that's
be
that I would
like the
take it
worst of
again
the
No.
worst
back. And
kind of
I'm
woman, or the
trying to make the
goofiest of
argument
goofy
for
looking
No,
kind of
JS.
woman. That's
no,
what
no.
drag
This
is
is a long
being.
history of
Because there
women
were so
not
many
being in
pieces, I was
theater
like, but I
well
would,
before
you know,
theater,
but I
or
would,
well after theater
but
started.
that would come
Men
down back down
traditionally
to the
took the roles of
biological
women,
factor, right?
female
Which
Understood, yeah.
again is the
characters to be
traditional
carried.
influence.
Like how
Then
they
later
develop
on,
and
We actually
go back to
understand
some
that.
male. I get it.
when
But that doesn't
satire,
have
when
much to do with
satire,
the satire portion.
well, that came much later on, so that's not inherent to the portrayal of women by men. By the way, drag queens are actually trying to maximize the beauty of female expression.
I don't know about that. Have you
Okay,
looked at
then
one?
would
Like
you, okay, would you
the
agree?
two most
Okay,
popular ones on YouTube.
look
They're
at like a trad
wearing
wife from the 1800s and Kim
no,
Kardashian.
no.
Tell
They
me,
have
just hear me out, Trippy. Just let me make my point. Look at a trad wife from the 1800s and Kim Kardashian, and tell me there isn't a huge range of ways that are possible to be women. Do you agree?
what? I wouldn't say that that has anything to do with being a drag queen,
But no,
because
that no, it does, because that huge
drag queens
range.
wear more makeup than my avatar, though. Like
But
if
that huge range is what they're playing with. They're playing with the range of what it means to be woman.
it's literally to poke fun at what women do
It's not.
and
No,
makeup and
I think
dress.
I think
It's
you're
all
assigning
there
you're
to make
assigning
fun of
meaning
that.
to it. I don't think you've
No,
ever
I'm
met a
not
drag queen.
assigning meaning to it. Anybody that could
Then
tell you that.
you should try
Who,
meeting a drag queen
especially
and
like
asking them
drag
why they
queens will tell
actually
you
do it.
that.
No, they don't.
Yes,
They
they
say they're
do, and they
maximizing.
will.
No, they're maximizing female beauty. I've met a drag queen. I've asked them why they do it. I can
Yeah.
introduce you to one.
What kind of drag queen?
Yeah,
Are we talking about one
The
that's a
ones.
comedian, or are we talking about one that's just a dude that
Are you
likes wearing
talking
women's
about the ones
clothes
that are
and
I'm an
wears
comedians?
animal
makeup?
degenerate.
Are you
Y'all
talking
don't
about the
even
ones who are
know
comedians
me.
and right wing leaning and like to push this narrative because
There's
it makes them more money? Because
what
people like
hey,
you pay them.
what is right wing to you? Where does it begin? Like, what's the smallest thing
With
somebody
media,
could do to
with
be
media,
labeled
I say media goes from being conservative to right wing when it becomes reactionary, which is anti-progressive.
reactionary? Reactionary? Let me react to that.
That's not just what reactionary is. Doesn't mean you're just reacting. It's right wing opposition to progressive policies.
Yeah, but the left is reactionary all the time.
That's not what reactionaryism is. That's
They're reactionary.
anti-fascism. That's anti-fascism.
No, the left is fascist.
Okay, I'm going to
And I can
Google the
prove it to
definition
you.
of reactionary.
I can look. You can see how fascist the left is with your own eyes. Look at the hair
Opposing.
dye. Look at the nose piercings. Look at the tattoos. The fucking left are the fascists. They are the ones that want you to fall in line and dress like they do and act like they do, and you can't do this
No,
and you can't
see
do
now
that.
that's
You
authoritarianism
don't
and
hear.
conformity. No, that's
You don't hear
conformist.
Republic.
That's
Okay,
conformist.
excuse me.
Trippy.
Fine,
Let
whatever.
me
The fucking
let
fucking
me
fascist that everybody wants to mention, the one that used to be an artist, was actually
let
a
me give you the
national
definition.
socialist.
Let's look at the definition and then talk about that instead.
So let's sit
Opposing.
there and talk about how Hitler was over there with the National Socialist Party, and everybody wants
That's
to call them
not. He wasn't a
fascist when they were
reactionary.
calling themselves National Socialists.
Yeah,
And
because
if
they
you
were.
want to sit
Yeah,
there
and
and some certain people on the
you're
internet
gullible enough to
want
believe
to
they
call
were
themselves
socialists, and you're
fascists.
gullible
It
enough
just
to
has
believe they
an
were socialists, even though they
internally
didn't actually
inconsistent
use
definition
socialist
that is
policies
nonsense.
except for the
Your
Aryans.
definition is
So
different than mine. You
I
can
know
let me
they
give you the
declare
definition.
No, I
themselves
can
to be
accept that
one
your
You're
thing,
still wrong
definition
and
about
then they
how
reverse
wrong
and
do you
tell
want
us
to be?
just
How
like
wrong
the
do you want to be about what a reactionary is.
Mel,
want me to give you the
Mel,
definition, or
I
do you
just
want to
walked
keep
you in a
just
circle.
Then
bloviating
get the fuck off my
and
dick.
adding on to how
I just
wrong you
walked you
are?
right back.
You're
though.
just
Did you hear
compounding
what I said?
bullshit.
Wait,
You're just
who,
compounding
who's
bullshit.
Did you hear what I
talking
said?
about being on
Do,
each
do you
other's
want to hear the
dicks? Why are we
definition?
on
Yes or no?
I swear to God,
No,
bro,
I
was
don't. I want
Why-
Well, then
I
why
want
are
you
you
to
running?
hear
always
what
Why
I
are you
talking
said.
running
about
from a
sex?
definition?
I want you to hear what I said. That's all.
No, it's bull.
What I
It's
said
just-
was
You've
they were
literally
declaring
sat
themselves
here
to be
and
one thing, but they
sexualized
were
this
doing
whole
things
time, and
another
now
way,
you're
just
now
like
you're
the left does.
sexualizing poor
That's not what the left
effigy
does. So
and
again, the
Yes, it
definition
is.
for
That's
that
Because
is
the left
bullshit. You're
sits
still
there,
running.
though, Mel.
You're still running,
I'm
dude.
going to run my
You
mouth
know,
because
you
I'm
know
the
that this
host of this
definition is
stream.
going to prove you wrong, don't you?
I
You
will
know it
listen
deep
to
down
the
inside. Just
definition.
admit it.
I will listen
Just
to the definition in a
okay.
minute.
Okay, great. Opposing political or
Okay?
social
Just
liberalization or reform. What do you think about that? Does that sound like it's opposing left?
what was that?
Like left
Opposing
political or social liberalization or reform?
right. And you'd have to break down each one of those words for an average person to
Liberalization
understand
or
what that sentence
reform.
means.
Liberalization or reform. Do you think reform is a traditionalist model?
Liberalization?
Yeah, liberalization, moving
That's
and progress in
doozies.
the direction of progressive values,
Moving in the direction of progressive values that you make up on the daily.
like
It's progressive to call black people poor.
are
isn't it?
egalitarians, are liberals
Is
egalitarians
that
in
is
your
that
understanding? Because they are,
actually
by the way.
progressive now? Because what
So
I hear from the progressive left is
you
that
agree
black
liberals are
people.
egalitarians,
What I
right?
hear from the liberal leaning left is that black people are so poor they can't even figure out how to find the place to go get IDs.
Well,
Is
then you're
that
not good at
progressive
listening.
or is that retarded?
That's not that's a misleading shot
You can just give
person.
me an answer.
So
Like,
the liberals, by
do
the
you
way,
believe
are
that?
egalitarians. They believe in emancipation. So that's the
No,
social and
liberals
political
are
liberalization.
the same thing
And
that
the
you just said
reform,
earlier about
and the reform.
about the saluting swastika carrying type.
No, you
Liberals
said that.
say
You
one
inject.
thing and do
You're
another.
the one.
They talk
You're the
shit
one.
about
You're the one who conflate. No, again, you see, you created all that bullshit based off you not understanding that
liberals like to
reactionary
tell
is a
everybody
right wing
one thing
position.
and do another.
And
That's
here's
exactly
from
what you were
Wikipedia.
saying that the fucking Nazis did. But yet
Here's
you
here's from
refuse
Wikipedia,
to see it.
Trippy.
You're
Let's try it
refusing
again.
to see it because you don't like
Just
how
like
I'm
you
arguing it.
refuse to comprehend definitions. Here's from Wikipedia.
And
In
I could
politics,
ask
a
anybody in the
reactionary is a
chat.
person
I
who
believe
favors
that
a
they would
return to a
actually
previous state of
agree with me.
society, which they believe possessed positive characteristics absent from contemporary.
Right, because they want it to be all flowery
Yeah,
and make it look like
no,
it's real good. It's real good. You know who else did that?
no. You've missed everything I
Hitler.
just said. See, you're just talking over me, so you don't actually have to listen. In politics, a reactionary is a person who favors a return to a previous state of society, which they believe possess positive characteristics absent from contemporary, such as going back to before we accepted trans people.
We still apparently, according to everything that you've said tonight, still don't accept trans people. So that's not actually
No,
going back to anything.
there's plenty of forms of
That doesn't
bigotry
make
that
any
we
sense, Mel.
experience that is normalized. Like, for example, you saying a real woman, like that actually means something.
I don't think I did that to you.
Sorry, you all. I'll say you all, and if it doesn't apply to you, then it need not apply.
I thought you meant me specifically.
Yeah, my bad. I said
Oh.
that more directly than I should have, more pointedly.
It's fine.
That's
I
just
did hear
rhetoric,
that a
though.
lot though. So yeah,
I was
heard it a
kind of
lot
complaining
tonight.
earlier.
I mean, I would say something, but like, I don't want to, and I know you can handle yourself. So I was just like,
Oh no,
"Let's do your
yeah.
thing."
Call me out if I make something too pointed or something. I was trying to call out Autist earlier because he was saying you with a bunch of things is like, or was it 10th Man? I don't remember, but it's like
I
this
still
doesn't
do
apply to me.
think that liberals have taken this whole thing like the bad ones, because look, there's always going to be the bad ones in every group, right? I don't know who I was pretending to be. Maybe, you know what? I'll say Jean-Claude Van Damme because it sounded so much like him.
Kind of sound like Alex Jones.
I just want to get on the show.
Yeah, Alex Jones stole my thing. I'm a guy. I don't know.
It's an easy.
He hurt me once. Anyways,
easy win.
I do think that the bad ones take it and go, "Hey, we're liberals. We're the ones getting the microphone," and then they say terrible shit. It's the bad ones doing it, just like with the whole fucking like Republican thing. It's the bad ones saying the stupid shit, and both sides know it. But
sure,
you know what I
Spent a
mean?
real
Like you're
long time
Canadian,
without
so Trump isn't your
panel
president, but he's
access.
everybody
That's
else
gonna be
in
my
America.
critique
brother.
here.
right? But
Like
you know
and
the whole
Kent are
narrative
not
You know the whole narrative, like the left eats itself alive and the right wing has like homogeneity with some of its ideals, stuff like that. Like that actually ends up being important for those two groups of people, right? Because the bad people on the left face a lot
choose
of
up to that point.
you know,
Right.
protests from
This,
their own people.
from the
people on the
Christian
right,
paradigm,
they just tend to get like ignored.
this is
and
missing
can exist in
one
their own
key
vacuum,
detail,
which
and
means
that
they
is that
accrue
God
their
is
own
outside of
reactionary
time. He's
audience,
already
and
seen
that
all the
helps
choices
radicalize
that
them.
we
So
freely
radicalization
make.
on the right seems to be
He
a lot more
knows
prevalent than on the
exactly
left.
where these things are going to be. So he knows exactly
I
where he
don't
needs to
believe
intervene.
that
This
I
is
know
not
anybody
on
who's
your
been
side, though.
radicalized into being
I know, you're
Republican.
making my
but
argument.
You're
No,
I
arguing
mean,
for
I've
the
met a
only
lot of
possible-
people who have
possible
been
outcome
turned into
because
reactionaries
there
on
is no
here. And
You
multi-choice
can't
where
prove
see
God
the
wrong.
choices.
No.
See, you're conflating prophecy with the entire outcome, right?
Well, no, he just said God knows everything that happens. He's outside of time. He sees all
So
of time. He sees the end, the beginning, and the middle.
there is a mix in terms of like Christianity, and I've made this argument before too, where I believe that God, there is like a sense of determinism. He knows exactly what I'm going to do the entire time, right? He
Yes.
already knows. It's the knowledge thereof, but he is not intervening. He still knows all of the choices I'm going to make along the way, but he already knows the path because it's too big for us to understand. But he already knows where I'm going and what I'm doing.
His
in
argument
life.
of outside out of time.
But
He's
Sarah, is
agreeing
there
with
only
you,
one
but
path?
his
Right, if
argument.
like the jokes, like it's the
I
sort
might
of
have to
thing.
watch it just because of that.
Like it's the sort of thing where, of course, he has like a Bud Light or something like that. It's like,
If
oh,
we
they
can't
turned
make
my
a
Bud Light.
choice and prove
Sexy
God wrong,
Gemini. Sorry, I just want to say hello, bad Gemini. I haven't seen you in forever. Where have you been? And what are we drinking tonight? Tequila? Is it the rose gold? What do we got?
Look, I'm hijacking. I'm in Mr. Life's studio right now. I apologize if I'm too
Oh,
Okay,
where's Mr. Light? What is he
Dylan
with?
Mulvaney.
But
But they didn't put that on any of the
I
beer
like the
cans they
common
sold. That was
folk.
one beer can that they sent to Dylan Mulvaney personally.
I feel like Dylan Mulvaney is one of those people where everybody looks at them and goes, "Oh my God, what the hell?" You know what I mean?
Okay,
Like
I
Dylan
don't.
Mulvaney, before being famous on the internet, was actually on episodes
she's
or a
gorgeous.
episode of Ellen. But Dylan would try to tell you that
But
they
that's the ick factor
created
that you're
their own
talking about
fame
with
and
like the what
everything
the
on
hell
their
thing,
own.
right? Like this is why we're doing the Drag Time Story Hour, because seeing somebody who doesn't conform to the way we used to do things doesn't make them bad. It means that we're living in a less conformist society now.
Nah, Dylan Mulvaney's pretty shameful though, because Dylan will sit there and say, "This many days being a female," and it's like, dude, okay,
It's not
we're cool.
shameful.
Go ahead, go be your thing.
There's way
It's
worse
fine.
things. There's way worse things a trans person can do. Like look at Blair
And
White.
like, I'm not
So
following Dylan or any of that shit, so I don't really see Dylan's stuff unless I, see it somewhere else. But
yeah, they're not as bad as you're making them out to be. That's for sure.
like that one, and then there's that other the trans dude with the red curly hair and the glasses that a lot of people, a lot of commentary channels like to make videos about, whose name is escaping me right now. They're the one that did the video where they were at Disney Park and they were holding up cake pops and talking about how they were getting their cake pops removed. If that rings any kind of bells. Damn. I don't know, but it seems like most people dislike that guy, trans lady, whatever, too. I don't know. I haven't seen anybody who's been in favor of Dylan Mulvaney except for you, to be honest. So it's
I mean,
hard
I'm
for me
not
to say, like,
rooting.
everybody
I'm not
this,
rooting for them.
know.
I think. I just think it's the sort of thing where they're not doing enough damage for them to matter enough to like denounce them or anything.
Hey, we're back from purgatory.
Sorry about that. I kind of forgot to put you guys back up.
Yeah, we're having fun.
Okay. I text Star. I said, rejoin Sugar Tits. Also, Social Jesus has been sitting in the back for the entire show, and I
Aren't
don't
you
know
bringing
who
them
they
up?
are, and that's why I haven't. Anybody
We'll
can
just put a
vouch
screen
for 'em?
over.
Let's just see
Well,
what's
they
up.
said ACAB.
Let's
I'm,
vet
I'm
'em
gonna
and
vote
haze
for
'em.
them. I'm gonna vouch for them because they said ACAB. But don't you have the cover screen
That
you can
means
bring
all
up?
cops are bad, and that's the exact opposite of reality.
I mean, Jesus was pretty cool.
How about I put that screen up? Okay. Social Jesus.
Nothing came up.
No, he's
Social
got
Jesus
himself.
warrior.
Yeah.
No, it won't come up for you guys.
Jesus
is it
Guevara.
Jesus Warrior? Is
Oh,
it
well,
real
dude, I'm
stuff?
so sorry. I was taking a leak.
Oh, you
Just-
could have told me
so-
somewhere that it was
Whoa,
you.
sorry. You see, you can't
You ass
you
clown.
can never know when the Messiah will arrive, right? He's like Gandalf. He shows up when he's ready, and the time is now, bitches. Hey, what's
just say
up?
Mass Haya?
It's socialist Jesus here.
Yo.
I felt like you guys were being kind of fascist, and you could use a little bit of you could use a chill sermon on the couch, man.
Oh,
I don't have room for
Jesus.
Star to come up. Mel, were you taking off? Because you said you were gonna have your
Sorry, guys. I'm
blubber.
gonna.
No,
I-
I got him interested in this with socialist Jesus here.
Oh.
Do you want to
Well,
say
that's-
something? I'm just listening. Okay.
I mean, like, I'm just here to spread the good word, like about, right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's like, have you ever thought about like what even is money, man? Like what even is money?
It's
You
a
know?
currency exchange unit for goods or services.
Exactly.
Oh.
Like what even does that mean?
It means I can give you a bill and then I can get a good or service from your mom.
But well,
Mainly a service.
My mom
Is good at it.
She
the
didn't
best.
she didn't even have to get
Squirter.
nutted in. She didn't even have to get nutted in to
I
give
know.
birth to me. So like, who are you to judge who's a real woman? And who
It
can
was
have a baby?
miraculous. I did it from
Okay?
across the room. I'm
I'll
not
have
taking
you know
responsibility.
that I am an indigenous Palestinian. And there's a genocide going on, and you guys are talking about some very
That's a
first
fact, yeah.
world issues right now.
Yep.
When I'm an indigenous, don't look into the fact that the Romans named it that like hundreds of years after I died in the year 1, and how Arabs can't even pronounce the letter P. But like, don't think too hard about that, bro, because like I have indigenous Palestinian status. Okay,
I mean,
I'm gonna throw up. Okay, so like, hang
yeah.
on a second.
Wait, what about the people here from Palestine who call themselves Palestinian though? They're Arabs, aren't they?
Oh, totally.
All right,
They're
listen, there's
Arabs
only 30,000 fighters.
From Arabia. 'Cause
There's only
that's-
30,000 Hamas. I mean, are we
So the
really going to level the whole
Arabians-
place?
right? Because like they're
I can
called
see both
Arabs
sides.
'cause
Allegedly.
they're from the Arabian Peninsula, and then after the Romans were all be like, hey, you were gonna tear down your temple. They're like, oh, that's cool. It's cool. You can like come here, you Bedouins. Like that's fine.
Is this what they're teaching in schools these days? Holy shit!
No, this guy
wonder we're
watches
all
the
gay and
History Channel. I
retarded.
can tell. This is the History Channel.
Oh, bro,
Jesus.
we're just talking about some fucking
I'm
real
into it.
shit, bro. Like,
So Jesus, you're against like drag time story hour because it's just a first world problem and we need to actually focus on Palestine.
I'm just saying, bro, like we should be think of like being like little kids, bro. Like we should be innocent like the children. You know what I'm saying? Like they
Of
don't
the
have
corn.
a care. Exactly. They don't have a care in the world, And
Yeah, they
like,
just sacrifice people to the monster in the
right,
field.
exactly. Like the daisies, like the lilies of the field. Like we should be like them because like they're fucking beautiful and shit. Like even though like Solomon in all his glory or some
I'm
shit.
not beautiful.
Look, I did a lot of acid in the 70s, okay? And I was hang on a sec. Ooh.
Allergies,
Yeah.
I understand. Yeah.
Oh, no.
How about
Anyway.
them NFL drafts or something?
Oh,
Yeah, Deion Sanders' kid got
How about them
shit.
Cowboys?
Take it, Deion.
Who gives a shit about sports?
Exactly. Hockey is
How about
best.
them other teams? I don't know anything about sports either.
Hell yeah, cool.
I don't
Sports
watch
are
them.
fun. You should be playing them. It's the same thing as streaming. Play
What about
games. Don't fucking watch
esports?
people. Participate in debates. Don't just fucking watch people.
I agree, dude. Like I always say
I only got a 6-person panel because I can't fit anybody else because you got to pay
an
streaming.
eye for an eye
No
makes
shit.
the
Probably
whole
just move back
world
to
blind. Like Snake Plissken.
Oh yeah.
Was it dick for
I
a
don't know,
dick make
man.
the whole
Like,
world
well,
gay?
no, Trippy, take me off the panel because I just want to listen to this socialist
Okay.
Jesus guy.
Hell yeah, bro.
Like,
he's like, I'm here. March 316, bro.
There, I kicked your ass.
Wait,
So,
are you
look,
a
this is
are
what
you
I-
a communist though?
Yeah, bro. Like we're hardcore tankies. We're gonna bring the fucking revolution tomorrow.
Nah,
bro.
fuck tankies, fuck Mao, fuck Stalin, only Marx.
Well, bro, like you gotta you gotta embrace the whole jalopy.
No, Stalin and Mao were fucking idiots. They did not deserve to lead a nation.
No, man. Have you heard about Have you heard about how awesome Soviet Russia was?
Fucking
it was
Karl
fucking
Marx.
No, it wasn't. It sucked.
No,
So anyways,
dude, it was
Can
awesome.
we at least
as
agree
shit.
Marx is the shit? Can we agree
No,
with like
because
the
Marx
material
is the
dialectical-
reason for all this
fuck no.
bullshit.
Yeah.
Like it's all
Dialectical
Marxism.
materialism.
This
That's all a
shit
bad
stems
idea.
from
I'm
Marxism.
saying
All this
Stalin all
lefty
the
bullshit
way, bro.
stems from Marxism.
Nah,
Gulag's
fuck
That's
so bad.
literally what it is.
Fuck
And
fuck
people want to
dictators.
sit there and
Bernie
say like, "Oh, Karl
316
Marx,
is
good
what
guy."
I'm saying.
No,
Fuck
Burn you,
dictators.
316?
Fuck fake
No.
fascists.
We don't want to burn
Fuck
you.
Lysenkoism.
Why would we want to burn you? No one wants to burn you.
I don't care.
Yeah,
I
You gotta
know.
keep
We're gonna
American
put
capitalism
all.
going because
We're
it's the
gonna
only
put
place
all of
people
them
can have
against all the
discourse like this.
fascists against
Otherwise,
the
it always
wall.
goes one side. Just look at the EU right now. They're fucking scrambling.
Wait,
They're
did you say
dumpsters.
fascists or fat tits? Because I'm down for some fat tits,
Both.
but I don't
Oh
like
shit!
I'm
Now
trying
that
to
you
get Scar
mention
back
it,
on.
fucking
God.
Jesus is
God
down
damn,
for
not gonna like that
Dinsmar
joke.
run.
Nothing to
you
look at
always-
here.
You want it? You
Fat
want it?
ticks are
Yeah.
ticks that have gorged on blood, so I'm not actually down for fat ticks
Fat
or
ticks. He said tits.
Yeah,
God
some
damn.
big old
Oh.
wobblers.
titties.
Oh god damn!
Well, I'm just saying, like we
We're
don't.
Scar.
We want
We
to
need
keep
her
Lyme
opinion.
disease levels as low as
That's what I'm
possible.
saying. She's not gonna like that. We both did that joke now. But get back on here,
Can
Star.
we stop
We need
trying
a
to
third
summon? Can we
time.
stop trying to summon Star already? Like I get it. You want
I-
to see tits again.
She's the
She
real
was
star.
here.
No,
And she
her
left
her
because she thought the panel was too full.
woman. What are they called? Opinions. Totally valid here. Totally
Yeah,
valid
we
here.
love
dude.
women.
I
Oh,
only
Way
got
to
on
put
because I
Oh
wanted
no,
to
I
talk
get it.
about
I get what you mean.
the
Typhoid,
trans
the
stuff.
period
We believe
start.
all women.
Oh, very nice. What I'm talking about
Hey.
here is I used to have a friend, a coworker, and then a
Was she a
friend.
woman?
It was a female to male.
Oh,
Female to
very
male.
nice.
Must have been a very early one because they were adult by this time. A totally normal human, but a female. You know what I mean? And they told me, it's
With a
just a
wink.
mental illness. Like they're female to male, but it's a woman. That's a man.
Would you know? Would you have known if you they didn't tell you?
Yes.
Oh.
But fit in. Other people heavily confused me. I worked with him heavily. We kicked ass. And see how I say him? It's because I knew him personally. It's called respect. It's something we don't have
That's
here
how
on the
I
internet.
respect people too.
Yeah, it's easy to
It-
disrespect
you-
through faceless cams and
Yeah, it's
fucking
what the
Sorry,
Kulaks
man, but
did.
I'm not
everything like
interested.
that.
Kulaks
Really.
didn't
Sorry,
have, and
man,
that's
but I
why,
don't want to
that's
hear
why
your
Stalin had
opinion,
to seize
ma'am.
all their
Holy shit, it's
property and
Asmund Gold.
collectivize it, man.
Hey, y'all say
Oh,
that.
this dude, this guy is
like-
here. Holy fuck!
Look, Typhoid is like Asmund Gold, but with showers and
Who's
and
saying that?
seemingly
They're
all of
saying
his
that
teeth.
he's
brushes
got
his teeth.
fucking, what do you call it?
He's got most of his teeth. As
it's
far as I
something
know. I don't know if
combat.
it's his neck.
Awesome.
Hearing
He's
people
an
talk
Asmund
about
Gold
this
Platinum.
doesn't mean
You must
that.
use soap.
Yeah,
That's right.
Asmund Gold has admitted before that he
Conditioner,
doesn't
too.
use shampoo
He
or
doesn't
soap.
use soap.
He's evolved.
Both.
I mean,
So,
that's,
yeah.
that's,
He just uses
that's
water.
pretty cool if you ask me, because
Ah,
he's not giving money
saving
to
the
the fascist
planet.
corporations.
Shut
So
up,
yeah, but
Jesus.
the
No one
trans
loves her
thing,
anymore.
I see people have issues with it being shown to
We've moved
kids
past her
so
teachings.
heavily. It's like fucking so constant. So
I don't
much.
understand what you're.
You have no business having access to anybody's kids whatsoever. Period. End of story.
Yeah, you get to
What
shove
makes you
straight
think?
in
What
the
makes you
mouth,
think
though.
you have that
If
right?
school is
Yeah, you
secular,
get to
then
shove
how about
being
all
shoved
What
in
new
the
no,
mouth.
ideas
ask the
too?
question. What
Oh,
makes
hold
you
on,
think
hold
you
on.
have rights and access
There's
to other
some
people's children?
animosity here. I'm going to take us all down again and let them two hash it out. Let's do it. Go.
Oh,
Schools.
Who said?
I
Who says
already
I need
said.
a, who
What
says I
makes you
need a
think
right?
you have a right to have access to
Who says I
anybody's
need a
kids
right?
whatsoever?
What about who says I need a right?
You
don't
seem to
teach-
think you're
I don't
privileged
teach
enough to
anybody.
have one.
Oh my
Well,
god.
well, yeah. If I was a teacher, then I'd have the right to do it.
No, you're sitting there talking all the time on panels, all the time about how your side should be represented to children and don't gender affirm children and children and children and children and children. I'm really tired of hearing about it, honestly.
Well, your
'Cause
side gets
it
presented
makes
by
me think you're a predator.
Well,
You
your
do
side
understand
gets
that's what it comes
represented by
off like.
default, right? So, like, you
I'm
obviously have
asking
the
you
right
a
to
question. Do you
represent it.
realize that you constantly doing that makes you come off as being a predator?
I don't care what you think, but your side
You
constantly. gets
should, because I'm
the
a
right to
parent.
Okay, that doesn't. There can be shitty parents, so that doesn't mean anything to me. There,
Really?
Your side has
you
your
who
side
doesn't
has
have
the
a
right
vagina or children, you're going to talk to me
personal
about being a
attack.
shitty parent, are you?
Well, I'm just saying that doesn't tell me how if you're actually a good parent or not. So your side has a right to representation by default, right? Like cisgender people are represented by default in the media.
Don't be calling me no cis nothing, honey. I'm
No,
a
you are
woman.
cisgender.
I'm a real woman.
Cisgender, it's a
I've
pronoun.
had babies.
This is how
Now
the
what?
English language works. This is how the English language works. Is a pronoun that's the opposite of trans.
Don't fuck around with me with the English
Okay,
language.
that's
I got
fair enough.
names
We're
I
not
can
gonna
call
do
you
all
too.
that.
You
We're not going
understand?
to do all that.
Prefix.
It's straight or not. There is no cis. You don't need a
Yeah, no, there is cisgender.
preterm. The preterm for
There,
you would
that's
be
not a real
trans. The one
word.
for
It's not a
Sarah
real
would be
Yes, it
word.
woman.
is. Yes, it is. It actually has
Sorry.
been being used
Oh,
No one
before.
needs to
because
argue
you
about
turned it
this
into
either.
a real word
Science is the
in
new
the
Prefix
rest of
trans-
your
the
make
prefix
believe
still not a
land.
real word.
Prefix cis is actually from chemistry as well.
Look into
So
it
it
further,
existed
and you'll
before
find
trans
out
people.
that the creator of the term cis back in the 90s
You don't even know what
did
these
that
things
shit.
mean, and you're saying that they don't exist. You not knowing what they
It
mean
doesn't
doesn't mean they don't
exist.
exist.
It's not
I
a
see what
you
is.
know
You
accepted,
understand that
agreed
your
upon
knowledge
term.
gap is not proof of anything, right? It's only a proof that you're
I
an
was
idiot.
just about to give you some knowledge, but
Okay,
you
give
don't
it
want
to
to
me.
hear it. When they came up with the word, it was a female psychologist
'em.
that came up with it,
Nobody
and she
came
just
up with
said,
trans or
"Let's call
cis.
straight people cis."
No, that's not
And
straight.
now people want to use it, and they don't even know who
Okay,
came
you're
up with it. And
conflating
it
two
was like
terms. Straight and cis are
1993.
different things. First of all, you're conflating two terms. So you tried to impart knowledge, but you got something wrong. Straight and cis are two different things. The one sexuality, the other is gender. Secondly,
Straight
There's
is
only
not
two
cis.
fucking genders.
Straight is
You are
straight.
so
Cis doesn't
deceived.
so
exist.
You
calling
think
people
everybody else has
transgender,
to ride the clown
calling
train
people
with you.
transgender came
I'm
out of
not
calling
riding your
people
clown
trans
train,
just
bro.
sites.
You understand me?
So let,
Like
let,
I can
I'm going to
accept
impart knowledge
you
on
for
you.
what you
Wait,
want to
why can't
do.
you
You
handle
shut the
knowledge?
fuck up while
Wait,
I'm talking
why are
now.
you afraid?
I can accept
Eilish,
you
should
for
we
what
impart
it is that
knowledge?
you want to do as
I
an
don't care. I
adult.
don't need
The
to
minute
accept
you
it.
cross the
I didn't
line
ask
and
you
start
for.
messing with kids,
Put
that's
that
when some
shit.
of us
You
start
can't protect
grabbing
kids worth
our
shit. You just
torches and
respond
our
to shit with
pitchforks.
X
You
factor.
understand me?
All
So
you
keep
do
your
is
little
hit, all
sweet
you
ass
no.
over
You
there
can't
in
protect a kid
Canada.
worth your life. Okay, name
In
one
Canada,
policy
you
that
keep
you
your sweet little
prescribe
ass
one
over
policy.
there because it's going to get beat
Prescribe one
anywhere else.
policy that you suggested that would actually protect a child. Name one
What
policy
the
that you
fuck
that you
weird ass
advocated for.
world are you living in? I'm not even going to dignify that with an
No, because you
That's the
can't.
most
You can't
retarded
protect
question
kids
I've ever
worth
heard in
shit.
my
This is
entire
just
life.
a virtue signal witch hunt on your part.
No, you're always
Just
virtue
virtue signaling.
signaling,
That's all
and
you're
you've got
doing.
no
You
morals.
don't know what
You
the fuck.
understand that? You're
All right, pause for a minute. So, the term cisgender was coined by a biologist named Donna Leland DeFoes in 1994. It was first used in a post on, guess what website, guys? Usenet. In a news group dedicated to transgender issues. Oxford English Dictionary officially added the term to its variants in 2015. So, I don't feel like it should be a fucking used term, and it won't be on my channel.
I don't. So the term
Continue.
cis was used well, and I'm saying cis is a prefix, not the term cisgender.
You
Was
guys
used
First
well
coined on
before it was
Usenet.
ever used to
I
describe anything
hate-
about gender.
consider
Cis
a normie.
and trans fats are opposites of each other. Cis is the opposite of trans. Transgender people naturally
so
have
they
the
got the
prefix
You got to
term
have
from
your
trans.
own
facts now?
language to try to validate your existence.
Transgender people naturally have the prefix trans because we are we are
So it's unneeded
non-conforming.
for anybody who
We are
identifies with the
non-conforming.
gender
Cis
that they
means
were
you
given
are
at birth. or
conforming.
whatever.
Again, you have to come up with your own language to validate your own
That's not
existence.
language. No, that's language that existed before trans people
Oh,
talked
please,
about
it
any
was
of this stuff.
not. Was
So
not.
cis, so
Just like
trans
with that
ass.
lovely
So
gay gentleman that I
look, I know you
appreciated
don't know
on
that.
here
I
said,
know you don't know
you
what
were
trans fats
considered
are.
a crazy
eat them every
batch.
day.
He's the Almighty,
Look, I know
right?
you know.
So
I know.
all of this stuff in his brain or whatever kind of spirituality you want to think of it makes sense to him. Like, why aren't you just listening? I'm telling you this is
Yeah.
right. Why aren't you just listening?
Also, the problem with the
It's a
old
pretty big
text is
problem.
everybody forgets about the fact that they were
Reinvent the wheel,
Nephilim
I
and
know.
angels and
We're
the whole
inventing these
fall
terms. How come we
happening
have cis
and
fatty
all of
acids
this
and
other
trans fatty
bullshit
acids? Do we
that
also
people
take
seem to
over the
completely
topic
forget
of
You're
about.
biochemistry?
talking about, you're
Do
talking
we also
about,
take
Yeah,
over
I'm not-
the
you're
topic
talking
of
about
biochemistry?
we want a
Stupidity.
human body, and
Do
with
we
the
hijack
fucking food
biochemistry as
pyramid,
well?
I could give a shit
Excuse
less.
me.
I could
We
give
have
a
a
shit less.
donation.
It's
Obviously, you're the
stupid.
school of no thought.
You know what's
Obviously,
stupid?
you're the
You know what
school of no
stupid is,
Yeah, I'll
thought.
just
right,
do the
Melanie? You
easier
know what
way again.
stupid is?
Hang on. I got a donation
Why
from
am
Wicked
I
Wally
rough now?
in the chat, I'm going to make you the referee. Wicked Wally in the chat says,
How do you want
whatever
it?
compensation you've received thus far is not adequate for wrangling this mess and needs improvement. It needs improvement for the dumpster fire. Well, thank you very much, Wicked Wally, for the $5 I forgot how to put this up on screen, and I forgot I could before. Hold on, I will do it when I figure it out. Thanks, Wicked Wally. I'll bring Mel back up and have fun, Typhoid. You're the referee now.
Okay, so
All right,
again,
nothing below the belt. No, not
Always
many
below the
personal
belt. I'm
attacks.
scrappy,
Keep it
honey.
chill.
I've been in real fights before, unlike
Hell
this
yeah.
Melanie person who talks
who
about getting
coined
beat
the
up, but I
term?
was. Yeah, let's go. What?
Who coined the term trans fats? Because that will actually tell us when we started using that word for anything that wasn't just a Greek word. Who coined
This is
it? Wasn't
stupid.
coined by a
It's just
single
stupid. Just because
person.
you think you can hijack the vernacular or language doesn't
Nobody's
make you
hijacking
any
it.
more valid than anything else. I'm not going
Hold
down
on.
this
Do you
path.
realize how
I'm not
fucking
doing
stupid
it.
that sounds? Do you
Nobody's
realize how
hijacking
stupid it
anything.
sounds that you got your damn terms from trans fats? Or
Oh my
cis
god,
fats?
I got these
That's
terms from
fucking
everything
stupid.
I want to call
That's
it.
fucking stupid.
I live in my own
It's stupid.
fantasy land.
I
None
needed
of
to
you
get my
people
terms
look up
from food.
definitions ever, do you?
That's like calling somebody a hamburger or a
Okay,
hot
we're gonna
dog.
take
Are
10
you a
minutes for me
hamburger
to
or a
actually
hot
be able
dog?
to say the definition.
That's fucking retarded. It says it right there on
Trans
Google. Go
originates.
look it
Sorry,
up,
I said it
Mel.
was Greek. I was wrong. It's
Go
Latin,
look it up, Mel.
meaning
Look up
across,
when
beyond,
cis was
or the
first
other
invented.
side of.
Go look
Trans
for it.
originates
It's
from
not got anything to do with trans fats.
Trans originates from
And we
Latin.
removed all the trans fats.
Trans
Yeah.
Why do you
originates
think that
from
means?
It's called
Latin.
proverbial dust in the
Trans.
We
air.
removed all the trans
Trans
fats from
originates from
foods, right?
Latin.
So why do you think that means we're going to remove all the trans
originates from
people?
Latin. Trans originates from Latin, meaning across, beyond, or on the other side of. Cis is the opposite of that, meaning on the same side of. And so these are
Okay, so it's
natural.
scientific
These are natural
type shit.
prefixes we would use to describe these things. A group that does conform and a group that does not conform.
Cool. So, what are you? I don't know.
I'm
Are you
transgender. I'm a trans woman.
okay? Trans woman furry? Getting a little
No.
Fox vibe? No. Okay.
No.
All right.
I'll put it
That's
this much.
chill.
Like, I don't know how, like, I don't know if there's like a sliding scale, but like, you'll never see me in a fursuit. That shit's way too cramped. I'm way too claustrophobic.
That would suck terribly. Super
I
sweaty.
don't know how they
They're
do it.
wild for that. Animalistic.
You've got to be into that to be doing that. That's the only way I can.
That's crazy.
Understand it.
That's crazy. Maybe just the head. No, I don't know. But
No.
realistically, so you like to be called her.
Yes.
And that's easy to do because the way that you're presenting, I mean, most people, you fucking see them, they'll even disagree with you, but they'll refer
I
to
try
you
to
as
be a
her.
bitch.
And it's silly.
I try to be a bitch.
It's funny. I like that shit. Yeah, but I had a friend, as I was saying earlier. I'm supposed to just be the moderator, but let's slide everyone in if they're trying to talk.
I haven't said anything yet.
And I'm giving you space.
Like literally, so coming from the basis that we're going that it's scientific or that it's worth applying these fucking terms to, which cool, wicked, nailed it. I do think that it's kind of a mental illness.
So, which is the believing that you're trans or the gender dysphoria?
The gender dysphoria.
No, okay. So I
Let's
agree
just
that the
start off with
gender
that.
dysphoria.
Yeah, it sucks. It's
So the-
terrible.
But mind you, you don't need just gender dysphoria to be trans. Trans people who are successful in their HRT experience something known as gender euphoria, and they do report that, and that would mean that they don't have gender dysphoria anymore.
I feel like there's
So
a
just-
lot of ways to get this euphoria. I don't
Gee,
think
I sure wish all
understand.
those guys would come forward if that was so fucking true.
What do you mean these guys?
Like,
But
all
anyways,
the trans people who are experiencing all this so-called bliss. Show me undoctored studies, because most studies are legitimately paid for by special interest groups anyways. So, so much validity for that crap.
I'm gonna let Oxus go.
So
and I'm responding to you.
is Melanie gonna take a snapshot of this and make it look like a Nazi salute, or is this gonna be Melanie taking it in good faith that I'm raising my hand to ask a question?
Yeah.
Well, sorry, I needed to say you couldn't let my partner talk, but no, you totally can talk. I literally just let those two finish, right? So,
Nazi.
let's go 3 for 3.
You don't say that.
Get out of here.
All right,
Go
I'll
away.
bring everybody back. up.
No, stick around, bud.
Can't bring up
No, I'm
spirit.
just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Either you
can't bring
totally
up spirit,
misheard,
ran
or
out
I
of
don't
words.
understand
Thanks,
what's
Spirit.
wrong with saying 3 for 3.
How about 3 for
You-
Pete? Wait.
Anyways,
Never mind, I don't
Oxus,
know where we
you
are.
said you raise your hand and then you haven't said anything. You're the one who's delaying yourself at this point.
Shane,
Say
get up here.
Yeah, because you won't shut the fuck up.
Shane.
Everyone else is talking.
Otis, are you going to be doing
I'm
this the
waiting
entire
for my
time?
turn.
Are you just
I'm
gonna
waiting.
keep doing
No,
this,
I've
buddy?
been waiting my turn like you
Is this what
wanted
you're
me
going to keep
to.
doing, buddy? Is this what
Well,
we're
what's
going to do
the
now?
time
Is
we're
this the
gonna
game
be?
we're playing? Is this the game we're playing, buddy?
I'm just trying not to talk
Oh
over people, but
no!
it's just hilarious.
Please keep egging me
gonna-
on.
My
I
cat's gonna
love
interrupt
this
you, too.
shit, dude. Like, no, give me all your hate. Give me all
You
the
clearly
heel
do
heat,
because you're
baby.
asking for it.
Give me all your loving.
You had
Show
all the
me-
room in the world to talk, and you just didn't.
Show me your fear.
So, anyways, Z Typhoid.
That too.
Did someone say feet?
I did get lost in what was said there, so
Fear.
I'll just try to respond generically to what we were.
So
last
hey,
talking
Nova, Nova.
with
Yeah?
gender dysphoria, to treat the symptoms, we look for the
No,
outcomes
we're
that different
talking now.
people
No,
cause
I'm
it.
answering your question
They're
there,
very on
Melanie.
point.
What's up?
Wait a minute. Stop. Okay. Go ahead, Mel. Mel and Star.
Oh,
Huh.
I'm talking to Typhoid.
No,
but-
me, Melon Star.
Typhoid
This
and
is
Star.
no.
Everybody,
I mean, the
everybody,
typhoid
open
and Mel.
discourse. But we got to hold
Typhoid and
comms and
Mel.
let them talk.
They're talking. Typhoid Mel. Those two are talking. Let them guys go for a minute.
I forgive you, Trippy. This is your first panel, so it's fine.
I said, well, blah, 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 blah. Sorry, my brain went two ways.
Do you need to go eat?
Maybe. I
You know
don't
you
know.
can
Go
eat
ahead
it.
and talk
Go check the
Typhoid
meter.
Type 1 type
and
shit.
Mel.
Okay, but
Typhoid and
anyways,
Mel.
gender dysphoria has a bunch of symptoms associated that we treat along with the underlying dysphoria, and what we're looking for is positive treatment. And positive treatment would be like feelings of gender euphoria. You said there's other ways to feel euphoria as well. The problem is that we don't often see negative health associations because someone's not feeling that particular euphoria. However, most people by default do feel gender dysphoria, especially, and again, sorry for using this term, I just need to distinguish these two categories. With cisgender people, they tend to feel gender euphoria without realizing it. When you work out and you feel more muscular as a man, you feel gender euphoria. When you put on makeup as a woman, you might feel gender euphoria. These are examples of that. Trans people just want to feel the same thing.
Okay,
Yeah,
but like,
that's true.
how important
But-
is your identity in your place in the world? Like, you can always
good
find
question.
the person. You can always find the person that loves you. Like,
Yeah.
you can express yourself without like blowing your load all over the populace.
Okay, cool.
And I
So-
mean that in the media sense, and you
So
know
this
I'm
is-
being
you asked
I'm being
personally.
I'm being cynical. No,
He's
no,
drunk.
no.
It's a good question.
You've had the floor for a while. You can give me a minute, even if it
Go
takes
ahead.
me.
Like,
A
at this
minute.
point, you're begging the question, right? And you're poisoning the well. If you just let me answer, then
I'm
maybe I can answer half of this.
No, I don't want you to answer. I want you to listen for
Oh.
a change.
So you started with a question that was entirely rhetorical. Got it.
Rhetorical.
I literally said it was a fucking rhetorical question.
But the funny thing is that the path you went down is not my experience with this. And so do you want to be wrong?
All right. Have you all seen the Navy SEAL? You know, went through some abuse during his childhood. A lot of people go through that, you know.
Mhm.
And so he transitions, right? Fucking, you know, dude looked like a lady. Right on. And then,
Wait, so you're saying there's no
he
Navy SEAL?
detransitions. No, this is just one account.
Yeah, I was
This is just one
wondering who
account.
was
People
gonna
can
make the
definitely live a
Aerosmith
million different
reference.
ways. And I'm trying to judge less. So I like being here in an attempt to judge less. I think it's worth. I think the hatred totally sucks. So then they detransition, and we have a lot of these people detransitioning and talking against it. Like, where do they fit into the picture? Or if they exist, then how is it that, you know, the rates of success are not as high as we'd hope? I wish it would be 100%.
It's trying to
Okay, can I
It's
answer his
trying to
question,
normalize
please?
it.
I think
No,
Typhoid actually wants me to
No,
answer.
I was answering his question.
Oh, let's
You
let the
can shut
autistic
the
retard
fuck up.
talk first.
I got here
It's
before
easier this
you
way.
We're
did.
just gonna be wrong, but that's fun.
Shane, isn't it up like 50% from the norm?
50-fold, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So-
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
it is.
It's still
Yes,
less
it is.
than 1% of the trans population, which is already less than 1%.
And why has it gone up 50 times in
So
the
it's
last
like the
10 years?
tiniest fucking issue.
50-fold in the last
Pushing it
10
down
years.
kids'
Okay,
throats.
I'm chill with it.
So I don't know where you're getting this.
50% or 50-fold are totally different.
Yeah, Mel, there's a lot of things you don't know, but you seem to think you know everything.
Wait, what's the difference between 50-fold and 50%?
Well, if there's a source,
Yeah,
if you have a
55,
source, right
50,
up. If you
50
have the
times,
source for that,
50
throw it in
X.
chat. I want to see
Okay,
that.
so I don't know where you're getting this number from.
No,
but
so
the only thing
so
that
let's
I've seen
He'll
from
explain it.
sort it out.
1 minute.
So
They're doing science
are
on
you
this?
saying?
That's a lot of
Are you
money.
saying? Like if it's at 1% and it goes up by 50 times, it would have gone to 50% of trans people have detransitioned. Most of the trans people I know still haven't detransitioned, so I don't know where you're getting that number from. My personal experience is that the only way that this has gone up is representation from right-wing media who gives these people stories and like documentaries.
I'm getting it from the Guardian
Well, it's going to be a
newspaper.
social effort to detransition.
The
Yeah, so
Guardian newspaper.
The Guardian has shown bias against trans narratives and actually.
Oh, who hasn't shown bias
Everything
against?
is a bias, right? Because we don't agree with what you want, so then it's a fucking bias. I don't
Anyways,
think
I would like to
Everything's
see your
biased.
source on this, just to make sure
Generally.
that what you're saying is actually true, because I'm not going to be able to find that's bullshit, right? So you know where your bullshit's at.
Clinical practice research data link. Database.
Do you know
Likely 50-fold increase in prevalence in gender-related distress between the years 2011 and 2021 in England.
Mm-hmm.
Why would that happen?
The opposite of okay, so my partner was able to find an article. Majority of trans adults are happier after transitioning from the
Yeah,
Guardian.
that's not the article I talked about, though, was it?
That's from the Guardian as well.
Well,
How-
what is the article? Do you have the research papers? You have the link to the
and
fucking.
how is this the majority of trans adults who are happier?
I didn't.
Academic
I no. I'm looking at a sample. I'm looking at a sample, and I'm looking at a country, right? And I'm asking you why in the last 10 years.
Yeah, are you looking at a sample or an article from the Guardian? Do you want to talk?
I'm looking at both. You asked the Guardian, and then
What's
you
the
said
name
the
of the
Guardian is a biased source, so I looked at another source. Okay. So I was asking, can you look? We're looking at one country.
Source, then?
Can I hang on? Can I send it to you?
Oh, yeah.
Hang on.
I can type it. Easy.
BMJ Group.
Yeah.
Can you copy and
Yeah.
paste that
BMJ
shit in the studio chat?
Wait,
That'd be
M
wild.
as in Mike or N as in?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat thing here. Just a second. Yeah, hang on a second.
We often have to do that anyways. That's normal. But here's the thing. You mean British Medical Journal, right? BMJ.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Starving
'cause
Arts,
I've
yes.
seen
Light it
sources
up.
from them as well. Yeah, and now he's waiting. So please do that. I think Autis really wants to say something. So while we're getting that, why didn't he get a chance to talk?
Oh, I forgot what I was gonna say. He made me wait so long.
Just walk it back. Just work backwards in your thoughts.
I mean, I don't have YouTube words to describe what I really believe you are. Because I don't want to get anybody sunk. But yeah,
I mean, I've heard it all before, dude. You're not probably going to be original with this.
Ooh, murder. God damn, he slays. They.
Oh, I
progressive.
didn't use the M word.
We're looking at a
I didn't use the
BMJ
M
article
word.
right now, by the way. The headline was, can you go back up to the top for a second? The headline was okay.
Oh, you're
Apparently it was-
double teaming us. God damn. Shit, that's two pairs of hands at work. Is your partner a
How come
good
none of these
speaker? I
pages
think it'd be
are, like,
awesome to
loading
have them on panel. Honestly.
Oh no, he was just talking a moment ago.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, I just want to look at the actual article before I talk about it because I can't,
Right? It's just
Just
worth having
judge
the
what
material.
you're saying without actually looking at it, right?
Especially
Yeah.
since there's a Guardian article that contradicts that, with the majority of trans adults being happier after their transition.
It's
You
so
still need to
interesting
look
to
at
see the
source
two
he's
sides.
talking about and look at the merits of it on its own and see if there's something
Yeah,
wrong.
they are until they
Actually
kill
says what he
themselves.
says.
Hey, that's
Yes.
everyone though. Just look at men. We're fucking opting out at fucking high numbers these days. I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I was away.
Why
I
do you
think, I
why
think
do
all
why do
things
you
are
think that
symptoms of a
is?
system that are just kind of popping off. Something I like to reference when I
Well,
was
this
a
has
lot
to
more
do
of
with
a bigot
toxic.
was
This has to do with. Sorry,
the
I thought you were done.
monkeys. No, it's okay. The monkeys, the little
Starving
fuckboy monkeys
fascist.
that
Oh,
generally
because you don't
they blend
you
with
don't
the
think
female monkeys
that
to
us
get some
monkeys
action,
respect women
and
for
they
what
slide
they
in
are.
underneath the alphas. And I mean that's valid strategy. It's just an
So one-
interesting. It's no causation. It's no correlation, but
So is this
it's just an
was this an
interesting
Edno?
social effect on a population that when they're
Was this an
debased, and it's probably
ethnographic?
why starving autists gets, minimal
Can I ask
amounts
you
of
something?
pussy.
There is
I mean,
also
it's just a
a
system
group of
offset
monkeys.
by a
There's a
different,
group of monkeys.
reality.
I think they're
Can I ask
Asian
you something?
monkeys.
Can I? Well, wait.
Light
Let
it
me
up.
ask. Let me ask something real quick.
I'm the autistic
Go ahead.
monkey, so here we go. But at the
I
like,
just really
if we're
want-
if we're
super
gonna
quick
talk about
question. You
dynamics,
didn't elaborate on something that you should have there. Was this a bioethnographic survey or is this in captivity?
I would hope it's not in captivity, because captivity is torture and slavery. Realistically, not gonna
I've
lie,
never
I'm a vegan,
been in
so
captivity. Have you?
we're all in captivity, motherfucker.
Oh,
You think you get to go and
oh,
play?
come on.
I heard.
I love
I
how
heard
we
that
keep
people
going
just
from
like
insects,
We're all in
I don't know what Melanie
captivity,
was saying.
man.
I think they should
organisms
let it
to
up.
animals, like
We're all in
Get raped.
captivity, man. Like we're bound by the earth, man.
In the Matrix.
Like you can't the Matrix, dude. The media that you bitch so much about, as far as subverting you, is the same media you subscribe to, and that faggotry is hilarious to me.
So let's
And
avoid
Shirley,
the
I'm
F
gonna
word
take
there.
ways to
I
say
think they
that.
may be against the terms of service, and Trippy's trying to
Sure,
be
yeah, sure.
I'm
monetized.
mad as
there are
hell,
better
and I'm not gonna
words
take it
to
anymore.
use.
Are we quoting movies?
Yes,
Okay.
we need the goddamn link, because then from the link you can ascertain
Yeah,
the
actually, he
fucking
wants to say
research
something.
papers,
He
figure out
wants
who
to say
did it,
something
see the
else.
number, the sample size.
By the way, he wanted to say something else since then.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the thing about the monkeys and them males having two different mating types with sneaker males or whatever.
Yes, I love it. It's wild. Because there's men that
Yeah.
are like that. It's not fucking, trans individuals or non-binary or ENM type shit.
Right,
It's
that's
everybody. It's
exactly.
everybody. It could be anything. It's just an interesting observation. It's just when society gets so
Where
indulgent
is spirit?
and rich,
No,
we just
no.
while out.
I
We
am
just go
not the
against
guy to
God.
speak
Yeah, the
on
same
this.
thing is true
Spirit,
in
Spirit
Chilla,
needs to be
that
here to speak on this.
They also have sneaker males.
Okay,
This is
I would
hold on a
love to
minute.
see
He's
Shane
the
finish his
guy.
thought. Personally,
All right, I brought him back up.
Oh Jesus!
Say it. Say it again.
Hey,
Anyway, the strategy
Hey,
in that is to try
Jesus.
to mate when they don't have as many resources as the larger males. It's not really the same as like trans people or twin spirit people in human societies, right?
there it is.
all right. Well, I can ask you a
I see.
If you
question.
look at
since you're
indigenous
Mel's partner.
societies,
Link
like
it in the back.
twin spirit people are not trying to impregnate more people. They're helping to raise the kids of their relatives.
Hey,
And
Right,
if you
right,
think
dude,
that,
that's
right,
then
dude. I was
Independent.
it's good
So
to
it's
have
about
some
resources.
people that are
Hey,
not
hey,
constantly trying to
listen,
get
I think
paid
realistically,
with females that
capitalistic
can help
You're all
out with
being
things,
very fascist
sort of
right
sham
now.
rules,
You're all being very
rules,
I
fascist.
think the
right
external
whatever.
pressure on capitalist societies by
You want to talk
communist
about
shit
external
is
pressure?
going to
Have you
force
ever
us into
suffered
situations where
from
people ain't getting enough
crucifixion?
of anything. And so to
Have you
get
ever-
anything,
have you ever suffered-
significant in terms of
hold
love
on,
or
hold on, hold
affection,
on. I got something
Hey,
it's
you
going
want
to
to
take
talk
strain.
about some
I
predators?
got
still
something
an
You ever
to
had
say.
even gender
fucking
ratio in
And
people,
I'm going
right?
to say it whether you guys want me to or
Regardless
not.
of how
Hey, Mel's
scarce
Trippy
one
partner
wild.
is,
guy.
yeah. Still
Mel's
one
partner
male
guy.
to one
I got a
female,
question to ask you in particular.
roughly.
Let me ask you a question, Mel's partner.
Yo,
His name's Darcy, by the way. Hope no-
All right,
Yeah.
Mr. Marcy Darcy. Does Mel's shitter smell just the same as any other
Shut
boy
up.
shitter?
Go fuck yourself,
Ah.
Trippy. Go fuck yourself.
That's a
It's
serious
going to smell
question.
better
asked
because
by a
they're
No,
client.
it's not.
intelligent.
You don't have to answer that.
realistically,
Nobody else up here would
statistically,
be asking you. And yeah, I would
bada bing,
imagine
bada
that
boom.
it does.
Yeah, we're not asking socialist Jesus over
Okay,
here.
so I instantly
That
regret
would be
letting
a
him onto a
mistake.
panel with me.
You have a fun time on his
listen,
first
dog.
time?
what's the
I'm
question?
the
I thought
It was a
one of
dumb
his
question.
dying or some shit.
You won't
and-
let him hear
and-
the question?
Okay, so
Well,
ask it
with
again. He
those
wants
who
to
have
know.
ears can hear,
Hold on,
bro,
Spirit.
or
Hold on, Spirit.
those with eyes to see.
What is this bit?
Hold on,
I'm
Spirit.
into it.
Okay, Mel, what were you saying?
Why am I allowing you to do this? He wants to hear it, so I'm going to let you say it again.
Oh, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, I can hear you.
I said, does Mel's shitter smell the same as any other dude shitter?
Smells
Why
like
wouldn't
your
it?
mom. Smells like your mom's shitter.
Oh no, because Mel told me that you don't identify as gay, so obviously that would mean only one thing. That would mean that you identify as a straight man, but you're with someone who is, well, for lack of a better way to put it, another man, which would then make you gay in the lexicon of, well, pretty much any American speaking group of people.
But except he's not attracted to anyone who
That's an
shows male
American speaking,
characteristics externally.
English speaking group.
That's
Yes.
very Euronormative of you, bro. You're being very Euronormative.
Oh, this man's educated. So
Why do you care?
You're being very Euronormative with language, bro. You need to be more cultured.
What about the
Yeah, I don't think
BO?
Trippy
Like,
cares
you
if
got the
you're
same
gay.
Holy
body
shit!
odor,
I'm
or
thankful
is
for
like
socialist Jesus. Listen to this man.
Trippy, my question for
Educated
you
on
is,
hormones
accident.
change the body odor? I don't know.
Trippy,
I don't know
my
the answer to
question
that.
for you is, how come your logic was like kind of binary, right? You're
You're
either
not
straight
getting
or
an
you're gay.
apostle.
What about
Alright,
bisexual?
Yeah.
Now
What
you
about
just have to
bisexual?
get like
That's
12
gay.
more people to
No,
sign
that's
up,
not gay.
and then
That's,
they
Yes, it
can
is.
get in.
that's
to the
literally
kingdom
half
of
gay and
heaven.
half straight.
That's
And
not
it's
half of
totally not a
anything.
pyramid scheme.
half
or
gay
a
and
cult.
half
Look, Mel,
straight.
hold on,
And
hold on.
it's
There's none of
Everybody,
that shit. That's all
especially
language
spirit.
shit. Trying to explain people's
Look,
stupid fucking
Mel,
feelings. That's all language shit. Anyone can do whatever
Mel,
they want, and it just annoys
Mel.
everyone. That fact. It's kind of
Let
funny.
me ask you this, Mel. If a guy sucks a dick, does that make him gay?
No, they could be bisexual.
Take bi off the table.
Well, then, yeah, because you've eliminated, you made
if
things
bi was off the
binary
table.
again. You proved my point that your
No,
thing only
I'm-
works
I
in
still have
binary
more.
logic. Yet, bi people exist. People are
Bi
attracted
people
to
don't
both
exist.
sexes.
It's either you're straight or you're
What do you
gay.
mean? How do
Are
you
you
know they're not
seriously
having
telling me?
threesomes
Are
with
you
women?
seriously telling me someone who gets all the pussy in the world, eats all the pussy, settles down with a woman, has 60 kids, and sucks dick once is gay?
No. Yes, actually.
That's stupid as fuck.
Yeah. If you suck one dick, you're gay. If you fucking bang 50 pussies after
And
that, you're still gay.
straightness is the
You have
most
one dick.
fragile thing to ever exist.
No, it's not. Transness is.
No, it really is, because literally, like, if you can suck one dick and then suddenly you have to be attracted to men after that, then what is straightness, anyways? If it's
That's,
literally that
I
fragile,
agree.
attracted
You know
pick
what?
apart.
It's a bad
Exactly,
argument
bro. I say that
because
all the
if
time. I'm
we
like,
showed
what
that
even
argument to
is
kids
money?
and kids are
What
affected
even?
by this, then a kid would
Why
go
do
their
we
whole
need?
life
Why
having
do we
normal
need
feelings
to
but thinking
devote
they're gay due to that
parts
logic.
of our entire life just
And
to
that
I
ain't
don't
good.
think kids feel gay unless they're actually
bro.
gay.
Well, no,
it's
no,
like
no.
that
It's
joke
the
that they've been
it's the
telling,
questioning. It's the unknowingness. You know what I mean?
But this,
Stuck in a
but this is the
conservative
sort of
system, they would wait a while to even try to mate, or you know what I mean? It's not like educate more. I don't want to say more educated folk, but the people that are closer to the cities and shit who are going to have access to this knowledge because it's in the schools. They're going to be having sex earlier. They're going to have fucking be having condoms earlier. I mean, it is known.
except what does go down is like teen pregnancies and STIs among youth, which is something.
Actually, no, they go up.
100%.
No, they
the
go
whole
up.
society
Excuse
built
me,
on
lads.
teen
Lads,
pregnancy,
no,
which
you're
is what we
no,
don't want to realize.
guys, you're
Shane has
wrong.
a
We
point.
have the sources
Let
on this. I did a
Shane-
debate on this already.
Let's let Shane go.
Do
for
a
minute here.
debate.
Light it up.
Sex,
Shane.
pregnancy and STIs have gone up since the introduction of sex education, not
No,
down.
that's not true.
Agreed.
That is true. That
Have
is true.
people gone up too?
And you
though?
can, I can see, and I can check that
And the
there's
knowledge of
more than
sex
one
and
country.
liberation.
Among
Like,
the
if it's
21
gone up too, then
countries
that
with
makes sense
complete
in order.
statistics. Here, actually, I'll do
Say
the
that again?
conclusions instead. I'll do the conclusions. Despite recent declines, teen pregnancy rates remain high in many countries, but there are recent declines. Research on the
countries?
planning status of these pregnancies and
Not the
factors
ones we're talking about, but many
results of
countries.
pregnancies could further inform policies. That actually didn't give us the statistics.
Okay,
This
now,
might-
now, question.
This is the
Can
wrong
I ask you a
paper.
question? And
That's
you
for
can
something
you
else.
can ask you a question. You can relate on that question then. Okay. What country has the most comprehensive sex education system, and what country has the highest teen pregnancy rate?
It's one of the Scandinavian countries. I can't remember offhand.
It's the UK. It's the UK.
No, UK does not have the most comprehensive sex education.
Yes, it does. It does because they wanted to address their growing teenage problem about it, and you can look up feminists talking about it. They're actually talking about changing the system because once they changed to a sex positive system, they had negative results.
Did you want me to show this, Shane?
Mel asked for it.
So, are you talking about rates of sex or pregnancies?
Decade.
Both, all of the above. Remember, sex education was supposed to bring sex down. They weren't supposed to be having sex because they were all minors. Remember?
Not that God is.
Well, I'm just using her own definition. She said
You're all
the
knowing
thing
She
is
didn't
over
say that.
God's
She
time.
said she would rather a God that could learn.
Yeah, no, Effigy's
No,
refuting
earlier she did
Sarah's
say he was
point,
timeless.
Frito.
Yeah,
I never said he was timeless. I don't
Well, you
remember
did. You
saying
said he
was
exists
timeless.
outside of time because he sees our entire
Well,
life.
he has to necessarily exist outside of time to
Hold up,
be
hold
infinite
up,
and
hold
immortal.
up, hold up, hold up. Knowing and understanding, like he's because God says, like in the Bible, it said, "I know every hair on your head," and so on and so forth, right? just because
you
he
know,
knows.
you know all right.
Oh my fucking God, can I talk without being interrupted? Thank you. This is your problem. This is all of your problems. You interrupt people on the panels, and then you can never actually get to the point or the crux of anything. So
Tricky dick.
Typhoid, I'm gonna put you in the back for a minute. I'm gonna bring up Tricky
what's
Dick.
up? Yeah, hell yeah. I'm peacing.
Yes, Richard Nixon.
Mr. Nixon, I
Hello,
love your work.
hello there, Trippy. Big fan of the show. I like to watch it on the tube every night. I sit there in the Oval Office with Pat. I say to myself, I like that Trippy character. He's got a nice voice.
It's not the right one either.
This guy's
Thank
a
you.
real American.
Let's see here.
And thank you for your service in Watergate.
Well, no, thank you, Trippy. Thank you for your service.
Notes.
Thank you.
I'm starstruck. Mr. President, can I have your autograph?
Later, Typhoid. He's in the chat. He said he's peacing.
Oh.
Good night, Typhoid. Here, I can.
I love how you went after those hippies. Oh, that was so great. And
What's this? Oh shit, it's gonna be loud as fuck.
why? Because if I mold and create a specific thing, and then I send it off, and I know what that path is going to be, but I need to know sending that person off into that path, how that's going to come back later, and like when I send the next person off onto that path, maybe can I do it better next time?
Sarah,
Right?
but God being all knowing and absolute.
Hold on, partner. I don't know who that is. Look, the people who have the freest will are people who are rebellious. Because when you talk about free will, it's free will within a religious construct. So
Nerd
those
shit.
people say, yeah, my
Nerd shit. Oh, are we all gonna blow up tomorrow? What the fuck? That's crazy. It's all super fucking lame, flashy shit. Dude. I'm leaving.